Assalamu alaikum. This is Andrea with the Best Tech. In this tutorial, we're going to master full stack development with React Native using the latest version of Expo, NodeJS, MongoDB, Google Maps to create a multi-platform travel app to facilitate both beginners and advanced developers. We're going to start slow and pick up the pace as we progress. Our primary goal is to create a React application which has the highest level of code reusability, create our backend server, and integrate our backend server to our front ends. We're also going to explore async storage, page protection, advanced component usability, making API calls using access token inside our headers with Axios, as well as facilitate as advanced search using Mongo search indices. Without wasting any time, let's go ahead and introduce the main features of our application. So right now, let's go ahead and introduce the features of our application. So this is a home page. Like, we have a function that gives us a different icon according to time, whether it's afternoon, evening, or morning. And here it's supposed to be the username, but we are not logged in. So this is what we see at this particular moment. Right at the bottom, we're going to have a list of countries. So this list of countries, if you just click on a country here, our data is going to load from our backend, and this is what we can see. So we can see like a short description of the tourism sector of that country. And right at the bottom, we're given like some suggestions of popular destinations in that country. So here we're going to have a maximum of 2. And if we click on this list, then we're going to get all the places that's related to that country. So let's go back. And if you're in this country, you can just go ahead and find hotels. Okay, so here you can look for a hotel. So let's take, for example, we're going to look for California. And if we search for this hotel, then the hotel has been found. Then you can click on the hotel and see whether you can book a room or not. So this is for our country page. And let's go back. So here we have recommendations. These are places that are recommended according to your location. So this user is in the United States. So if you click here, then you will be shown a place details page where we have like a short introduction of the place. And then down here, we have suggested hotels, like popular hotels around that place. So if you visit Disney, there are some places which are around, some hotels which are around. These are the hotels that we are going to have here. And this list takes a maximum of 2 also, but if you click here, then will be shown all the places that are closer to that particular place. So for instance, in our places page, we have 1 place, but if we visit the list, we have 2 hotels. And down here we have nearby hotels. So for our nearby hotels, if we click on it, then we are shown the details page, that hotel. So what we have to do in this page, we have to see the details where the hotel is located. Maybe if you want to go ahead and book a room, then we can go ahead. And for other pages, we are going to show 2 reviews here. And then if you click on the list of reviews, then you're taken to other page whereby you're going to see all the reviews related to that place. And for us to write reviews, then we should go up and try to click on this button. But it's set up in a way that if you're not logged in, then you won't be able to write a review, because each and every review requires an image, name, and an ID. So a user has to be logged in, take them to the next page. So if we go down, then here we have our price, and you can be able to select rooms. So to select rooms, you're taken to a different page, but this page isn't finished yet. So like, you're supposed to have like the rooms from the backend, and you can just select a room that you want, and then you can view the details and the price of that room, and a minimum, like the number of guests that each and every room should have. And here you can specify the number of guests that you want to book for, and then you can go ahead and book. Okay, so if you book now, then if your booking is successful, then you're taken to this page for a successful booking, and these are the details of the room that you book. And if you press done, then you're taken back. So what we need to do right now, we need to go ahead and visit our profile. So in our our profile section, if you're not logged in, then this is what you see. So to log in, you just press sign in. If you have an account, then you can just enter your credentials. So I'm just going to log in. So here our page is set up in a way we have a top navigation bar. So here it's either you can register or sign in the same page, but we want to just sign in since I do have an account already. So here I'm going to enter my email. So it's supposed to be johndoe@example.com, and down below we should enter the password. So our password is password 123. So now that we've put our password here, our form is being validated as we enter our password. Our password should be at least 8 characters, but our password is more than 8 characters, so that error is gone. So here we have the right to make the password obscure, so we can either show or hide the password. So since we have our data, we can try to sign in. So once we are signed in, that means we have our backend is not yet ready. So here we can go ahead and press sign in again. So if we are signed in successfully, then we are taken to another page. Okay, so we are successfully signed in. So here, this is our page, and our username here should change. So we have to wait a little bit. Yes, our username has changed. That means we are successfully signed in. So right now we have the ability to even make a comment to a particular hotel, and you can write your comment here. So I'm just going to put some random text. The objective is to just submit your review. Okay, and we have our review. So we are done with that part. Let's go ahead and explore our profile page. So for our profile page, now that we are signed in, so first we have to our profile page. In our profile page, we're going to show the profile picture. This profile picture is the default profile picture, the username and the email. Right below we have bookings, like the bookings that a particular person has made. But this section is mock data. We haven't like worked on it. It's something that we can update as we go in this project. Then we have trips. For trips, you can see trips that you've made or trips that you've booked. And let's go to the last tab, which is for information. So for information, we have payments. You can choose like what kind of payment you want to use in your application. So here we have Visa, Master, and PayPal. So here you can use a switcher to choose one payment that you want to make, and we have the ability to add a card. But since we're going to be using Stripe, this section is just UI. You can decide to use it or to leave it. Down below we have settings. So in our settings section, we have language, country, currency, and support. So on support, this is just like the UI part. You can go ahead and hook these pages to proper pages, but this is what our settings page, account settings page looks like. So this is all, and if we come to location, then we can be shown our current location. Okay, so this is all for our application. So this application is a living application. It's something that we're going to be updating each and every time. So if you see the chat section is still empty, that means we still have work to do, like work to cover. So that's all. And we also have the ability to log out. So let's say we press log out here, we're supposed to be logged out of the account, and if we get logged out, then here we are going to have our everything is protected. Project, we need to go ahead and download the starter code from the link below. If you download the starter code, then you need to extract the zip file so that you can get the project folder. So once you extract this zip file, you're going to get a folder with the name travel app. So you need to go ahead and drag and drop this folder in your code editor. So for this instance, I'm going to be using VS Code. So you open your VS Code, a new window, and then you drag and drop this folder in your code editor. So that's all, because like for me, I've already dragged and dropped my folder. So this is what our code looks like. So let's just go through all the files that we have in our starter code, and then we can just start coding once we get that out of the way. So all the assets that we're going to be using for this project are in this folder. So first off, we have fonts. We're going to be using custom fonts. So I've taken the liberty to just compile all the fonts and put them in the fonts folder so that they can be easily accessible to everyone who's going to partake in this course. And in images, we have all the images and icons that we're going to be using. And I've also included the splash screens, the app icon. So everything is in this assets folder. We're not going to have any extra assets for this project. So let's move on to our components folder. In our components folder, we only have the folder structures. So we're going to have buttons and some other components. So we're going to be placing them in these folders. For now, these folders are empty. So we're going to be creating everything from scratch together. And inside the components, we have index.js. This index.js is going to help us to export all the components that we're going to have under this components folder, okay? But for now, the file is empty, so we're going to just do it together. So let's go to constants. In constants, this file has something. So this file contains our colors that we're going to be using throughout our designing process, the sizes and the text sizes, as well as shadows that we're going to be using. So let's just close the terminal for now. So we're going to be revisiting these properties way often in our development process. So most of the stuff that we might need to explain later, we are going to take care of them. And in our navigation folder, we have nothing. In this navigations folder, we're going to put our navigations. For example, our bottom navigation and our top navigations, we're going to be putting them in here. And in screens, we also have our folder structure with empty folders. The files, we're going to take care of them together. And in our index, the index is the same as the one that we have seen in our components folder. It is empty. So right now we need to open our app.js. So our app.js contains code. And this code is the same code that you get if you create a new React Native application. So we have text, right? So this is just simple code and we're not going to use it. So we're just going to delete it when we start coding. The most important file that we have to look at is the last file, the app.json. So in our app.json, we have a number of dependencies that we're going to be using throughout the course of our development. So we need to go ahead and install these dependencies. I'm not going to explain them one by one now, but when we want to use a component, when we want to use a dependent, we're just going to talk about it a little bit, and then we can explain like how those dependencies work and explore their functionalities. So now what we're going to do, we're just going to open our terminal, and then we can install all the dependencies that we need for our production. So to do that, you can either use a command npm I or npm install. Both of them, they work the same way. So I'm going to use npm install. So you can just press enter and all the dependencies will start installing. So this might take a little bit depending on your network speed. Our dependencies have done installing, so we want to run our application first before we do anything else. So to run our application, we have to run the command npx expo start. So this command will help us to run our application. So after our application has been built, what we're going to see is what we have in our app.js. Okay, so in our app.js, we only have a text which is in this view. And this view has a style, this container style, okay? This style is just placing this text on the center of the screen. So that's what we should see. So let's wait a little bit while our application is building. So after our application has been built, like what we're going to get is the options. Like how do we want to render our application? Are we going to use an Android emulator, or are we going to use an iOS simulator, or we want to render on the web? So for this project, myself, I'm going to be using iOS simulator. So in order for me to render, I'm going to press I, but there's another option, which is the fourth option. If you want to render this application on a real device, then you need to just go ahead, download Expo Go either on Android on the Play Store or on App Store. Then you can use it to scan the QR code and then your application will be built and rendered on your real device. So let's go ahead and press I so that we can have our application on our simulator. But one thing, the downside of rendering the application on a real device is like when you're working with a backend and your backend is still on local hosts, it's not hosted as yet. So Expo won't be able to transfer your local host data to your device. So it's going to take a little bit while our application is building. So our application is being built. So we have our splash screen. So if you want to make changes to the splash screen, what you have to do, you just need to go ahead, copy this image that we have here. You can edit it to your own specifications, and then you can replace the splash screen that's in the assets folder, same as the app icon. So for app icons, we have two. This one is for iOS, and the adaptive one is for Android. So you can have two icons. So this is what our application looks like for now. We only have a text, this text being rendered to our screen, and it's in the center. It is in the center because here we do have a style, and our style justify content to the center and align items to the center. And for flex, it takes up available space on the screen. So let's just go ahead. What we need to do first, we need to just go ahead and import custom fonts, and then we're going to use this text component to run some tests whether our fonts has been loaded and working, will allow us to load custom fonts to our application. So these fonts are going to be loaded before everything is rendered on the screen. So we have a splash screen, right? The splash screen is the first screen that we see if we open an application. So whenever we are loading fonts, a splash screen is going to be shown, and if our fonts are loaded, then we need to hide the splash screen, then we can render whatever page that is going to be rendered next. Okay, so the third one is going to be use callback from React. So we need these three in order for us to import our fonts. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to have a variable, a Boolean variable that we are going to use to check whether fonts has been loaded or not. So we have to give it a name, then the name is going to be fonts loaded. So here we're going to use our hook, use fonts, and then we need a deconstructor object. So in this object, that's where we are going to have our fonts. So let's take, for instance, here, these are the fonts that we have here that we are going to be using in our application. So we need to import them with specific names, okay? The names that we want to be using in our own application. So let's take, for example, if you want to call this not first font, but the regular font, we can just say, we can just use regular, right? So we have to provide this name first, and we have to provide the path to that particular font. To write the path, since these fonts are in our assets, we're going to use require, and then we need braces. In these braces, then we're going to provide a path to our fonts. So here our fonts are in assets, right? And in assets, we need to access fonts, and in fonts, we need to access the right font and map it to the name that we've written. So here we have regular.otf. That's the first font that we want to map to regular. So we can do the same for the other fonts that we are going to import. So we have 4 other fonts. Now that we have a line of code, we can just go ahead, copy that line of code and paste it 4 times like that. And then we can just change the name. So after regular, we're going to have medium. This same name is the name that we have for our font here. So we're just going to change this regular to medium. So let's go ahead, have bold, and we do the same for bold. We just copy the name and we change the font that we are mapping it to. We're going to have light, and for light we just do the same. Last but not least, we're going to have extra bold. Let's just copy the name and we map it to the correct font. Okay, so we are done with that part. Next, we want to have our callback function that we're going to use to just hide the splash screen and store the value of this boolean. Okay, so way below, now we want to use callback. So we want to give a name to our function, and the name is going to be on layout root view. So our callback here is going to be asynchronous. We need to wait for our phones to load. After we have loaded our phones, we need to check whether this value is true or false. If it is true, then we're going to hide the splash screen, and then we proceed to the next screen. And if it is false, then we're just going to return no. That means our custom phones are not loaded. So in here, we're going to have an if statement. So if phones loaded, then we are going to go ahead and hide our splash screen. So we have to put await since we have asynchronous here. So we have to use this hide async, and in here we need to just go ahead and store the fonts loaded value. So we are done with that part. Afterwards, we need to go ahead and check if our fonts are not loaded. So if our fonts are not loaded, we're just going to return, and we're going to return now here. So we are done with the importation of fonts. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to just go ahead and try out these fonts. Okay. So to try out these fonts, we're going to just go ahead. Let's go to styles, and in styles we need to create a text style that we're going to be changing in order for us to test all the 5 fonts that we have. Let's go ahead and create a text style object. We're just going to give it a name. We're going to give it a name text style, right? So we have to create the object. In this object, we have to specify the font family. So our font family is going to be the name that we've put here, these names. Okay, so if you want to test this bold, the name that we have to specify in our font family is going to be bold. Okay, so we just need to write bold here, and we have to give it a font size that's optional. The main goal is to test whether the font has been imported or not. Let's give it a size of 24. Our size is supposed to be a number, not a string. So we need to use this style, the text style object, this style that we've just created in our text. Okay, so we need to go ahead and hook this text style object to this text component that we have. So we need to call style, and then in our braces we need to access these styles that we have below, and then we need to go ahead and choose the style that we want to use, which is text style. So after this, we can save. If our fonts are successfully loaded, then we can see a change in font here. So that's exactly what we need. Our fonts has been loaded successfully, and we can see the change. So if we change this name to medium, then our font family is going to be medium. So let's just reduce the font size to 18 so that we can have everything in one line. So we can also change this to extra bold, and if we save, we'll see the change here. So after refreshing, we have a change here. Okay, so this is all that we need to do to import fonts. So whenever we are going to use these fonts, we are going to use it in this way. Okay, we're going to create a text style object, and then we have to provide the font family so that we can use the right font for a particular text that we want to render to our screen. Now that we're done importing our fonts, the next thing that we need to do, we need to deal with our navigation. So first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and import navigation container. So here, if we go to our package.json, open the dependencies, we have React navigation. Okay, so we need to import the navigation container from this dependence that we have here. So let's go ahead and do that. So in here, we're going to import navigation container, and this navigation container is going to come from React native, not navigation. Okay, so that's the first one that we need. So we're going to use it to create a navigation container. So a navigation container is going to be wrapping all our navigations. So we'll get to the navigation container and we'll explain a little bit. The next dependence that we need to import is create stack navigator. Okay, So create stack navigator is going to come from one of the other dependencies that we have, which is native stack, or React navigation native stack. Okay, so here we're going to import the hook. Okay, so we have our hooks. So in here, the first thing that we need to do, let's just go ahead and create a stack for this, from this create native stack navigator. So we're going to use this create native stack navigator to create our stack. So in here, in our application, we come to this. We need to go ahead and delete everything, and we need to go ahead and just get rid of this tile because we don't require it in our entry point. So the first thing that we require in here, a navigation container, right? So a navigation container is a fundamental part of React Native. It wraps the entire navigation hierarchy and provides navigation context to all its descendants. Like, it provides context to all the navigations that we are going to have in that navigation container. So here, the first thing that we require is going to be our navigation container. So let's close it. So if we wrap all our navigations within this navigation container, that it will help us to just pass context from this navigation container to all the navigations that we have. So now we need to have a stack.navigator. So stack navigator, this component is used to create a stack-based navigation system. A stack navigator allows us to navigate between screens in a way that resembles a stack. Okay, so if it is a stack, that means if you push something in a stack, the other thing is going to be popped. Okay, so it's a push and pop kind of style. So here we're going to have our stack navigator, stack.navigator. Okay, so we need to go ahead and close it. So inside this stack.navigator, that's where we are going to have all our screens, the screens that we're going to be pushing and popping. So let's go ahead and put our screens. We don't have screens as yet, so we'll create screens as we go on. So let's just create our stack.screen, the first one, and then we can create a screen for it, and then we can just show an illustration of how it works. Okay, so here we're going to have stack.screen. So our stack.screen is going to be a closed component, so it's different from these ones. Okay, so everything that we're going to have in this line 33, is going to be within. Okay, so the first thing that we need, we are creating a screen, is the name of the screen. That's the first one. And next we need the component. The component is the screen that we want to render, and we need options, like screen options. So for our options, we are going to disable the header of the screen. So we're going to have a property by the name header shown, and this is going to be false. Okay, we don't want to show the header, so we have to put it in double braces. We have this error because these options have to be in a double brace. So if we put another brace, then our error would be gone. So what we need to do now is to go ahead and create a page, and then we give a name to that page. So in our screens, we just need to go ahead and open screens, and we go to onboarding. So we need to create a component with the name onboarding. So we need to create a new file, and we're going to call it onboard. It's supposed to be onboarding.jsx. So once we create this, we need to create the component inside. So we are going to to create the component. So if you have these React Native snippets, then if you just press on the command that I just brought, then you're going to have your onboarding screen created. Okay, so this is our onboarding screen. So let's save it. The next thing that we need to do now, we want to utilize this index.js. Okay, so each and every component that we're going to create, we're going to import it in this index.js, and we're going to export it. We don't want to have a list of imports in our application, but we just want to import components using one line. So if we open this index.js, the first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and import. And what are we importing? We're importing the page that we just created. So its name is onboarding. Okay. So it came like it's the second that we have here. So we just need to click, and then now we need to go ahead and export it. So right below, we just need to have export, and then we have braces here. So in our braces, we are going to just export this name. We copy the name, we paste it here, we save. So each and every screen that we're going to be creating in here, we are going to do the same. So let's go back to our app.js. In our app.js, we need to import this component that we created here. Okay, so we are going to go ahead and write the name. So it is the one that's coming from screens, this one here. So we can just click, and then right on the top, if we go right at the top, it has imported. So see the way that it is in braces. Okay, so if you want to import a new screen that we want to use in this page, then we're not going to import it as a new line. We can just add comma and then write the name of that component. So instead of having like multiple imports, we can just have all the imports in one line. So now that we got that out of the way, we need to give a name to our screen. So we're going to call it onboarding. So this is the name that we're going to be using to navigate. So when we get to the navigation part, then we are going to explain a little bit more on like how we're going to use the name to navigate from one screen to another. Okay. So if we save, so let's give it a little bit of time. This is the first screen in our navigation, in our Stack Navigator. It is the screen that's going to be rendered first. Our splash screen has been hidden. That's the first screen that's going to be shown on the screen. Okay, so it is this page. So if we go ahead in here and just put it in a safe area, it's something that we're going to do temporarily, and then we're just going to change it. We need to bring the text a little bit down. So we're going to have a safe area, supposed to be safe area. So this is our text onboarding text that we have here. Okay. So now that we have this onboarding screen, we can just go ahead and add our onboarding screen, like add our onboarding screen, get done with our onboarding screen, and then we can move on to some other things. But along the way, we're going to create some reusable components that we're going to be using again when we are developing more of our features. So we take each and every step as it comes, but some of the components we're going to reuse them. So I will highlight the components, the styles that we're going to be using, so that you can have it instilled in your mind, like, okay, these components are going to be reused. So when we introduce them, it's not a new concept to you, but it's something that we've done. It's something that is marked in your mind that, okay, we've created this thing and we're going to reuse it again. So inside our onboarding screen, we have to create an array of our images, titles, and IDs that we're going to render on our screen. So we are going to remove this safe area and we're going to replace it with a FlatList. But before we do that, we need the data that we are going to be rendering on our FlatList. So let's go ahead and create it. So first, we're going to give it a name. It's going to be slides, and it's going to be an array. So this array is going to be an array of objects. So the first thing that we need in our object is an ID, because we need each and every slide to be unique. So our first object, it has an ID of 1, and then we need to give it an image. So this image is going to be an image from our assets folder. So we need to have require, and we need to put braces. So in our braces, we need to provide the path to our images. So here we need to access our assets, and in our assets, we need to access images. It's supposed to be images. And then in our images, we need to access the first image, which is 1.png. Okay. And after importing our image, then we need a title, the title that we are going to be showing below. Okay, so here we have our title and we have to provide a string. So our title is going to be find the perfect place to stay. Okay, find the perfect place to stay. So you can alter the message to whatever you want your onboarding screen to say. Okay, so that's for our first object. So what we're going to do, we're going to copy this object and make some few changes so that it can fit our next object. Okay, so we're going to copy this, add a comma, and then we're going to paste it. So this is going to be our second object. We need to change the ID to 2, and we need to map it to our second image. Our second image is going to be 2.png, and we need to change the message, the title. Okay, so here our title is going to be Discover the World, and then we can have our third one. So here it's going to be Discover the World. So after that, we just need to copy this second object, and then we're going to paste it down. So after pasting, we need to change this ID to 3, and then we need to change the image to 3 as well. And then we need to change the title. So our title is going to be Find the Best Hotels in the World. Okay, so we are done. So after this, we're going to just replace this with a flat list and we can render our data. So what we should do first, we should come to the top. Instead of having a view here, because we're not using it, we're going to replace it with a flat list. So we need to import the components that we are going to be using. And on flat lists, the list, it has to be capitalized like that. So it's supposed to be flat list, not with a lowercase, but with an uppercase. So a flat list enables us to render lists in React Native. So for this instance, we want to have a list of images that we're going to be sliding through as our onboarding screen. So we need a flat list to be able to render the list of images like that we are going to be scrolling through from one image to another. And a flat list comes with various props, and the first one that we're going to consider in our onboarding screen is paging enabled. So paging enabled, if this prop is included in a flat list, that means we are able to scroll from one page to another. Okay, so if we remove this prop, it'll be difficult for us to scroll our flat list. So we have to include this prop so that our flat list is scrollable. And the other property that we need is to set the direction with which we are going to scroll, whether we're going to scroll vertically or horizontally. So since it's an onboarding screen, we are going to be scrolling horizontally. So we need to have horizontal. So by just putting this horizontal here, that means we've enabled this property to true. So if we put our images here, then that means they are going to be scrollable horizontally. So the next thing we are going to, like if it is a list comes with, a flat list comes with a scroll indicator that shows, okay, which point you're at when you are scrolling through the list. And we need to go ahead and disable the scroll indicator. Since it's an onboarding screen, we don't want a scroll indicator to show on our page. Like we need to have this property, show horizontal scroll indicator. We need to set it to false. So it's supposed to be horizontal scroll indicator. We need to set this property to false. After we set this property to false, now we're moving on to our data. All right. So if it is a list that we want to render, we require the data. So flat list comes with a prop with the name data, right? Data. So we need to provide the data that we need to render in our flat list. And in this case, we've created this array on top with the name slides. That's the one that we're going to be rendering to our flat list. Since we have our data now, we need to make each and every slide unique. And for us to achieve that, we need to have a key extractor. And in our flat list, we are going to use a prop with the name key extractor, right? So key extractor will help us to extract the keys from our lists so that we can differentiate each and every object from one another. So here we are going to have an extractor. So an extractor takes an item, right? So this item, once we pass data here in our data prop, so our data, we're going to get each and every item from our lists. So once this item is existent, we want to access that item, right? And then from that item, we need to get the ID of each and every item that's being rendered on the screen. So to access the item, so let's take, for example, here, we have this object 3. So when we pass data in our FlatLists, the data is processed and an item is returned. So since we are returning each and every object as one item, then we need to access this ID. So to access this ID from this item, we need to just write item.id, right? Like this. So now that means we have our key extractor. So right at the bottom, now we need to render the data to our screen. So to do that, we need to use a property with the name render item. Okay, so this prop will help us to display whatever we want to display on the screen. So here we're going to have render item. So as what we did on top with the key extractor, render item takes an item also, and then it passes that item to the component that we need to be showing on our screen. So let's go ahead and do that. Now we have our render item prop. We need to add a set of braces, and we need to brackets and then braces, and inside those brackets, braces, the last braces, we need to have our item. Now we need to go ahead and render the component that we want to render. So let's take, for example, now we don't have the right component to render because we haven't created it. Now we need to go ahead and create a slides component. So it's not a screen, but it's a component. So what we need to do, we need to go back to our components folder, and then we need to revisit this on board. So in this on board, we need to create a new file, and we need to call it slide, right? And it has to be a JSX file. At the same time, we want to create a new style, okay? So it's going to be slides.style.js, like that. So first we need to work in these slides. So what we need to do in here, we need to go ahead and create the component. So we need to go ahead and use the command rnfe, and then we create our slide. So our slide is going to take in an item, okay? So here we need to receive an item from the page that we're going to use it from. So here we're going to take in an item. So this is the prop that we're receiving from onboarding screen, because we need to pass the data from onboarding screen to slides so that we can show the image, the text, and just use the data in these slides, not on onboarding screen. On onboarding screen, we just want to keep the flat lists. We want to just keep our code as clean as possible. So we're going to separate our components. So now that we have these slides, okay, what we need to do, we need to go to our index.js, the one in components. So we need to go ahead and import the slides, okay? So here we have the slides and we need to export them. So after exporting, now we can be able to access them in our other pages with no problem. So we just need to type the name slides and we need to save. So let's just go ahead and close this index, and then we need to go back to our onboarding screen. So in our onboarding screen, we need to go ahead and import the slides because we need to use it here, okay? So it is this one that we're getting here. Let's see whether it's imported right on top or not. No, not as yet. So we can just re-import it. like that. So it's imported and it's going to be a close component to take an item. So if we revisit this slide, so we said here we're supposed to receive an item from the parent component that we're using this slide. So we need to go ahead and use this prop item. Okay, so here we have our prop item and it's taking any. Here if we take a look, it's taking any, but we need to map it to the right item. Okay, so here this prop, this item that we have here is the one that we're supposed to put in these braces. Once we put this item in this brace, then it's going to turn from a faint to a visible color. So let's just go ahead and write item here. So that means we are pushing this item to our slide. So once this slides are receiving this item, this is going to be active. So if we save, then we have our slides here because we have 3 slides. So we are done working on this onboarding screen. We can just remove this F area because we ain't using it. We can also remove the text. So right now we have finished with this onboarding page. This page, we're done with it. So we can do all our work in our slides component. The first thing that we need to do, we need to get rid of this text, okay? But we are going to need this view. So a view is just a container where we are going to put everything. So everything that we're going to write is going to be contained within this box we call view, okay? So the next thing that we are going to require is an image, because we are going to display our image here on our screen. So we're going to require an image prop. So let's go ahead and import it. Our image is going to be a close component. So make sure that whenever you're using a component, then that component is imported right on top. So we don't have our images yet. Let's go ahead, import it. So now we have our image. We can be able to access the properties of this image that we have here. So the first thing that we're going to require is the source of the image that we want to display, okay? So we're going to use the source prop. So in our source, we want to include the path of our image. So the path of our image is coming from this item, right? From this item. So we have to access this item and point to the path. So if we come back to our onboarding screen, open this slides array, we need to point to this image, okay? So since we said we're extracting this object and we're calling it item, so whenever we want to access an image, we're going to say item.image, because this item is one object that we have in our slides array. So let's go back to our slides, and in our slides we need to access the item and we need to point to the image. So it's going to be item.image like that. So now we have our image. The next thing that we need to do, we need to add style to this image. So we need to use the style prop. So for our styles, we're going to be writing them in this slides style.js, okay? So let's put it side by side. It's going to be side by side. So in here, we're going to require a style sheet. So a style sheet is the component that we use to create styles in React Native. So right on top, what we're going to do, we're going to import the style sheet. And this style sheet is going to come from React Native. Okay, so let's just press enter. We have our style sheet. So right at the bottom, now we need to create our style. So we need to have a value, which is going to be styles. And we want to use the style sheet that we imported on top to create a style object. So here it's supposed to be style sheet, not style. So we're going to use our style sheet to create our styles. So our styles are going to be in here. So afterwards, we need to export these styles. So we need to use the same syntax as the one that we have here. So we might as well just copy from here and then just go ahead, paste it down. But the name that we're exporting with is this name, the styles, because we're exporting styles, right? So we are ready to work on our styles. So the first one that we're going to work on is the one for the image. So we're going to have an object with the name image in here. So this object will contain all the styles related to the image that we want to display here. Image to cover the whole screen. So we're going to use a property that's related to image styling with the name resize mode. Okay, it's resize mode, and our resize mode here is going to be cover because we want our image to cover the whole screen. After that, we want to go ahead and have we want to just align it to the width and the height. The image has to cover the exact width of the device. So if we take a look, let's write the code first and then go ahead and take a look. So here we're going to have width. So our width is going to come from sizes. We have sizes in our themes, so we need to access those sizes. And here we need to have width. Okay, so these sizes need to be imported right at the top. So right on top of our style.js, we need to go ahead and import. What are we importing? We're importing sizes, and these sizes are going to come from our constants. Okay, so we need to go ahead and access our constants. So here we have the ability to navigate to our constants. So in our constants folder, we want to access the theme. Okay, so now that we have access to our sizes, we can just go ahead, press command, click on sizes, and then we can see. So here we have width. Okay, this width is the width of the device. No matter which device you're using, we're going to be getting the width of that device, and then that's the width that we're going to be using. So here we're going to, first we imported dimensions from React Native. So dimensions help us to get the size of the screen. So we extracted the height and the width of the device, and then we exported them with these sizes. So here we have our height and here we have our width. Each and every time that we mention this height and width, we are mentioning the size of the screen, no matter which devices you are using. Okay, now that we got that out of the way, let's go ahead and deal with our height. So our height is going to be the height of the device that a user is using at that particular point. And here, that height is going to come from our sizes. So it's going to be sizes.height. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and hook these styles to our slides. So the easier way to do it is to just come to this style prop that we have here, and then we write styles. And this styles is the one that we have on top. So if you haven't imported the styles on top, make sure that you imported it, and you need to access the object that you created here in your styles, which is image, and then you just need to save the page. After you save the page, then you're going to have this image, so you can be able to slide, okay, from one page to another. So this is the last page, so you cannot slide anymore, but you can slide back. You can slide back, slide forward. So this is how we can create an onboarding screen using a flat list. So next we're going to be focusing on our text as well as our button here. And then we can move on to create our home page. So we need to create another view right below our image component. So initially, when we create a view, it comes as a column. Okay, so let's take, for instance, the view that we have here. If we put another view, it's going to be a column. Like we have our image component on top, and we have this other view right below this view. So that's something that we don't want. We want to have this view, the other view that we created, to be on top of this image component. So what we're going to do, we're going to manipulate the style of this view in a way that is going to be a stack. So a stack is something that is on top of other component, right? So we're going to give this view a style, and for each style we need to access our styles, and then we're going to create a style with the name stack. Okay, so let's copy this name, come to our styles and paste the name, and we need to create a style object. In our style object, we need to have a positioning property. The name of the property is position, right? So in order for us to have a stack or to have a component on top of another component, we use a position with the name absolute. So absolute allows us to have a stack, a component on top of another. So once we have our position, now we need to specify like where on the screen do we need this component to be positioned. Do we need it to be positioned right on the top? Do we need it on the side, on the right side, on the left side, or at the bottom? So for our buttons, they're going to be, our button and text, they're going to be right at the bottom. So we're going to have bottom here. So our bottom, we're going to give it a size of 0. So if we give it a size of 0, then it means it's going to be right at the bottom of the screen. So what we need to do, we need to also add another property with the name margin bottom. Okay, so margin bottom will allow us to push whatever is at the bottom right on top a little bit. So we need to give it a margin bottom of 60, right? So if we save this style and go ahead and save this slide, we are not going to see anything because we are not displaying anything as yet. We just have an empty container. So inside the container, what we're going to do, we're going to just have a text just to illustrate what we are doing, right? So we have a text component. In this text component, we need to write a random text, something that can be visible on the tag on the screen. So if we take a look now, we have a text on our screen, right? So even if we slide, this text is always going to be on the screen. Okay, so what we need to do now, we need to go ahead and add a little bit of space to the right and to the left. And in order for us to do that, we need to use a prop by the name margin horizontal. So we're going to use margin horizontal to manipulate the pixels that we're going to leave on the left side and on the right side, and we are going to give it a margin horizontal of 20. Let's go ahead and save. So if we save, we are going to notice a change. Like we have a space here from the base of the screen to our text component. Okay, so that's exactly what we need. So next, we're going to go ahead and focus on creating reusable text components and button component that we are going to use in this view. To go ahead and create a reusable text component that we are going to use throughout our application as well as our buttons. So we need to go to our folders. So in our folders, we need to go ahead and visit reusable. So in reusable, we're going to create a new file and we're going to call it reusable text, and it has to be a JSX file. So after creating this file, we need to create the component. So to do that, we're going to have RNEFS, and let's press enter. So here, this is our reusable text. So in this reusable text, we don't need a view, but we just need the text only, right? So we're going to require the text, and this text is going to come from our parent component. I mean, the component that we are going to use this component in. So this is a reusable text component, right? So we want to use it in these slides. So that means slides is a parent component. So if we want to use it here, we have to provide the text from this parent component and send it to the reusable text. So to do that, we need to have a prop, okay? So we're going to have a prop, and our prop is going to be text. So this text, we're going to receive it from the parent component. Okay, and it's the same text that we're going to display here. So we need to replace this reusable text with our text prop, right? The next thing that we need to take care of is the style of this text. And the style of this text, it has to be manipulated not from this reusable text, but we have to provide the values from the parent component. Whichever parent component that we are going to use a reusable text, we're going to provide the text and the styles from that parent component. So here we're going to have our style, and then for our style we need to access the styles. We already have the styles here. Then we need to create a new style by the name text style. And this style is a little bit different from the styles that we created before, because we're going to create it as a function. Okay, so if it is a function takes arguments, and the arguments that we are going to take, we're also going to use them as props right on top so that we can provide them from our parent component. So let's just go ahead and create our text style, then we can have a better understanding of what we are talking about with the code on the screen. So here, let's just copy the name. After copying the name, we just need to paste the name here. So we need to create it as a function. So first we need to provide arguments, and then here we need to go ahead and have our style object. So we can go ahead, close it, but the difference is the same because we're going to have one style. So in here, we're going to have font family. Okay, so that's the first. So our font family is going to be provided from the arguments. So the argument that we're going to use for font family is called family. Okay, so this family has to be mapped to this font family like that. And the next one that we want to manipulate is the font size. So let's add a comma, press enter, and we need font size. So for our font size, we're going to have size. So here we have to create another argument with the name size, right? So we are passing this argument to our font size. And then last but not least, we're going to require a color. And this color, we're going to map it to color. And this color is going to come from our arguments, and we have to give it a name color. So these arguments are the same that we're going to require here, right? So here we're not going to put values, but we're going to put these values here. We're going to put these values like family, size, color. So this has to come from somewhere. Okay, so they have to come from our parent component. But for them to come from our parent component, we need to use them here as props so that we can provide them from our parent component. So let's just add a comma and then paste the same lines of code. So whatever we are going to provide from our parent component is going to be sent to our reusable text, and then is going to be sent here to our style as well as our text. So let's go ahead and save. Next, we're going to just have to hook it up and then have a little bit of illustrations with valid examples. While we are showing the text on the screen, we can manipulate it in different ways that we want. Our reusable text, the next thing that we need to do, we need to come to components, and we need to visit this index.js. So we need to do the same thing as we did for our slides. So here we need to go ahead and import. And what are we importing? We're importing the reusable text. After that, we need to export our reusable text. So we can just copy the name, paste it down, and we save. Okay, so let's close our index.js. So let's go back to our slides. In our slides, now we need to hook our reusable text. So I've already imported the reusable text right on top, but I'm going to get rid of it so that we can import it together. So here we need to import the reusable text. Okay, So our reusable text is going to be a closed component. So here, take note, the way it's imported, it's being imported straight from this folder. We want to import it from our index.js. So what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and add braces to our text component. After adding braces, we need to get rid of this. Okay, so we need to go ahead and access our index.js inside our components. So here we're going to visit our components, press enter. Let's just write components, and then we need index, right? Now that we have our reusable text, what we're going to do now, we need to provide the props. So the first prop that we need to provide is the text, right? So we have a text prop. This text prop, we need to provide the text, okay? So our text is going to come from this item that we passed from our onboarding. So we need to access the item, and then from the item, we need to get the title. So this title is the title that we provided here. So since this is an item, we're accessing the item and we're getting the title. Next, we're going to require our family, which is our font family, right? So here, we're just going to write family since it is the name of the prop that we provided. So for our family, we're going to use medium, and we also need to provide the size. So for our size, we're going to access the sizes that we have in our constants. So we need to import these sizes, and we've imported them successfully here. And here we need to map it to XXL, and we also need to provide a color. So we have to make our text white. So here our colors are going to come from the colors that we have in our constants. So here it's going to be colors.white. So we can go ahead and save. So this is how we can hook up a reusable text component and provide all the props. So next we want to go ahead and just run a test, open our simulator, and then run our application and see how it looks. We still have some additional changes that we still need to make. So let's just go ahead and save from what I was playing, but we seem to have like a warning. So in order to get rid of this warning, I'll show you the steps how to do it. But the first things first, like this is how our text looks. This is how our text looks for now. So this is good. Now we want to rectify this warning, and then we can go ahead and work on our button. So to rectify this warning so that we won't get this kind of warning, you just need to go to components, open this index, and in this index, you need to get rid of this slides. Okay, you just save. After you save, you can reset your application. After you set your application, then you won't get the same error here. So since we got that out of the way, we have to move on. Next, we're going to create a reusable button that we are going to display below our text. So the text size might be a little bit bigger. So if you want to change the text size, then you can just go ahead here and change the size. You can put it as extra large, and then the text will be a little bit smaller. But I'm going to keep mine as extra large. So if you want to manipulate the color, let's say here we want to make it blue, we can make it blue from here. So let's say we want to create another text. Now, instead of importing this text component, style it again, do a lot of stuff, what we can do, we can just copy this reusable text component, and then we can paste it. After pasting, if we save, then we have our text on our screen. So here we have two. The text that we have on top is the one that we have here. So to differentiate them, we're going to just change the color of one of the texts. So we're going to change this to white, not whites, and then save. Okay, so our text, this one is for the white text and this one is for the blue text. So I'm just going to go ahead and delete the one for the blue text, because the white text is the one that we are going with. So next we're going to focus on creating a button, and then we can move on. our text and testing our text, the next thing that we need to do, we need to create a button. So what we need to do, we need to create a new file, and we're going to call it reusable btn, and it has to be a JSX file. So in here, we're going to create the components. So we have to use rnfes because we want to create it with style. So after creating, we're going to go ahead and get rid of this text. Okay. So for our button, we are not going to use a view, but we are going to use a touchable opacity. Okay, so let's go ahead and get rid of this view, right? So we need touchable opacity. So our touchable opacity has been imported right on top. So touchable opacity allows us to listen to on-press events. If we wrap a component in a touchable opacity, each and every time that component is pressed, then we are going to get a feedback that, okay, this button has been pressed, then we can do something when it is pressed. So here, our touchable opacity comes with on press, right? So we need to listen to this gesture. So if it is pressed, then we need to do something. For this button, since it's reusable, we are going to provide this on press, like the functionality, whatever we are going to trigger from the parent component that we're going to use the reusable button. So here we're going to have on press, but this on press has to come from somewhere. So here we have to pass this on press as a prop. We have to have braces and we have to have our on press here. That's our first prop that we are passing to our button. So our button also requires a text, right? So here inside our touchable opacity, what we're going to do, we're going to have a text, and this text, we have to give it a name, okay? So we have to pass a name as a prop right on top. The same way that we did with a reusable text component, we pass the text, we receive that text as a prop, and then we pass it down to the component that we want to use it. So here we're going to have btn text. So this btn text, it has to be provided right here as a prop. And the other thing, we require style for our text. So we're going to deal with both the style of our text and the style of our touchable opacity. So first, we're going to deal with the text style, and then we can deal with the touchable opacity style. So let's go ahead and have our style in here. So here it's supposed to be style, and this style is going to come from the styles that we have below. So here is going to be styles dots. So here is going to be a btn text like that. So we're going to create it as a function also, the same way that we created in our reusable text. So a function takes arguments. So here we need to go ahead and create this style in our styles. So first we need to pass our arguments, and then we're going to have our style. Text color, we're only going to take one argument. So let's go ahead and deal with our style. So the first thing that we need font family. So for our font family, it is going to be medium, and we need size. So we need font size. Our font size is going to be medium as well, but it's going to come from our sizes. So make sure that these sizes are imported right on top. And here it has to be dot medium. And then last but not least, we're going to manipulate the color. So for the color, we are going to map this color to the color that we're going to provide from our parent component, which is this one, which is text color. So we're going to put text color over there, and then we need to just copy the text color, and it is the one that we're going to provide here, right? And it has to come from our parent component, so we need to use it here as a prop. So that's it for our text. Next, we want to focus on the style of our touchable opacity. So here we need our style. So we need to access our styles, and in our styles, we should create another style with the name btn style. It's supposed to be style here, and it takes parameters also. So let's go ahead and create this btn style. So right below our btn text, we're going to have our btn style. Here, we're going to take arguments, and then we need to create our function. So here, we're going to write the arguments that we need, and then we can go ahead and work on our style. So first, we require width, and we require background color. So I'm going to use full names, okay, to avoid any kind of confusion. So the G has to be lowercase on background. So it's supposed to be background color, and we're going to take border width as well as border color like that. Okay, so these are the arguments that we require when we are handling our style. So we just need to copy these, and then we're going to put them here. So we need to pass these as props right here on top. So we add a comma and paste them as well. So here, let's format our code. So right now, we need to go ahead and focus on our style object. The first property that we need width. And our width is going to be mapped to the width that we have in our arguments. Next, we need background color. So our background color is going to be mapped to our background color that we have in our arguments as well. So we might as well just copy the name and then paste it here. Next, we need to align items, and we need to align whatever we have inside our touchable opacity in the center. And we also need to justify the content to the center. So here it's supposed to be content, and our content has to be justified to the center. So take note, like, whether your spellings are right or wrong. If the spellings are wrong, most probably that property will not translate when you try to use it. And we're also going to have a height. So we're going to give it a height, a stationary height of 45. Every button that we are going to have across the application will have a height of 45. And our button is going to have a border radius. So we're going to give it a border radius of sizes.small. So we need to access our sizes, and then here it has to be .small. Right underneath, now we need border color. So our border color is going to be mapped to this border color that we have above on our arguments. So we can just copy paste, and we need border width. It's supposed to be border width. So our border width is going to be mapped to border width. So let's paste our border width here. So we're done creating our button. The next thing, we're going to hook it up to our index.js. So let's go ahead and remove this view because we're not going to use it anyway. So here we have everything that we need. So let's go to our index. In our index, we're going to import the reusable button. And then we need to export this button again. So let's add a comma, and then we paste the button down. We save our index.js. Then we go ahead and close it. Next, let's just go ahead to our slides. And in our slides, right here, we need to hook this reusable button to this view. Okay, so we say this view, despite the fact that it's a stack, this view by default is a column. So if we put a button right underneath this text, it's going to be underneath, not on the side. Okay, so here we're going to import our reusable btn, and our reusable btn is a closed component, and this closed component requires some props. So the first prop that we're going to take care of is on press. So on press, we need to do something, but for now, we want to just pass an empty function. That's the first. So let's bring this on press down. Next, we're going to require the button text. Okay, so it's btn text. So for this button, we're going to just say, to provide a string. Okay, so the text is going to be let's go. So you can say get started, since it's onboarding screen. So get started or let's go, either way. Either of the two will do. So our next prop is going to be the width. why did we include width as our prop or something that we need to manipulate from time to time? Width is important because it determines the width of the button. Sometimes we need a half button and sometimes we need a full button, like the button which is going to cover from end to end. But for this button, it has to be like half of the screen. So what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and here we're going to add a bracket, and in these brackets we need to use our sizes, and from our sizes we need to access the width of the device. After accessing the width of the device, then we're going to subtract 50 from that width, and then we're going to divide the width that we get from subtracting 50 by 2.2, like this. So now we have our half button, a button that occupies like half of the screen on the horizontal axis. Next, we need to manipulate the background color. So we need to have our prop background color. So our colors are going to come from our constants. So we've already have them right on top. So we're going to call our colors, and here we need to use a red color. So here, since we do have a border color, we just need to include the border color, because if we don't include the border color, our application is going to set a default, and the default is black. We don't want our border to be black on a red background. So what we can do here on our border color, we are going to include it, but we are going to give it the same color as our background color. So it's going to be colors.red. For the border width, here we can put 0 because we don't require border width. And then we have to provide our last prop, which is the text color. So our button text should have a color. So here we need to use this button text color. So we need to have our colors, and from our colors we want to have a white color on our button, and we just need to save. So let's go ahead and format our code. So now we have our reusable text and we have our reusable button. So here, our reusable text and our reusable button, most probably they are going to be like, there's no space between them. So what we're going to do, we're just going to run the test, and then we are going to create a reusable WidthSpacer. That's a HeightSpacer. A HeightSpacer and a WidthSpacer, because we are going to use them to manipulate how much height do we need between components. Okay, we have our reusable button. Our application is running. We have our reusable button here. So like as we mentioned before, since we're in a column, we don't have a space between our text and our button. So what we need to do, we need to come to our reusable components. In our reusable components, we need to create a new file. Okay, so this file, we're going to call it HeightSpacer. So here it has to be a JSX file. So in our HeightSpacer, we're going to create a component RNFES. So what we're going to require here, we're just going to require a view. We don't even need this style, so we might as well get rid of it. And we need to get rid of everything right here on top except for the view. Okay, so here we need to add a style. And in this style, we need to provide a height. And this height is going to be mapped to height. Okay, so we need to provide height as a prop on top like that. So we need to go ahead and export this HeightSpacer so we can visit our index.js in our components, and then we're going to import this HeightSpacer, and then we're going to export it, and let's save. So after saving, we can go back to our slides. In our slides, in between our reusable texts and our reusable button, we need to go ahead and have our HeightSpacer, right? So our HeightSpacer is going to be a closed component, and then we need to provide the height as a prop. So here, let's give it a height of 40, and let's save. So here now we've created a space between our text and our button. So this is the way that we're going to be manipulating the height between components in a column. The same for our WidthSpacer. So a WidthSpacer, we're going to use it when we are actually using a row, not a column. So let's just go ahead and create it so that whenever we want to use it, then we won't have any kind of hold back. So here we're going to have a WidthSpacer, and it has to be a JSX file. So we can just go ahead and create the component first. So what we're going to do, we're going to run the command rn fe, and then we need to just get rid of everything here. We go back to our HeightSpacer, and then we can just copy everything from here, and then we can just paste everything in here. So we need to manipulate this property from height to width, right? So since it's width, then we need to provide it as a prop right on top. So we need to add braces. Instead of braces, then we need to provide our width. So we're going to do the same. We're going to hook it up in our index.js. So this index is the one that we have in our components. This one here. So down here, we're just going to import, and we're going to import our WidthSpacer. Okay, the WidthSpacer is already there. So let's just get rid of this. Then we need to export it down here and then save. So we're done with that part. Next, we're just going to focus on our slider. On our slider, we need to be able to press on this reusable button. So we need to set navigation. Each and every time that we press here, then we're supposed to be taken to the next page. Okay.
So we didn't get to explore more, like how can we manipulate our reusable button to change the color and just to change the appearance of the button to use it the way that we want to use it. So we can just copy the button that we have here and we can paste it down here. So now we have two buttons, right? So if we save, then we're going to have two buttons. So we want to manipulate the last button that we just put like now. So here, first you can just change the text. That's the first thing, but I'm not going to do that. And you can change the background color. Let's say we want to have this background color as white. So if we change the background color as white, this is what we can get, right? Here our border color is red, but our border width is 0. So we want to make this border width visible. So we're going to give it a border width of 1. So now we have a white button with the red with the red border. Okay. And now we want to change the text color. So let's make it black like that. So if we save, now we have a new button with white background, black text, and a red border. So this is how we can manipulate it so that it can work in different places. So for colors, you can change to any color that you want. So right now, let's go ahead. We want to go ahead and use navigation, because if we click on this button, we should be able to navigate to the next screen. Navigation object that we can use to navigate to our bottom navigator. We haven't created our bottom navigator, so we're just going to implement the navigation. So first, we need to get rid of the extra button. After getting rid of the extra button, then we need to come to the top. Right at the top, we need to go ahead and import use navigation. So use navigation is a hook that allows us to access navigation object. Since we are in a child component, we are not able to access navigation in our props here. So what we can do, we can use this hook to access our navigation, and then we can use navigation in our page, in our component per se. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to create an instance of our navigation. So we are going to use this use navigation hook. So right now we have our navigation object. So we can be able to navigate using this navigation object that we created. So as for implementation, we're going to skip it a little bit because we want to create the next page before we even implement. But when we come back, we're going to put our navigation here, right? On press, we're supposed to navigate to the next page. So let's go ahead and work on our bottom navigation, then our home page, then we can come back and set our navigation here. So right now we need to go ahead and work on our bottom tab navigation. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to come to our root directory, and in our root directory we need to go ahead and visit navigation. So in our navigation folder we need to create a new file, and we're going to call it bottom tab navigation, and it has to be a JSX file. So in this file, we need to create our component. After creating our component, we need to go ahead and import the create bottom tab navigator. So create bottom tab navigator is a hook that helps us to bottom tab navigators. Okay. So here, let's just go ahead and import it. Okay. So this is the hook that we want to import. So if we go back to our package.json, we have the package here. So we use this package to access the hook, right? So since we have our hook, the next thing that we need to do, we need to use this hook to create an object of tabs. Okay, so right here, we're going to have const tab, and we're going to use create bottom tab navigator. So right now we can be able to use this tab to create our tabs. Before we even get inside our bottom tab navigation here, one thing that we need to do right on top, we need to go ahead and just create tab style. So first we need to add a little bit of padding. So we're going to give it a padding of 20. We need border radius, and we're going to give it a border radius of 20 as well. A height, here it's supposed to be height. So this height determines the height of our bottom tab, like the size. So we're going to give it a height of 80. Position, so our position is going to be absolute. So we said we use absolute to position our component on top of other components. So in this case, we want our bottom tab to be on top of the pages, right? So that's why we're going to use absolute here. Then we need to position our bottom tab. So on the bottom, we are going to give it a size of 20. We don't want it to be right at the bottom, so we want to push it up a little bit. So we're going to give it a 20, and we have to align it to the center. So to align it to the center, we have to manipulate the left side and the right side. So on the left, we have to give it a 20, and on the right, we also have to give it a 20. So we are done with that. Next, we're going to start creating our tab. First thing that we need a tab navigator. Okay, so a tab navigator encapsulates all the tabs that we're going to have, all the screens that we're going to have in our tab. So here we're going to have tab.navigator. So our tab.navigator, we just need to close it. So here we have our tab navigator. So inside we can put tab.screens. Okay, so it's going to be just similar to the way that we created our navigation. But for screens, it's always going to be a closed component. So it's going to be like this. That's the structure that we use. But here we need to go ahead and have the pages that we want to display. Okay, so we need to go ahead and create those pages because we haven't created any. So here in home, we don't have anything, so we can just go ahead, create a new file, and you're going to call it home.jsx, and we need to create the component in here. So let's just save it like that. Let's go to location. In location, we need to create a new file, and we're just going to call it location. And let's also go ahead and create a new file in charts. And then we're going to call it chat.jsx. And we need to create the component. And we also need one for the profile. So for now, our profile, we're going to just take it as, we're going to make it simple. Like later on, when we get to that part, when we need to work on our profile, we are going to make some changes. Because our profile is supposed to be a navigator as well. So we're going to look at that in a little bit, but for now, we settle for this. So here, let's go ahead and create the component. So we've created all our pages that we need, 4 pages. So we can just go ahead, close them, and go back to our bottom tab navigation, right? So in our bottom tab navigation, we have to set props first. Okay, so the first one is going to be initial route name. So we need to provide a route name of the first page that we want to be opened if we visit our bottom tab navigation. Okay, so here we're going to give it a name a little bit, but let's just call it home. So we want to, if a person goes back to the bottom tab navigation, they're going to be sent to the home page. And we have to set other props. The next prop that we're going to have is active color. So for active color, we're going to go ahead and use a color. So here we're going to write this color manually, EB6A58. So here we want to hide our tab whenever a keyboard is being pulled up. Okay, so we're going to have tab bar hide keyboard, and we're going to set this property to false, to true, I mean, not to false, because we need to hide. We don't need to show the tab navigator. So this property has to be true. So here we also have the property with the name header shown. So we need to set header shown to false, because initially it is true. So we need to set it to false. And down here, we need to have inactive color. So our inactive color is going to be a string. So that's going to be our inactive color. So last but not least, we want to include the bar style. In bar style, we're just going to include one prop, which is padding bottom. Okay, so we need to give it a padding right at the bottom. We need to push our bottom tab right at the top a little, so we're going to give it a size of 48. So in order to get rid of this error in here, we are going to, whenever we use a style in a file which is not the style sheet, which is not inside the style sheet, we have to use a double brace. Okay, so here if we add a double brace, then our error will be gone. So let's save that. So next, we're going to go ahead and create our screens. Okay, we're going to be creating our screens here. But before we create our screens, these pages that we created, we need to import them in our index.js, the index that we have in our screens, and then we export them so that they can be easily accessible in this page. In our screens folder, we want to open index.js. So we only have one file that we imported, which is the onboarding screen. That's the one that we're working on all along. So next we need to import. So let's go ahead and import our home. Okay, so we imported home. So we're going to do the same for all the other pages. After importing, we are going to export it. Next, we're going to import location. It's supposed to be location, and this location is coming from the location folder, and we need to import this location file, and we need to export it. So we just need to copy the name and we paste it down. So here we also need our charts. It's coming from chart folder, and then we require this. So let's go ahead and just export. Last but not least, we're going to import the profile, and our profile is coming from profile folder like that. But here we made a typo. It's supposed to be from. So our error is gone. So here, let's copy our profile and then we paste it down here so we can save. So we are done importing and exporting. So the next thing that we can do here we need to go ahead and work on our screens. So here we need to provide the name of the tab that we want to use. Okay, so if we go ahead and visit our app.js, okay, we can just click here. Let's go ahead and close this app.json. So here, the same way that we're creating these screens, we provide a name first, then we provide a component, and then we provide options. It's the same way that we're just going to create our tab screens. Okay, so here let's visit our tab bar navigation. So our first page is going to be home. After that, we need to go ahead and import our component. So our component is going to be home. So this is the home that we have coming from screens. So we can just click it and it has been imported right on top. So here we need to use files. So next we're going to have profile, we're going to have chart, and we are going to have location. So this is how easy it is to import files if you have this index.js. So we have all the pages that we need. So now we can just focus on creating these tabs. So next we need to go ahead and set options for our tab. So our options, we're going to add a double brace. So the first one that we need table style. Okay, table style. So our table style, we've already dealt with it. Okay, we've already dealt with it. So here we're going to use this bar style that we created right on top. We can just copy this and paste it down here like that. So we want to include some other props. The next is going to be tab bar show label. So for this one, we're going to set it to false. We don't want to show a text below our icon. So we're going to set it to false. And here we need header shown, and we need to set it to false as well. So what we're going to do, the process is a little bit slow in the beginning. So we're just going to write these lines of code, and then we're going to go ahead and just copy this screen, and then we're going to manipulate it so that it can fit our other tabs. So next we're going to require a table icon. So each and every tab that we're going to have, it should have an icon. So in here we're going to have a prop with the name focused. Okay, so we want to check whether our tab is focused or not. If it is focused, then we can display a different icon. If it is not focused, then we're going to display a different icon as well. So let's go ahead and have our icon here. So for our icon, we need to import the package that we're going to use. Okay, so coming right at the top, the first thing that we need to do here, we need to go ahead and import. So in here, we're going to import Eon icons, and these Eon icons are going to come from at Expo vector icons like that. So now we can be able to use our icons in our page. So for us to use icons, we should provide the name of the icon. Our icons are also close components. So first we need to close, and then the next thing that we need to do, we need to provide the name of the icon that we want to use. So here we have a name. So this is the way that we write names. It's just a string, then you need to write the name. But we're not going to write it in a simpler way. We are going to put it in braces. And inside the braces, we want to use this focus boolean that we have here, right? So if that tab is focused, then we are going to go ahead and display an icon. So let's take, for example, here, we want to display a grid if that particular tab is focused. Else, we're going to go ahead and display another set of icon, which is grid outline, like that. So we have our names. So the next thing that we need to focus on is the color. So we have to change the color of the tab each and every time that the color of the icon each and every time that it is focused or not focused. So here we can just change this name to color. After that, this remains the same, but we just need to have colors here. So we need to get rid of this. So we're going to require colors from our constants, and then we choose the color that we want. So if it is focused, the color is going to be red. And if it is not focused, then we're going to give it a gray color. So we can copy this and we can paste it here. Then we can just change the color from red to gray like that. And we also have to provide the size of this icon. So our size is going to be 26 throughout for all our icons in our tab bar. So we are done with this part. Let's just format the code. After formatting the code, the next thing that we have to do, we just need to come here and we copy this screen and then we paste it. So we're going to paste it 3 more times since we need 4 tabs. So that's the first one, second one, third one. So now we have 4. We have 4 tabs. So here, let's format our code. Our code is formatted. So now we need to assign different pages. Okay, so the next one, right here, the second tab, the second screen, we're going to have chart. Not chart per se, but we're going to have location. And we need to map this location to the right component. So if you forget to put the right component here, you're bound to run into an error. So make sure that you change the name of the components as well. Next, we're going to have chart. And for our chart, we are going to map it to our chart component. Last but not least, we're going to go ahead and have our profile. Okay, now that we have our correct pages, we need to just go ahead and deal with our icons. So let's start with the last one, which is the profile. So our icon here is going to be person. So if it is not focused, we're going to have a person outline. And on our chart, we're going to have a different icon. We're going to have a chat bubble dash ellipsis like that. So here, if it is not focused, it's going to be the same, but it's going to be outlined. Okay, so we need to go ahead and have a chat bubble ellipsis outline. For our home, everything is okay, but for our location, we just need to change the icon to location. And here, we're going to have location outline like that. So we can save. So right now, if we run our application, we should have like a working bottom tab navigation. But let's do all the steps. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and hook this bottom tab navigation to our navigation in our app.js, right? So we said our first page is going to be the onboarding screen, and our next is going to be the bottom tab. And the other thing that we need to really clarify is the pages that we hooked in our bottom tab, right? These pages that we hooked, chat, home, location, and profile, they are not supposed to be hooked to our stack here. So they are hooked to that navigation. They shouldn't appear in here. Okay, so here we're just going to give it a name, and the name is going to be bottom, and we have to import our bottom tab navigation, which is the first one that appeared here. Okay, like that. So since we have this screen now, we can be able to navigate to it. So in our slides, remember when we imported this use navigation hook so that we can use the navigation object. Now we want to use this navigation object in order for us to navigate to our bottom tab navigation. Okay, so here we're going to go to on press, right? On press, we need to go ahead and set our navigation to point to our bottom tab navigator. So for navigation, let's go ahead and remove these braces. So we're going to use the navigation object that we created right on top, and then we need to navigate. So we need to navigate to a page, right?
So here we should provide the page name, the name of that page. The name of the page is different from the name of the component. That's one thing, because we are given two options, right? So let's take, for example, here in our app.js, right? We're given an option to write the name and to attach a component to it. So this is our component name, and this is our name, the name that we're going to use when we want to navigate to this page. So this is the name that we want to use. So please, if your name is not the same for the component and the screen name, then use the name here with the property name. If you use a component name, then you're bound to get into an error. So here we need to have this bottom. That's where we are navigating to. So here it has to be a string, right? Like that. So now we're able to navigate to this page. The next thing that we're going to do, we're going to go ahead, run our simulator and see whether we've written the right code. If we have some errors, then we come back, we rectify, and we run a test again. It's running, but let's just go ahead and reload it. So to reload the application, I'm going to press R. So this is the first look of what we can get. So if we try to press on this button to navigate to our bottom tab, we're going to run into an error. So this is the error that we are going to get. Got an invalid value for component prop for the screen location. It must be a valid React component. So what we need to do, we need to go ahead and visit this location, the location component that's mentioned here, right? So if we visit, we can see it's an empty page. We didn't create the component itself, right? So here we need to create the component. After I create the component, we're going to save it. So if we save and then we press this button again, we are directed to our bottom tab, to our home screen. This is our home screen. And our home screen has this bottom tab. Here we have our location. If we see a text here, it's written location. And here we have a chart. Last but not least, we have profile, but we need to like rectify the icon of this third screen. So let's go back to our bottom tab. So this is our chart, right? The third one. So for this one, we're going to use chat bubble ellipsis, that icon. So if we save, if it is active, then we have a chat bubble. So we want to use chat bubble ellipsis outline for the unfocused one, okay? So if it is unfocused, then we're going to have the chat bubble ellipsis outline. So it has to be outlined here. So let's wait for our changes to load. So if we click here, then now we only have a chat bubble. So this is our bottom tab navigation. So we are done creating our bottom tab. Next, we're going to focus on working on our homepage or slides. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and work on our homepage. So we need to go to our screens directory, in these screens, and then we can open home. Once we open home, the first thing that we need to do, we need to wrap everything in a safe area and make sure that the safe area has been imported or right on top. And we're going to just copy this safe area and then replace the view that we have below. So we need to add a little bit of style to this safe area. So we can do it in two ways, but let me just explain the way that I'm going to do it. So the style that we're going to use for our screens, like the component that is going to be wrapping up our screens, is going to be the same throughout the application. So we need to create a new file, a style file with the name reusable, so that we can just put all the reusable styles in there. When we want to use them, then we won't be rewriting code over and over. So we can go to components, and in components, we can go to reusable, and we want to create a new file, and we have to call it reusable. And it has to be a style file, so it's not JSX, it's going to be .style.js. Okay, so our file has been created. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and import style sheet in this page. So in order for us to start using styles, create styles, we need a style sheet. And this style sheet is going to come from React Native like that. So let's go ahead, close it. Right at the bottom, we need our style. So if we go back to our home page, then we've created this component with style, but we're not going to use the style in here. So we can just cut the style and go to our reusable style.js, and then we're going to paste this file, paste the line of code, not a file, right? After pasting, we want to change this name from styles to reusable. The reason why we are changing this name to reusable is because we might use styles from different pages, from different files. So let's say this file is for reusable styles only, right? If it has the name styles, then it's going to conflict when we create another style for our home page. So we don't want that. So what we are going to do, we're just going to change the name to reusable. So whenever we are using another style which is related to a particular page, we won't have any conflict. Now that we have this reusable style, now we need to go ahead and export it. So we're going to export. In here, we're exporting default, and we have to export the name. We have to export this with the name that we gave it here. So let's do that. We need to go ahead and create the style object that we want to use for a safe area. And we're going to give it a name container. So for this container, we're going to require two things, which is the flex. So we're going to give it a flex of 1, and we're going to also give it a margin horizontal. Okay, so margin horizontal allow us to manipulate the left side and the right side of this container, right? So we want to leave out 20 pixels on the left and 20 pixels on the right. Just push everything a little bit inside. We don't want our content to be touching the bezels of the screen. So that's all for our container. We can save our style and we can go back to our home.jsx. So in our home, what we need to do now, we need to hook our reusable style to this page, and then we can access the container that we just created. So here we're going to write the name reusable. So first we want to import. So this is the first file that we have here. So we just need to import it. Make sure that's imported. That file is imported. And we are going to add dots, and then we're going to access the container. Right? So now our style has been applied to this safe area. Next, we are going to go ahead and get rid of this text that we have inside. So in here, we're going to have a view. This view is going to encapsulate everything, but it's not going to have a style because we just want a column, right? So this is our first view. Right inside this view, we're going to create another view. But this view that we are creating now, we want it to be a row. So we need to add style to it. So to add style, we're going to do the same. And throughout our application, we're going to be using rows and columns, right? So for this, we're going to create the style in our reusable style because we might need to use it again, right? So here, let's access our styles. And here it has to be reusable, and we have to give it a name. So I'm going to give it a name, row with space. Okay, so we don't have this row with space as yet. So we can just copy the name, go back to our reusable styles, and then we start by adding a comma, and then we paste the name and create the object here. So in order for us to create a row, we need to use a prop with the name flex direction. So flex direction will allow us to change the style of our container. So here our flex direction is going to be a row. Next, we're going to add some additional properties to our row. The next thing that we need alignment. So like we need align items. So we need to align everything right to the center. And we are going to use justify content to determine like what kind of spacing do we need between our items, the items that we are going to put inside this view that we just created? So by using justify content, we have access to these props. It's either we can put our items right in the center, flex end, flex start, have space around, space between, or space evenly. But for this one, we're going to use space between, because we want these items that we're going to put in this view to be end to end. So like we need a space between them, but they have to be end to end, right? So now we can go back to our home, just save. The next thing that we need to do, we need to create the components that we are going to have in this row. We style a little bit further. We want to convert it to a function because we want to provide this justify content from the parent component that we're using the style. Okay, so we need to revisit our reusable style, and then here we're going to create it as a function, and we're going to just place everything that we have here inside of these brackets. After that, we need to pass arguments to our function. So here, this is going to be our argument, justify content. So we need to place it there, and here we need to replace this with justify content. So each and every time that we call this style, we have to provide the mechanism that we want to use to justify the content, whether flex start, flex end, space between, space evenly, or space around. So we won't create more of these rows again. So we can save. We go back to our home. So in our home, now we need to provide the value here. Okay, so here we just have to write space between like that, and then we save. So now we have our row with content justified with the space between prop. Focus on the components that we need to display in our row. The first one is going to be a text component. So we're going to use our reusable text component. So we can just go to slides, and in slides we've used this reusable text component before. So we can just copy and manipulate the parts that we want to manipulate. So here, this is our reusable text. So we're just going to copy it from here and go back to our home. In our home, we need to paste it here. So this is the first item in our row. But right here, we need to import it first, okay? So to import it, we're just going to write the name. Most probably it's going to pop. So it's the one that we have right here on top. So it has been successfully imported. So here we need to change the text. So our text is going to be the name of the person who's logged in. But here we don't have a name as yet. So we're just going to say, hey user, something like that. And then our text is going to be, our font family is going to be regular like that. And we have to change our sizes. So our sizes, we're coming from sizes, but we need to use text. So text provide us with sizes which we are going to use for our text. So here we're going to use text.large, and for the color has to be black or gray. But first, let's go with black. So this is our first component in our row. So we need to go ahead and create another one for our second component. So our second component is going to require a touchable opacity. So we don't have touchable opacity imported, but we have it now. It's imported. It's right on the top. So we need to close this. Once we close, we need to add style to our touchable opacity because we want it to be a little bit different. We need to add style, and we need the on press. Okay, but inside this touchable opacity, we are going to use an icon, and the icon is going to come from end design. So we can come to the top, and we are going to import end design from Expo vector icons. So here is going to come from Expo vector icons. So we have our icons font family, so we can go right ahead and use this. So in here, we need to have our icon. So we said whenever we are using an icon, it's a closed component, right? So we need to close it. And the first thing that we need to provide is the name of the icon, okay? So we need to provide the name. So here our name is going to be search1. That's the name of the icon from InDesign. Right next, we're going to require the size. And for size, it's going to be 26, like that. So let's go ahead and save, but we still need to add style to this touchable opacity because we want to differentiate this button, because it's going to be a button which is going to redirect us to the search page. So we need to differentiate the encapsulation of this button to our background color. We need a lighter background color than the background color that we currently have, and add style to our touchable opacity. And this style, it has to come from our home, not reusable. So what we need to do, we need to have styles here, right? Or we can just get rid of these styles and create the file first. So in our home, we need to create a new file, and we have to call it home.style.js, right? After creating this file, we need to go ahead and import the style sheet. After importing the style sheet, the next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and have our style. Okay, so we can just go here, get this line, we paste it here, and we need to close it. Okay, like that. But we need to change this name to styles. After changing the name, we need to go ahead and export the file. So we said if you want to export, we write a line export defaults, and then we write the name of the file that we gave here. So it's going to be export default style, like that. So if we come back to our home, then we need to hook this page, this style, to our home page. So it is the one that we have here. So this is how we can use two different styles from two different places, two different files in one file. So here we need to go ahead and create the style object that we're going to use. So here I'm going to give it a name box, because it's going to be a little box that's going to cover, that's going to be behind our icon. Okay, so in our home style, we need to go ahead and create this component. So let's bring this side by side. So here we're going to have box. So in our box, we're going to require a background color. So our color here is going to be colors.white. So we need to access the colors that we have in our constants, and then we need to get the white color. After that, we need to go ahead and have a width. Okay, so we're going to give this box a width of 40. We also need to give it a height. So the height is going to be the same as the width. So it's going to be 40 as well. And we need to go ahead and give it a border radius. And we're going to give it a border radius of 12. After the border radius, we're going to align items to the center. Okay. After aligning items to the center, we need to go ahead and justify content to the center as well. So here we are going to have a justify content, and here it has to be center. So we are done creating that box. So the next thing that we need to focus on is the on press. Like, what are we going to do if we press this button? Okay. So since we are in our home page, right on top here, we can pass navigation as a prop. So we need to receive navigation as a prop in this page. So what we can do, we can add braces and then have our navigation. Having navigation right here as a prop, we can use it to navigate to the page that we want to navigate to. So if we come to our touchable opacity, when the button is clicked, okay, when this box is clicked, then we want to navigate to a search page. So we're going to have on press. On press, we want to go ahead and navigate. So we're going to use our navigation object, and then in our navigation object, we want to access navigate. and then we need to provide the name of the page that we want to navigate to. So right now we don't have the search page, but we can go ahead and create it. So we need to go back to our screens and go to our search folder. In our search folder, we need to create a new file, and we have to call it search. And it has to be a JSX file. And we have to create the component here. So we're going to use RNFE, and then let's just save. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go to our index. In our index, we need to import this page, and then we need to export the page as well, like that. So right now we need to go to our app.js because we need to hook it to our stack. Okay, so inside this stack navigator, we need to include the page that we just created so that we will be able to navigate to that page. Because if we don't put it here, then we won't be able to navigate to that page. So the name is going to be search, and we have to hook it to the component that we just created, and the component name is search as well. Okay, so here is going to be search. Okay, so this one right on top. So we have to make sure that this component has been imported right on top. So it's been imported. It's right here on top. And let's get rid of this other navigation container right here on top, because we only need one. We don't need two. And get rid of these other imports that we're not using, like that, so we can just save. So if we go back to our home, then now we're able to navigate to this page. We just need to provide the name that we gave the navigation, okay, which is search. So next we're going to go ahead, open our simulator, and run this application and see what we've designed and run a test on this navigation. You're going to run into a bunch of errors, and all these errors are related to colors, like this one that we have here. So each and every time that we use these colors, then make sure that it's imported from themes. If it is not imported, then you're bound to run into this error. So this error is coming from our styles. So we need to visit home.style.js. So if we take a look here, we've used colors, but we didn't import them right at the top. So in order for us to import, we can just get rid of the colors and then write colors again. If they pop up, then we need to go ahead and import them. So right now they have been successfully imported. If we save, then we are going to be redirected to our page. So this is what we're working on. Hey user, and then we have our search, right? So if we click on search, we're supposed to be prompted to the search page. So this is our search page. We can go back like that. So next we need to work on the list of all countries that we are going to be displaying here. But first we're going to add a title here first, and then we can have our list, and then we can work on the other components. Use reusable components. So here we have this view, right? And we need to go ahead and work outside of this view, because this view is the one that we are using as this row. So next we want to have a heading text, right, for our places. Let's just say countries, something like that. So if we paste this text that we copy from the top, we can just change the name here from hey user to places. And then we're going to change the family from regular to medium. After that, the text, we're going to use the same large, and the color is going to be the same black. Okay, so if we go ahead and save, then we should have another text right at the bottom, like that. So we need to add a little bit of space between this text and this text that we just write like now. So we've created a HeightSpacer. Since we are in a column, we can utilize that HeightSpacer. So we are going to call our HeightSpacer. Okay, so we need to import it manually. So we need to go to the top, and here we need to have our HeightSpacer. Okay, so that's our HeightSpacer we need to import. So our HeightSpacer requires height, is it? So here we are going to have our height prop. Let's see. Okay, the spelling is wrong. That's why. Okay, so we need to have our HeightSpacer, and then here we need to have our height prop, and we need to give it a height. So we're going to give it a height of sizes. Okay, so we need to access these sizes, and it has to be, let's go with extra large to begin with and save. So we have our height over there, and our sizes has been imported. So the next thing that we need to do right after this reusable text, we need to go ahead and have a list of countries that we're going to have in our application. So we're going to create a separate component with the name places. Okay, so we need to go to our components. Components, we need to go to this home directory, and then we need to create a new file, and we have to call it places, and it has to be a JSX file. And in this JSX file, we need to create the component. So here we're going to use RNFES. So we have our component. So the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and have the data that we are going to use to design the mock of our places, because at first we're not going to be hooking to the REST API. So we have our mock data, the data that we're going to use, but our mock data is going to be as close as to our REST API, like how our REST API is going to look. So we're going to bring in the data, and then we can start working without any problem. So right now we need to focus on our places. So in our places, we require data, the data of the countries that we are going to render on our homepage. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and get this data. This data is going to be provided to you in form of JSON. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to go ahead and open a new file. So I'm going to go to my desktop, and on my desktop, I have this folder with the name data. So this one is going to be provided to you. Probably is going to be a zip file with the data that we're going to be using to just create our UI. Okay, so I'm going to open this JSON file, right? And I need to just copy. You can just select everything and just copy everything. You can close the file once you copy the data. The next thing that you need to do, you need to have const here, and then you need to paste the data that you just copied. So let's see. So here it's supposed to be equal. Okay, so we have a list of our data. So we have at least 5 countries. So we're going to use these countries to render a list, but we are not going to use a flat list. We're going to use what we call, so a visualized list works in the same way as a flat list. It just renders a list to our screen. So we need to just go ahead, work on it, and explain more as we go. So right here, we need to get rid of this text. So we have a view. So we said our view comes as a column. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to add a little bit of space to our column right at the top. So we need to create a space between this title that we have here and our list. Okay, so we're going to call for our HeightSpacer. So we said our HeightSpacer is a closed component, and then we need the height prop in here. So we need to give it a height of 20. After that, we need to go ahead and have our visualized list. Okay, so our visualized lists has to be imported right on top with other components, right? It's a little bit more props as compared to a flat list. So the first one that we're going to have is going to be similar. It's the same, because each and every list that we're going to make, we're going to require the data, right? So we're going to use the data prop. So the data prop is the source of the data that we want to render in our list. So our data is going to come from this countries list, okay? So here we just have to write countries. After that, we need to mention the direction with which we want to render our data, whether we want to render it horizontally or vertically. So since it's a list of countries, we don't want it to occupy the rest of the screen. So we are going to render it horizontally. So for us to change the direction of this list, we are going to just call our horizontal. The default property of this list is it's vertical. So if we write horizontal, then this tells this list, okay, this horizontal property is set to true. So this list needs to be horizontal, not vertical, okay? And as we did for our flat list, we need a key extractor. So for our key extractor, we have to add braces, and inside of our braces, we need to add an item. So this item is the item that we are going to extract from the list. Since we have a list of maybe 5 things, right? 5 items in our list. So if we put the data here, we're going to retrieve. So we need to get one prop that we can use to differentiate each and every item from another. So here in our list, we have an ID, right? So if we open this, we have an ID, underscore ID, right? So this is the ID that we want to use. All the IDs are different. So this is unique for us to use as a key extractor. So here is going to be item dot underscore ID. And the other thing, we need to go ahead and include the property show horizontal scroll indicator. Since our list is horizontal, we need to go ahead and disable the horizontal indicator. We don't want it to show on our screen. So we're going to set it to false. So our virtualized list comes with a prop get item count. Okay, so item count is the count of the things that we have in our list. So it gives us the total of the items that we have in our list. So here our list has 5 items, but we don't want to write 5 items. So we want to use the index of the list to count, like how many items do we have in our countries. But here we're going to use this data because we're going to feed this data, this countries list, to our data, and this data is going to be these countries. So we're going to use data here. So we need to add brackets, and then we're going to have our data. So we're going to do the same thing as we did for our extractor. So here we need to get data length. So we are going to say data.length like that. So to get an item, now we're going to be using the index of our item on the list. So we're going to have a property with the name get item. So inside of our get item, we require 2 things. We require data and the index, right? So index is where our item is situated on the list. The first be 0, the second be 1, because our index starts at 0, not at 1. So if we have 5 items, then we're going to start at 0 up until 4. So inside these braces, we need to go ahead and have our data, and in here we're going to put index. Last but not least, we need to render something. Once we finish with all these props, we need to render the item that we've extracted, right? So we're going to use the prop render item. So for render item, it takes an item, which is the item that we're extracting from our data, and it also takes the index. So we have to go ahead and display something, right? So here we're going to have a bracket, and then we're going to put the component that we want to display on our screen. So for now, we're just going to add a view like that, and then our error would be gone. that we want to render. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to add a style to it. So here we are just going to place the style inside. So we need to put double braces. So we need to add a margin to the right. We need to add a little bit of space to the right because we don't want our components, the components that we are rendering to be like close to each other without any space. So we need to add a little bit of space. So to do that, we're going to use margin right, and we have to give it a margin right of sizes dot medium. So make sure that the sizes are imported here, okay, right on top. So in here, that's where we are going to render, to put the component that we want to render on the screen. So we're going to go ahead and create the component, but just for it run, a test run, then we're just going to render a text. Let's just render a text. So in our text, we need to display the name of each and every item. So here we need to have an item in our braces, and then we need to go ahead and see, like, okay, so the name is going to be country, okay? So it's going to be item.country. So we can go ahead and close. So here we're going to say country like that, and then we just save. So this component is not hooked to our home page. So what we need to do, we need to go ahead and export it, and then we can go ahead and use it in our home page. So we need to visit index.js. So in our index, we need to go ahead and import places. After importing, then we need to export. So here we can bring it down. Now that we've imported and exported, we need to go back to our home page. And in our home page, the first thing that we need to do, we need to go right at the top. So here, where we are importing these components, we just need to add places also. So now that we have these places, we can just go ahead and hook it up to our page. So we're going to hook them right after our title, this title that we have. That's a heading, I suppose. So here it's supposed to be places, and it's going to be a clause component. A list of all countries: USA, Pakistan, India, England, and China. So our virtualized list is working fine. Pardon me, my bad. It's virtualized list is working fine. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and create a tile for our country. So here we're going to go to tiles, country. We're in our components, right? And we go to country, and we're going to create a new file. In this file, we're going to call it country, and it's supposed to be a JSX file, right? So let's go ahead and create the component, RNFE. So we have our component here. Next, we're going to just go ahead, save this component, and then we open index, and in index, we need to import it and export it. Let's see, okay. We need to export it, so we need to import it first, and let's go ahead and export it. So we're going to export country. Let's save. Okay, so here our country is going to require an item. So we need to pass an item from our places to the country tile. Okay, so in here we are going to receive an item. Okay, after receiving item, then we are going to just use the data in here. So the first thing that we need, we are going to require a touchable opacity. Right now, let's go ahead and add our touchable opacity. So make sure the touchable opacity is imported right at the top, otherwise you are bound to run into an error. So we have our touchable opacity. Inside our touchable opacity, we're going to go ahead and add another view. We just need a column inside our touchable opacity. We are not adding any styles. So first, we're going to deal with our text, the text that we're going to be rendering, and next we're going to be dealing with our image. So we want to make our image in a way that we are creating a reusable component, especially for our network image. We're going to do the same for us as image, but first we're going to cover network image and how we can make the component that we can reuse over and over without any hassle. So first, let's handle our text. So for our text, we need a reusable text widget, but we need to add some props to it. So we can go to our components, reusable text, open this reusable text. We need to manipulate it a little bit. We need to change it. So here in our text style function, we need to go ahead and add text align, right? So align will allow us to manipulate how we want our text to be aligned, be it on the center, left, right, top, bottom, something like that. So here we are going to map this text align to a name, to a prop name align. So this, it has to be provided from our arguments, right? So we need to paste it here, and here we need to pass this align here. So it has to come from somewhere, because right now we're just having it in our text, but we don't know where it's coming from. Okay, so here we need to go ahead and edit as a prop. So if we edit as a prop, that means we are able to provide it from the parent component that we are going to be using this reusable text. And one other thing that we need to add is, if this value is not provided, then React Native is going to assign a default value, and the default value is the one that we're using all along. So for the reusable text components that we used before, we're not going to revisit them, since adding this doesn't affect the way they work and the way they are being rendered on the screen. Okay, so let's go ahead and save this reusable text. Go back to our country. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to just go to our home, and from our home we just need to copy this reusable text that we've used before, and then go back to our country tile, and in our country tile we need to paste it. So first we need to import the reusable text. After importing reusable text, we need to import the text. Okay, so this text provide the sizes of our text, and here we need to change the size from large to medium. And colors, we need to import them as well. So we might just copy the name and paste it here. So now we have our reusable text, but we need to add the property that we just added. Like now we need to add align. Okay, so we need to align our text to the center like that, and then just save. So here we need to change the text. The text that we should pass here is the text that we're getting from this item, right? Because if we visit our places here, our data, we're passing our data here, and our data, we're getting an item when we are rendering. So we should pass this item to countries, and once we receive this item, then we can be able to access its properties. So the property that we want to display is country, like that. So we can just go ahead and save. Next, we want to create a new component for our image. Okay, so we're going to create two different ones, one for assets and one for network images. Create a network image component. So to do that, we go to reusable, and we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call it network image, and it has to be a JSX file. So after creating this file, we need to create the component itself. So we need to create it with this style. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to get rid of these two, the text and the view, and we need to have an image. After adding our image, we need to get rid of this view that we have, and we need to add an image, right? And our image is going to be a closed component. So we need to close it, and right inside, we require a source of our image. So we're going to use the source prop, and then we need to provide the source. So for our network image, we're going to add double brace, and in our double brace, we're going to provide a URI. So this URI has to come from the parent component that we're using, this image, the network image component. So here we're going to call it source, and we have to receive this source from our props way on top. So we need to add braces and we need to have source like that. And to add our image requires style. So we're going to have our style, and our style, we're going to create it as a function. So we're going to say styles.image, and we have to add bracket. Okay, so right now we need to go ahead and create our style. The name, and come to our styles. In our styles, we need to create a new function. So here we need to have our arguments, and we're going to have our function here. So in our object, the first thing that we're going to require is width, and our width is going to be mapped to width, and we're also going to require height, and our height is going to be mapped to height. We're also going to have border radius. Okay, so border radius border radius, we're going to give it a name radius. And for an image, we have an extra prop with the name size mode. So for our size mode, we're going to just provide it here as cover. Okay, so these props, these ones that we've mapped with, we have to provide them as arguments right on top. So first we're going to have width. Next, we're going to have height, and we're going to have radius. So these values have to come from somewhere, right? So they have to be provided from the parent component, which we are going to be using this image, the network image. Okay, so we need to receive these values from, let's say we're using them in country. We're using network image in country. So we have to provide these values from country and send them to our network image so that they can be rendered. So we just need to paste them here. Once we receive them, we need to go ahead and send them to our style. So we need to have the same properties here. So we're done with our image. Next, we're going to export it. So to export it, we need to just come here and we need to import it first. So here the name is going to be network image, and we need to export this network image. So we're going to also export our country, like the country tile that we created. So here, if you haven't exported it, so this is the opportunity to do that. So we're going to have country here, and we have to wait for it for a little bit to pop. So it's here, and we need to just export it along with our other components like that. So let's go ahead and save. So we can close this. We don't require it anymore. We need to go ahead and hook it up into our country.jsx file. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and import this network image. So our network image is a closed component, right? So if it is a closed component, we just have to close it here, but we need to import it right at the top. So you see the way that we imported our reusable text, we need to import them together since they are coming from the same directory. So here we're going to import, add braces. So here we need, okay, so we're going to import the network image first. If we get the directory right, then we can go ahead and import the reusable text and get rid of the one that we have on line 3. So here they're going to come from, so we need to access our components. Okay, so here we need to add more dots, and here we need to just go to components, and in components we need to access the index like that. Okay, so just to have a test that our components have been successfully created, if you hover over, then we can see the structure of our component. That's a plus. And if you want to do it inside this, then you can just write source. So if you see here this component showing up, this prop showing up, then that means your component has been successfully imported. So we can just add the source. So before we add the source, let's go ahead and take this reusable text, and then we can put it in here. We just need to paste it there, and we need to get rid of this text that we have here. So our image is going to come from this item that we have So here we just have to say item, then we need to access our item and get the image URL like that. So we need to go ahead and have other props. Okay, so we're going to have width. So our width is going to be 85, same as our height. So we have to give our height a height of 85. And here we also have to provide a radius. So we have to give our NetworkImage a radius of 12. So in here, we're just going to write 12. So this is all that we need to do if we are to use an image. We just need to provide these props and then we are good to go. Need to go ahead and hook it up into our country.jsx file. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and import this network image. So our network image is a closed component, right? So if it is a closed component, we just have to close it here, but we need to import it right at the top. So you see the way that we imported our reusable text, we need to import them together since they are coming from the same directory. So here we're going to import it braces. So here we need network image. Okay, so we're going to import the network image first. If we get the directory right, then we can go ahead and import the usable text and get rid of the one that we have on line 3. So here they're going to come from, so we need to access our components. Okay, so here we need to add more dots, and here we need to just go to components, and in components we need to access the index like that. Okay, so just to have a test that our components have been successfully created, if you hover over, then we can see the structure of our component. That's a plus. And if you want to do it inside this, then you can just write source. So if you see here this component showing up, this prop showing up, then that means your component has been successfully imported. So we can just add the source. So before we add the source, let's go ahead and take this reusable text, and then we can put it in here. We just need to paste it there, and we need to get rid of this text that we have here. So our image is going to come from this item that we have. So here we just have to say item, then we need to access our item and get the image URL like that. So we need to go ahead and have other props. Okay, so we're going to have width. So our width is going to be 85, same as our height. So we have to give our height a height of 85. And here we also have to provide a radius. So we have to give our NetworkImage a radius of 12. So in here, we're just going to write 12. So this is all that we need to do if we are to use an image. We just need to provide these props and then we are good to go. Our application is running. We don't have any errors as yet, but we do have a warning. So this warning is the same as the one that we received before when we were working on our onboarding screen. So what we need to do, we just need to go ahead and open this index.js, and then we need to get rid of this country, right? And then we just save. So if we save, the error will be gone. So everything here is still the same. We just worked on our component, but we haven't hooked it up. So we need to go to places, and in places here, we're just displaying a text. Instead of displaying a text, we need to display the component that we just created. So here we want to have this country component, and it's imported right at the top, and it's a closed component. And for this country component, we require an item. Okay, so this item is the one that we're getting from this virtualized list. So we need to pass an item here. So after passing the item, we can go ahead and save. On our screen, that means something is wrong. So our error is coming from our network image. So we need to revisit our network image, and then we need to go to styles, and we need to change this radius. We need to map it to the right body, which is image, and then we can just save. Okay, so here if we go, then our tiles are displayed just the way that we want. So what we want to do now, we need to go ahead and just add a little bit of space between the image and the text. Okay, so we need to go ahead and visit our country. So in our country here, we can use a HeightSpacer. So we can just import it directly, our HeightSpacer. Now that we have our HeightSpacer, we can use it. So here we're going to have the HeightSpacer and we're going to give it a little bit of height. So our HeightSpacer is a closed component. So let's close it first. Next, we need to give it height. So we're going to give it a height of 3, like that. And then we just go ahead and save. After saving, we wait for the changes to be rendered on our screen. It's way too little, not too much. Let's get it to 5. Okay, 5 will do. Go ahead and have our page. Like if we press a country, we're supposed to be redirected to the details page of that country. So here we're going to require navigation. So we're going to do what we did before. We're going to use navigation hook to get our navigation object. Then we can use it. Okay. So here, the first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and import the hook. So here we're going to have import, and we're importing use navigation. And in here, we're going to go ahead and create an instance of our navigation using the hook that we just imported. So now we have our navigation. We're able to use it in here. So when we touch this button, not the button, but touch this tile, then we're supposed to redirect the user to the next page, which is the details page of that particular country. So here we're going to navigate. So we are going to call navigation, and then we're going to navigate. So we want to navigate to a page. In this page, we haven't created it. So we need to go to our screens, and we need to go to details. In details, we need to create a new file, and we have to give this file a new name, per se. So let's just say country details, like that. So it's supposed to be details, and it's supposed to be a JSX file. Create the component. So here we're going to use RNFE. So we have our details page. So we need to go ahead and export this page, import and export. So we need to go ahead and visit the index.js inside our screens, which is this file. After opening this file, we need to go ahead and import the file. So here, this is our page, country details, not chart, but country details. After importing, we need to export it. So we need to just copy the name and we need to paste it here. So now we need to go ahead and hook it up to our navigation stack. So we need to open our app.js. After opening our app.js, we need to create a new screen, okay, a stack.screen right below. But before we do that, we need to go up to the top and we need to import the component that we just exported. So here we're going to have country details. So now we need to create our screen. So to create our screen, we can just copy the one that we have here and paste it down. We need to change the name. So the name has to be country details, and we need to map it to the right component. So we've imported the component already. So here it's a matter of just placing the right component. After placing the right component, we need to copy this name, and we need to go back to, we need to save the file first, and we need to go back to country, right? So in country, we can just paste the name that we just copied to avoid any errors or mistakes. So this is all that we need to do. In the next section, we're going to go ahead and test this navigation along with this item, okay? because we are sending an item, we should be able to view the item whenever we go to this page. Our navigation is working, so but we have to just test it together. So I've started the application. So if we click on USA, then we're navigated to our next page, which is good. Next, we need to take care of this item that we are sending. So in order for us to send an object, we need to add braces like that. And the next thing that we need to do, we need to go to our country details page, the page that we are going to use this item in. So here we are going to go ahead. We need navigation, so we need to add braces, and we need to have our navigation right inside. So this navigation is for later use, but for us to be able to use the item that we've sent via navigation, we need what we call useRoute. It's a hook provided by React Native, and it helps us to capture the data that we send via a route, and then we can use it in our application. So we need to import the hook first. After importing the hook, we need to create an instance of this useRoute hook. Okay, so we're going to call it routes. So after creating the instance of this useRoute, so we need to go ahead and extract the data out of our navigation. So how do we do that? We create a new variable and we give that variable a name, but we're going to use the same name that we send the data with. We put it in braces, and then we're going to use the same name, item. And here our item is going to come from our route, and from our route we have to access params. Okay, in this case we're going to access item like that. So if we go ahead and log this data, then we have something on our terminal. So we're going to just log item here. So if we go ahead and save this file and click on our tile, then we're going to get undefined. So what we need to do to get rid of this error, we need to just come to this item, and we need to come to this line and remove item. Okay, so it's going to be like this. If we save, then our data is going to be rendered on our terminal. So that's all that we need to do to receive the data. So next, we're just going to leave this page like this, and then we want to finish our home page first, and then we can just go ahead and work on this page after we're done with our home page. We need to go ahead and work on our recommendations. So the first thing that we need to go ahead and add a little bit of space between this places component and the component that we're going to put next. So we're going to utilize our HeightSpacer. So you need to make sure that this component has been imported right on top. So we're just going to cross-check it together. So right on top here, we have our reusable text, we have our HeightSpacer, and we have our places. So this is the component that we're using. So we need to add a little bit of height. So we're going to give it a height of 15, and then right below, we need to work on a new component, which is going to be the recommendations component. So we need to go back to our components. In our components, we need to go to tiles, not tiles per se, but let's go to our home. And in our home, we need to create a new file, and we have to call it recommendations, and it has to be a JSX file. After creating this component, we need to create the component inside. So we are going to use RNFES. So we have our component here. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and export this component before we forget. So we need to go ahead and open this index.js. In this index.js, we're going to go ahead and import it first. So here it's supposed to be recommendations. We imported the file, and now we need to export it. So we've successfully exported it. The next thing that we need to do is to close this index.js. After closing index.js, we need to work in this recommendation file. So let's go ahead and do that. So first, we're going to require navigation. So here, since we are in a child component, we are going to use navigation hook in order for us to have navigation in this component. So let's go ahead and import. So here we're importing use navigation, and use navigation is coming from React dash navigation slash native. Okay, so after this we need to create a navigation object. So we're going to have consts, and we're going to give it a name navigation. So here it's going to be use navigation, right? Like that. So right now, if you want to use our navigation, everything would be okay. So we are done with this part. Let's move on to the next, which is to create our labels. Okay, so we need something like a heading, like the one that we put for places, but this one is going to have a row. On the left side is going to have a text, which is the title of that particular section, and on the right side is going to have an icon. So the first thing that we need to do in here, we need to get rid of this text, right? So we have this view. Okay, we have this view, so we need to give this view a style. So to do that, let's go ahead and use our style. So we've created a style below, so that's the style that we're going to use. So here we need to go ahead and access the styles that we have below our page, and then we need to go ahead and create one style with the name container. So this container is going to be different from the one that we put in our reusable styles. Okay, so here there's a typo. It's supposed to be styles, like this. Okay, so in our styles, we need to go ahead and create this container. So we need to create the object. So in our object, we are going to require a margin. Okay, a padding, not a margin. So it's going to be padding top. So we want to give it a padding top of 30. That's all that we need to do for this container. So inside this container, we're going to require another, not inside of this container, but inside of this view. A view can be a container also, because it's containing all the components of that particular page. Okay, but in here, what we need to do, we need to have another view. So let's just call it a view, not a container. Okay, so this view has to be a row. Okay, so we need to access our styles. Okay, so we need to have styles, and then here, since it's a row, we created a row already in our reusable styles. So we need to go ahead and try to access our reusable styles, and then what we need here, we need to go ahead and access whatever is in our reusable styles. So we need this row with space. Since it's a function, we need to add the way that we want to align our stuff, right? So here we're going to have space between. So we need to pass a string, and it's going to be space between, like that. And the other thing, we need to add a little bit of padding right at the bottom of this view that we have here. So to do that, we want to combine two styles together. Okay, so we're going to just select everything that we have here, select our style, and we want to put it in an array like this, and we add a comma. After adding a comma, we're going to add another brace, and in this brace, we're going to put padding. Okay, so we need padding bottom, and we're going to give it a padding bottom of 20. So this is how we can combine two styles together if they're not coming from two different files. Okay, so right now we need to go ahead and work inside of our view. So we're going to require a text, and we're also going to require an icon. But this icon is going to be wrapped in a touchable opacity, because we need to navigate to a different page if we click on the icon. So first, we are going to just go ahead and visit our home page. In our home page, we're going to copy this reusable text that we have here, and then we go back to recommendations. And in recommendations, we are going to go ahead and paste this text. So we don't have this text as yet, so we're going to re-import it in here. So we need reusable text. We need reusable text. So make sure that it is imported. Okay. So our reusable text has been imported right on top, and we need to import this text that we have in caps. We need to import it from constants as well as our colors. So we can just copy colors, add a comma right on top, and we can just paste it. We can add a comma here, and we can paste our colors. So everything is fine here. So we need to just make some minor adjustments. So the size is going to remain medium. The text is going to be large. The color is going to be black, but we need to change the title from place to recommendations. Okay, it's supposed to be recommendations like that. Next, we're going to go ahead, format the code a little bit. So our code has been formatted. So right underneath this text, we're going to add a touchable opacity. So we said each and every time that we require a new component in our file, we need to make sure that that component has been imported right at the top. Okay, so we have our touchable opacity. We have to make sure that touchable opacity is imported here. So we have our touchable opacity. We can close it. So inside our touchable opacity, we are going to require an icon. So we need to import our icons. So here we're going to import our icons from Expo vector icons, but the icon font that we want to use is Feather. Okay, that's the name of the font that we're going to use. So here we need to have our path. It's going to be Expo/vector icons. Okay. So now that we have our icons, we can go ahead and use this feather in our touchable opacity. So our icons, they're closed components, so we need to close it first. And the next thing that we need to provide is the name of the icon that we want to use. For this one, we're going to use the one with the name list, and we need to give it a size. So for size, we're going to give it 20. And we are not going to manipulate the color because by default, the color of an icon is black. So that icon is going to be black, so we don't need to mention the color. So in here, in our touchable opacity, the reason why we put a touchable opacity around the feather is because we want to listen to on-click events. So if someone presses on that button, we need to trigger some events. So here we are going to have our on press. So if this icon is pressed, then we are going to navigate to a different page. That's why we imported our navigation on top first before we even started working on our page. So in here, let's go ahead and set our navigation. So here we're going to use navigation.navigate, right? And we need to go ahead and navigate to a page, to a particular page. So the page that we want to navigate to is the name recommendation. So we haven't created this page as yet. So we are going to, it's supposed to be recommended. So here we need to go ahead and create this recommend folder. So we need to go to details, in our screens, details, and we are going to create a new file, and we are going to call it recommended, and it's going to be a JSX file. So in this JSX file, we need to go ahead and create the component. So we're going to create this component with style in it, like that. So let's just go ahead, save the page, go to our index inside our screens, and then we need to import the page and then export it so that we can use it in our app.js with ease. So here we're going to import the page that we just created, which is recommended. So this is our page. We need to go ahead, copy the name, and we are going to export the page like that. So let's save this file and we can just close it. After closing the file, we can close this file as well. So when we come here, we have this set already. So what we need to do, we need to come to our app.js, and in our app.js, we need to go ahead and set to to create a stack. Okay, so we need to just copy paste, and here we're going to use the same name, which is recommended, and then we need to map it to the right component. So our component is the component that we just created like now. So we need to import it first right at the top. Okay, so here we're going to have recommended, and then it is the same component that we want to navigate to here. Okay, so we need to just paste the name and save. So if we go to our recommendations, then if we click on this icon, then we are able to be redirected to this page. After this view, the view that we have here, so this is the view that we're talking about, the view with a row. So we can go ahead and close it so that we won't have any confusion. So we require a flat list here. So our flat list, we said it requires a data source where we are getting the data that we are going to render in a list. So before we proceed, we need to go ahead and open the file that we're going to get the data from. We copy the data, put it in this page, and then we can implement our flat list with no problem. So we have this file. Probably it's going to be provided to you. So if you go in this folder with the name data, you can open this recommendations.json, and you can just drop it in your VS Code. After you drop it, you can just copy as it is. Okay, and then you can just close it. After closing it, what you need to do, you need to come on top after this navigation that we have here. Then you can just paste the data. So this is our, it is not dynamic, it's not going to change unless we do change it. So this is the data that we're going to use, the local data. So this data resembles the data that we're going to get from our backend when we work on our backend. So we just need to go ahead, close it here, and then right underneath this view, we're going to start implementing our flat list. So let's go ahead and do that. So first we need to go ahead and import our flat list, right? Like that. So our flat list, let's see, let's make sure that we import it first. Our flat list is a closed component, and the first thing that we require in a flat list is our data source, right? So we're going to require the data prop. So here we require the data, where the data is coming from. So our data is coming from this file that we just imported, the list that we just imported like now. So we need to copy the name and we need to just paste it here. So this list is going to be a horizontal list, just like the other list that we dealt with. We haven't dealt with a vertical list as yet. Since it's a horizontal list, we need to enable the horizontal property, because if it is a flat list, by default, it comes as a vertical list. So we need to go ahead and utilize the horizontal prop. By just putting this horizontal prop, it just enables, it sets horizontal to true. So that means our list is now horizontal. Right after that, we need a key extractor. So we need to differentiate. We need to differentiate each and every item that we are rendering on our screen. So we use a unique key to do that. So if we take a look at the data that we just imported, our unique key is going to be this ID. It's unique for each and every item that we have in our list. So here we need to add brackets. In our brackets, we need to have an item, and then we need to go ahead and set our key extractor. So our key extractor is going to come from this item that we have, and here we're going to access this ID. Okay, so that's going to be our key extractor since it's a unique value. Right at the bottom, we need to add what we call content container style. Okay, like content container style. So content container style, it allows us to put a gap in between our components, the components that we're going to render. So we need to add double brace since we are going to add the style in here. So here we need to utilize column gap. Okay, so for column gap, we're going to access our sizes. And here from our sizes, we want to get medium. Right underneath, we need to go ahead and disable the scroll indicator. So we're going to have the prop show horizontal scroll indicator, and we're going to set it to false. Now we need to render our data. So to render our data, we use a prop by the name render item. So this prop takes a function. Okay, we need braces, we need brackets, and inside the brackets we need braces again. So in here we're going to require our item. So this item is an item which is being extracted from the data that we feed to our flat list. So if we put these recommendations here, it's a list of data. So if we put this list of data, we are going to extract every item that we have in our list. So we're going to have each and every single item. So this is the item that we are pushing here. Okay. So right now we need to go ahead and display something that we need to render on our screen. Okay. So we can add brackets, and in here we're going to have something. We're going to call it reusable tile. So we're going to create a reusable tile, right? So we don't have this reusable tile as yet, so it's best if we get rid of it. So here we're just going to put a text, right? Let's just put a text. We work on our reusable tile, and then we can come hook it up. So here we're just going to put item, and we just need to display the title like that. So now we don't have an error. So what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead to our reusable folder. In our reusable folder, we're going to create a new file. Let's check whether okay, let's just create a new reusable file. In our reusable folder, we create a new file, and then we're going to call it reusable tile like that. And it has to be a JSX file. So in here, we need to go ahead and create our component like that. So we have our reusable tile. We can save. After saving, we need to go ahead and export this reusable tile. So we need to go ahead and open this index.js, which is under our components, not screens, under our components. So first we need to import, okay? So we're going to import reusable tile, and we need to export it like that. So let's go ahead and save. After saving, we need to work in this reusable tile. So this reusable tile is going to be essential in our application because we are going to use it like way more times as compared to our other components that we created. So we need to replace this view with the touchable opacity because we need to be able to click on our tile. So we're going to just wrap it in a touchable opacity, and our touchable opacity has been ported on top, and we need to replace this view with the touchable opacity. Right inside, we're going to require a view. So this view has to be kept, and we need to close it. After closing it, we need to add a style to this view. So we're going to use this style, our style we need to make it a row. So we have a row created already in our reusable styles. So we need to access our reusable styles, and then we take the row that we have in there. So here we're going to use a reusable style. It's the one that we have on top. So we've imported it successfully. So here we're going to access this row with space. Since it's a function, we need to add like the property that we want to manipulate, which is justify content. So we need to justify our content using flex start. We need our items to start from the right to the left. So it's supposed to be flex start like that. So we have our row. So in this row, first we're going to have an image, and then we're going to have a column of our titles. Okay. So what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and work on this touchable opacity, then we can deal with whatever we're going to put in this row. Okay, so we need to add a style to our touchable opacity. So in our touchable opacity, we're going to give it a container style. So here we're just going to use these tiles that we have down below. So we need to access these tiles, and we're going to have a container. So this container is different from the one that we created before in our reusable styles. So what we need to do, we need to just go ahead and create a new container here. So our container object is going to contain padding, and we need to give our reusable tile a padding of 10. After this padding, we need to give it a background color. So the background color is going to be light white. So we need to access our colors. So make sure these colors have been imported on top. And then here we're going to have light white. After that, we need to add a little bit of border radius. So we're going to call our border radius here, and we need to give it a border radius of 12, like that. So let's go ahead and just save. After saving, we need to hook. We've already hooked it here, so we can just move on. We need to go ahead and work inside our view, right? So this view is a row. Goddamn. So right now we need to go ahead and work in this row. Okay, so the first thing that we need in this row is an image. So we're going to use the image that the component that we created, the network image component. Okay, so here we're going to have the network image. So it has been imported right on top. What we can do here, we can go ahead and try to import it straight from components rather than to import it directly. So here we need to go ahead and have our components, set the path to our components, and we need to go ahead and access our index, right? So just to have a test whether it has been imported successfully, we can just hover over. If we can see all these props, that means it has been successfully imported. So the first thing that we need here is going to be the source. Okay, so we need the source. So for the source, we're going to leave it like this for now. We are going to write all the props that we need here, and then we can go ahead and then we can go ahead to fix the source. So we're going to require the width. So for width, we're going to make it 80, and we're going to require height. So it has to be square-like. So like we have to give it a height of 80 as well. After the height, we need to give it a radius. So we're going to give it a radius of 12. So these are the props that we need for our image. So we need to be able to access data in this reusable tile. So we need to receive this data from the parent component, which is this recommendations. Okay, so here we need to add braces, and then we need to add a prop with the name item. Okay, so once we receive this item, we'll be able to use it in here. So to access our image, we're going to access this item, and here we need image URL. So if we go back to our recommendations and take a look at this data, right? So this will be our item. Let's just take the first item in our list. This would be the item that is going to be passed to the reusable item, reusable tile. I mean, so we want to access this image URL first, right? So that's why we have this item, which is the item that we are receiving from our reusable tile, from our recommendations, and then we need to access the image URL like this. So we are done with our image. Next, we are going to go ahead and have a WidthSpacer, because we need to add a little bit of space between, not between, we need to add a little bit of space between our components, the image and the column that we're going to have, which contains our text. So right here, let's go ahead and have a WidthSpacer. So we've successfully imported our WidthSpacer. So our WidthSpacer is a closed component, and we need to add the width. So we are going to give it a width of 15. And then now we need to go ahead and create our column. Okay. So for our column, we said if we just create a view with no style, it comes as a column. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to create a view. So inside this view, we need to put our text. So first, we're going to have the title. So the title, the title has to be a little bit different. So we're going to use, let's see whether we can use our reusable text. So in here, we can use our reusable text. So let's go ahead, go to our home, and then we want to just copy this reusable text. Okay, after we copy this reusable text, we're going to paste it here. So we need to import this reusable text. So it's been successfully created right on top. We need to import our sizes and we need to import our colors. So our colors and our text, our sizes, our text sizes has been imported. So we need to make some changes here. We need to provide the text, okay, that we are going to render. So this text is going to come from item. So here we're going to write item dot. So here it's going to be title. So if we visit our recommendations here, this is the title that we want to display. This is the text that we want to display. So we are going to use this key. So if we use this key, we are going to get this value. Okay, so we are done with that part. Now we need to, the font family is going to remain as medium. The text size, for the text size, now we just need to go ahead and have 16 as our size. So we can visit this text and see whether we have 16 or not. We don't, but we have 16 here in our sizes. So we can use these sizes in our reusable text. So we need to import them. And then here we are going to have medium and the color is going to remain black. So after this, we need a HeightSpacer between this text component, this text reusable text component, and the next component that we're going to have, which is another text component. Okay, so we're going to require a HeightSpacer. So our HeightSpacer is a closed component and it requires height as a prop. So we need to pass the height. So we are going to give it a height of 8. After this, we are going to have another text. So this text is going to be for the location. So we're going to paste the text here and then we can change this title to location like that. After we make the change, now we need to go ahead and change the color. We're going to change the color to gray like that. And for the size, we need to make it a little bit smaller. So we are going to use text.medium. So if we come here and click, medium is 17, so that's a little bit larger. We want it to be a little bit smaller, so we have to use something like 14. So let's go ahead and see whether we have 14 or not. We don't have 14, so what we can do, we can just write the size here as 14 like this. So we are done with this part. Next, we're going to add another HeightSpacer. So we can just copy the HeightSpacer that we have on top and we can paste it here. Let's format our code a little bit. So after formatting the code, we need to have another row. Down here, we need to have a row. Okay, so we've created a row before, so it's going to be easy. So we're going to just create a view. After creating the view, we need to go back to this view. We can just copy this line because the flex is going to be the same. It's going to be flex start. So we can just copy and replace this line. So here we have a row which with content justified to the right. So what we need in here, we need to display our rating as well as our reviews. So if we go to our data, so we have rating and we have reviews. So we need to create a component for our rating and we need to also display our reviews. So what we're going to do, we're going to display reviews first. We're going to write reviews first and then we can go ahead and create a component for our rating. So in here, we're going to require a reusable text and then we can make some changes to it like that. So here, we're going to pass the review text, but we need to pass it as a string. So we're going to have an interpolation of as a string. Why as a string? Because we need to add brackets on our reviews. Because if we try to do it without the interpolation, then it's going to be is going to introduce a bug in our code, right? So we have our bracket. So inside our bracket, we are going to go ahead and access our item. So from our item, we need to get reviews. So if we go back to our recommendations, this key, the name is review, not reviews. So you have to take note when you're writing whether you're not making a mistake or not. So this is review, and we need to add a little bit of space. So here I'm going to add a little bit of space, and here I'm going to add a little bit of space. So let's see. Yes, that would work. So this is going to be on the other side, but first we need to display our rating. So we need to have our rating on top, but we need to create a space between the rating and this text. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and use our WidthSpacer. Since we're in a row, our WidthSpacer is a closed component and it requires width, so we have to give it a width of 5. So right now, let's go ahead and create a rating component. So to do that, we need to go to our reusable, create a new file, and we are going to call it rating, and it has to be a JSX file. So in this JSX file, we need to create our component with style. So we're going to use RNFES, and then we just press enter. So we have our component here. We have to save. After save, we need to export this component. So first we are going to import it, and then we export it. So import, here we're going to have rating. So this is the rating from reusable, like that, and we are going to export it. Okay, so let's just write a name, rating. So far so good. So let's close this and go back to our rating. So we need to design this rating. Okay, so this rating is going to take rating as a prop. Okay, so here we're going to have rating because we need to pass the rating from reusable tile to this rating so that it can be rendered. So once we pass this rating, we need to create a role with flex start. So in here, we're going to have our style. So in our style, we need to use reusable style. It is imported on top. And from this reusable, we need to access this row with space, and we need to specify the kind of justification that we need to our role. So we are going to require flex start like that. So we are done creating our role. Next, we are going to focus on what we are going to put inside our role. So inside our role, we are going to put an icon and a text. Okay, we're going to put an icon and a text. So for our icon, we're going to use material icons, but we need to import them first. So right at the top, we're going to have import. So in here, we're going to import material community icons. Okay, so our community icons are going to come from at Expo vector icons. So here we need to specify where they are coming from. So it's Expo, then here vector icons. So now we're able to use these icons in our page. So we said we need to provide a name of an icon. So here we have a name. So we're going to display a star, and we need to also provide the size. Okay, so we have our size, and the size is going to be 20. And for our color, this icon is going to be different because it's going to be a little bit yellowish goldish. So we need to provide this string here of our color. Okay, so our color is going to be FD9942, like that. So that's going to be our color. So we are done with our icon. Next, we need to work on our text. Since we're in a row, we need to go ahead and have a little bit of space. Let's space it a little bit, our text and our icon. So we're going to require a width spacer in here, like that. So our width spacer has been imported right on top, and we need to close. So we need to provide the width. So for the width, we're going to give it a width of 5. And then we need to go ahead and have our text. So for our text, we can copy the text that we have here, and then we can just paste it here. After pasting, we need to import this reusable text. So we have our reusable text here. And the next thing that we need to import is the colors. Okay, so we're going to have our colors here. Our colors have been imported, so far so good, but we need to display the text in here. So for us to display the text, we're going to take this item, this rating, and put it here. Okay, so here we're going to have rating, so that's going to be our text, and our size has to be 15. Our font family has to be medium, and the color is going to be different as well. So for this color, we're going to use the same color as our star. Okay, so we need to just copy this color and we want to paste it in here like that. So let's save and format our code. So this is our rating, so we can get rid of this unused color here. So we need to go ahead and hook this rating in this page, and we are going to hook it up on top of the WidthSpacer. So first we need to go ahead and import, and it's coming from our components. So make sure you are importing it from the right place. Okay, so here our rating require rating. So here we have to pass our rating in here. So to pass our rating, we need to access our item and we need to pass rating. Okay, so we're passing it as a number. So if we visit our recommendations here, if we check the key's name is rating. So that's the same key that we're using to pass the data here. Okay, so we are done with our reusable tile. The other thing that we need to take care of is the on press. So if this reusable text is pressed, then we need to do something. So the way that we're going to do it, we are going to do it in a fashion that this reusable text it's not tied to a particular page, but you have to determine the page in the parent component that you're using it. Okay, so that means whenever we are going to create the backend, the data that's going to be passed in a reusable component is going to be uniform, be it for hotels, be it for places. That data should be uniform, so it should have the same keys. The values might be different, but we are going to be using the same keys to ensure the high level of reusability. So here we are going to have on press. So on press, we have to pass on press. This on press is going to be passed to this reusable tile from our parent page. So we need to put it here. So let's save this file. Now we can go ahead and hook this reusable tile in our recommendations. So here where we wrote texts, where we put the text, where we're rendering the text, now we can render our reusable tile. Okay, so our reusable tile must be imported right on top because we are seeing our props. Okay, so if we go on top, we have our reusable tile here. So let's go ahead and pass the data. So to pass the data, we're just going to write item, and then in here we need to pass this item. So this item is the item that we're getting from here, like that, and we need to pass on press, right? So if we pass on press, this one we have to make it an empty function for now, and then we save. So the next thing that we're going to do, we're just going to go ahead and run our application, check we've made some errors. If we made some errors, then we can rectify. We have two warnings. What we need to do, we need to just do the same as we did before. So you can go to your index. So the first one is for places, right? We need to go ahead and remove places from our index and save the page. So we need to come and import it directly in here, right? So we're going to go ahead and have places. So if they cannot show here, we need to just go ahead right on top, and then we're going to import. So here we're going to import places, and we have to mention the directory where it is coming from. So here our places are going to come from components, right? Inside our components, we have to visit home, and from home we need places like that, and then just save. So if we save, most probably that error would be gone. So let's take a look at the next error. It's not an error, but it's just a warning. So recommendations, we have to do the same, but let's go ahead and visit our homepage first. So here we are displaying this data. We haven't displayed our recommendations as yet. So we need to hook our recommendations here after this HeightSpacer, right? So we need to go ahead and have recommendations. So we have recommendations imported here. So we need to go ahead and close recommendations. After closing, we just need to save. So we have our recommendations here and we don't have any error. So there's one thing that we need to take care of. We have our title and we have our rating, but we are not seeing the text here, the text that's supposed to appear in the middle. So let's go ahead and revisit our reusable text and let's check the color. Okay, so here black, gray, and we have gray. So it's supposed to show. So let's check the key, whether we've used the right key. So here we don't have location. That's the problem that we made. So we don't have a location. So what we can do, we can just go ahead here, copy, paste, and have our location like that. Okay, so we are going to put one location for all the places so that we can save our time. Now let's just put New York for all the places. So we can copy, visit all our items, and then we can just paste this location like that. So if we save, then now we have our location here. So that's our tile. Next, we're going to focus on this. Let's see whether if we click, we can navigate. Yes, we can navigate. We've set the navigation already. So here, we'll be basically displaying 4 or 5 items on this list, on a recommendations list. And then if you click on this, then we are going to populate all the items that we have. Like, let's say if we have 20 places in our backend, then we're going to show all the places over there. Okay, so that's the basic logic that we're going to use. So right underneath, we're going to create one for best hotels. For best hotels, so we need to have another one for best hotels here, and then we can go ahead and work on our pages. Let's check one more thing before we go. So here, okay, it's on press. In recommendations, we didn't set where it's supposed to go. Okay, so here we still need to do something. So we are going to revisit this page and then we're going to set navigation, because if we click on this page, we're supposed to be taken to a page which shows the details about the place, and set navigation for this page. So we need to go to our screens, details. So we've created the one for country details. We want to create another page. This one is going to be for place details, right? Since it's a place. So we're going to give it a name, place details, create a new file here, and we have to call it place details. It has to be lowercase like that, and it has to be a JSX file. So since we've created this file, we need to create the component in here. So we need to have rnef s, and then this is our component that has been created. So next we need to go ahead to our index. In our index, this index is the one that's in our screens. In our index, we need to go ahead and import the component that we just created. So the name is places details, and we need to export it. So here is going to be places details, and we need to save. After saving, we need to go ahead and open our app.js. In our app.js, we need to go right at the top. We need to import it right here after recommended. After recommended, we need to go ahead and import this places details. After importing the places details, we need to go ahead, copy paste one of the screens, and then we are going to call it place details, right? So that's going to be the name of the page, and we need to hook it to the right component. So our component is place details. So we need to save this page. After this, we just need to go to our recommendations. Okay, so in our recommendations, we need to navigate here. So we need to check whether we're able to navigate or not. So we have our navigation already here. So we want to use it to navigate to that page we just created. So here we're going to have our navigation, and then we need to navigate. And we're navigating to places details, okay? Place, is it places or place? Okay, so let's just go ahead and visit our app.js. In our app.js, we just copy the name from here. We just want to minimize the errors that we could make while we are writing the code. We just paste the name here. So we're going to send the ID of this item along with this navigation, okay? So here we're going to have item dot underscore ID, okay? So we're going to send the ID. So what we need to check, we need to go to recommendations and check. So our ID is provided as underscore ID. So that's good. Next, we need to go to our places. So in our places, what we need here, we need to import useRoute. We need to import the hook so that we can use the whatever we've sent with our route, okay? The params that we've sent with our route. So first, we need to create an object, a route object. So here it's supposed to be const, and we have to give it a name route. And here we have to use our hook, use route, and let's close it. So we need to access our route. First, we need to create a variable where we are going to store whatever we are going to get from our route. So here, it's going to be an ID. So this ID is equals to route.params dot. This one is going to be, let's just use params for now. If we have an error, then we can just go ahead and rectify the error. So here we're going to log this ID, okay, like that. So if we go ahead and click on this page, we're supposed to be sent to the next page. Let's see, we haven't saved our recommendations, so we should go ahead and save. If we click here, we're supposed to be sent to this page, and we're supposed to receive the ID. So we have our ID here. Why are we sending an ID only, not the whole object? We want to go ahead and get the place with an ID. So we need the ID from the list, from the item sent to the page, and we're going to use it to fetch the data belonging to this item, to this page or place, to this place, and then we can display the data. So we're done with this part. Next, we're going to focus on our next, which is displaying best hotels. So to display best hotels, we're going to go ahead and add a HeightSpacer. So we're going to have the same space of 15, the same height of 15. After that, we need to have another new component. So we need to go to our components in home. We're going to create a new component here, and we're going to call it best hotels, like that. And it has to be a JSX file. So we need to create this component. So we're going to use RNFES, like that. And then we just need to go ahead and export it. Okay, so we need to come to the index file in components, and then we're going to import it and export it. So first we import it. So the name is best hotels, and we're just going to copy the name, and we're going to paste it down here. So right now it's accessible to our home page, but we are not going to hook it as yet. So we need to work on it first, and then we can hook it up. So the first thing that we need to do in this page, we are going to go ahead and have the title and this icon. Okay, so what we can do, we can go to recommendations. In recommendations, we're going to copy everything in this field, okay? And we're going to go back to our best hotels, and then we're just going to paste it here, okay? So here we need to import this reusable style, okay? So we've imported our reusable style, and we need to import reusable text. Let's import our text sizes, and let's import our colors. After that, we need to import our touchable opacity as well as our icons. So here we can have our touchable opacity and we need our icons. So here we're going to import feather, and this feather is going to come from at Expo vector icons like that. So we can go ahead, save this page. After saving, then we can be able to see. But first, we don't have this navigation as yet. So we need to go ahead and import the hook, and then we can create the navigation object. So here we're going to have use navigation, which is the hook that we're going to use to create a navigation object. So here we're going to have consts navigation. So right now we are able to access our navigation, right? So here we can navigate to this page, but this is not the page that we want to navigate to. Anyways, we can leave it like this and we can change it a little bit later because this is for just a test. So we need to change this title from recommendations to nearby. Now let's just say nearby hotels, okay? Something like that. So here, if we come back to our home page, we can come and import best hotels, and then we can just close it. So we have our best hotels here. So we need to push it a little bit down. So instead of having 15 here, we're going to have to add, like, most probably, let's make it 30. Okay, like that will do. And down here we're going to have our cards. We want to have a flat list that's going to display our recommended hotel, our nearby hotels. So here we have this view. We need to just close it. After closing it, we need to go right below it, and right below it we need to create a new component. We need to put a new component, and it's going to be a flat list. So we need to make sure that this flat list has been imported. So right on top we have our flat list, so we're good to go. So our flat list is a closed component. So in our closed component, the first thing that we require a data source, right? So we're going to go ahead and have our data source here. So we're going to have a list of hotels right on top. So for now, we're going to just leave our data source like this. So we need to come back and put our data, okay? So next, what we're going to do, we want to have this flat list horizontal. We want to make it horizontal. So we said before, when you want to make a flat list horizontal, we just have to put a prop with the name horizontal. It would trigger the boolean to change the direction of the flat list, because initially when you make a flat list, that flat list is going to be vertical. So we need to change it to horizontal. So we need to put this prop. We don't need to do anything. We just need to make it horizontal to put this prop, and our flat list will be horizontal. So next we need to go ahead and remove a horizontal scroll indicator. We don't want to show this indicator right underneath our list. It's going to be show horizontal indicator here, and here we need to make it to false, okay? Because initially it is true. So if we leave it like this, if we leave this property, then our horizontal scroll is going to show. So we don't want it to show. So we're going to put it, and then we're going to change the properties from true to false. So next we're going to go ahead and have our content container style, okay? So here we want to just do the same thing as we did for our other prop, which is recommendations. We've added a little bit of space here, right? So we need to have a column gap. So this column gap, we're going to put a little bit of size. So this will allow us to have a little bit of space between our components. Okay, so let's go back to our best hotel. In our best hotel, we need to have our braces. So we're going to have 2 braces. So inside we need to have our column gap. So in our column gap, we're going to use the sizes. So we're going to use the same size as the one that we have in our recommendations. So we need to import sizes here. After importing sizes, we need to make it to medium. Okay. So it has to be dot medium. Render our item, we need to take care of our data here. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to revisit the folder with our data. So this folder is going to be provided with you with the mock data. You just need to follow the process of what I'm doing so that you can have the data. Okay. So here I'm just going to go ahead, get this file, hotel lists, drop it in our VS Code, and I'm just going to copy all the information that we have here. You can just close it and go back to your best hotels. So right on top, after navigation, you just need to paste the list that you just copy from the file. So here we can go ahead and close this because we don't need it anymore. So in here, our data is going to come from this array, the hotels array. So here we are going to have our data source as hotels. Now that we have our data source, once we feed our FlatList with data, this data is going to be processed here. And then we need to have our key extractor. Okay, so here our key extractor is going to be our ID. So we're just going to do the same as we were doing before. So we need the ID to differentiate each and every item that we're going to render on our screen. So first, we need to get our item from our list, and then we need to extract the key. Okay, so our key is going to be item.id. So this is _ID. Our key, the next thing that we need to do, we need to call our render item. So our render item prop allows us to render components, right? So this is a flat list. We're just to process the data that we are getting from the top. So in case of like we finish the application, we'll be getting this data from our backend, and then we're extracting the key. We're extracting the key of each and every item that we have on our list. After extracting that key, we want to render components, right? So the components that we're going to render is going to contain data of each and every item that we have on this list. So this is item 1, but if we're taking it as an index, this is item 0. So our item 0 is going to have this data. Item 1 is going to have this data until the last item. And our list is going to be horizontal, and we are not going to have a scroll underneath. So here, let's go ahead and just render our data. So first, we need to add brackets. Inside the brackets, we need to have braces. In here, we're going to take an item, and then we need to go ahead and render our component. So the component that we're going to render here is a hotel card. We haven't created the hotel card, so we're just going to do it the same way that we're doing for the other components. So first, we're going to just render a text. Okay. After we've worked on our hotel card, and then we can come back here and replace whatever we've put in here. In this case, this text, and then we can save and test our lists on our simulator. So here we're going to just have item, and we need to display something from our item. In this case, we're going to display the title. Okay, so we're not going to run a test now. What we want to do first, we want to go ahead and create our hotel card. After creating our hotel card and hooking it up, then we can start our simulator. So let's just go ahead and save. After saving, we need to go back to our components, and in our components, we need to go to tiles, right? In tiles, we need to go to hotels, and then in hotels, we need to create a new file, and we have to give a name to this file, and we have to call it hotel card, and it has to be a JSX file. So after creating this file, we need to go ahead and create the component inside and create the component. So we're going to include the style as well. So we have our component. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and before we start working on it. So we need to go to index, the index which is in components. So here we're going to import, and we're going to import. This is a hotel card. After importing this card, we need to go ahead and just export the card. Okay, so let's save, and we want to go back to our card. So the first thing that we need to do in here, we need to get rid of everything, and we need to have a touchable opacity. So our touchable opacity has been imported right on top. So we need to close this touchable opacity. So we need to give a style to our touchable opacity. So let's go ahead and do that. So in here, we need to have our styles. So these styles are the styles that we have right here at the bottom. So we need to create a style with the name card, okay? And we are going to create it as a function. So here we need to pass a value, okay? So our value is going to be margin, and this margin has to be sent from the parent component. So this is our parent component. Right here, where we are using this text, we are going to put the hotel card. So we're going to pass the margin from here, okay? So that means we need to receive the margin from this best hotels, okay? So we need to have our props here. So the first is item. We need to send the item to the hotel card so that we can render the data in our hotel card, and we need our margin. So these are the two props that we require. So for our margin, once we get it, we're going to send it here, and then we're going to send it to our styles. So now we need to go ahead and create our card, okay? So this is our card. It's a function, so we're going to have arguments. So we need to pass this margin in our arguments, okay? So we're going to have margin here. So in our object, we need to have width, and for the width of this card, we're going to use sizes. The sizes that are coming from our constants, and we need to assign width, okay? So it has to be half of the screen, almost half of the horizontal width, okay? Like that. So if it is half, we need to divide this width by 2.2. So it's almost half. Next, we're going to go ahead and have our height. So we have to give it a height of 250. After having our height, we want to give it a border radius. We have to give it a border radius of 16. After giving it a border radius, we are going to give it a background color. So our background color has to be light white. So we need to access the colors that we have in our constants, and we need to choose light white. And as for margin, the margin that we are receiving in our arguments, we need to assign it to this margin. So here we're going to have margin like this. So we are done with this part. Next, we're going to go ahead and work inside our touchable opacity. So inside our touchable opacity, we're going to require a view. So here, this view is just a column. So as we said before, when we're creating a view and we put more than one component inside this view, it will come as a column, right? So we need to use a column. So in this column, we're going to have another view. So in our view, we need to go ahead and create a view for our image. So this view is going to encapsulate our image, okay? So we need to add style to it. So here, we need to access our styles, and we are going to have a style with the name image container. So we haven't created this image container. So what we can do, we can just copy the image container, and then we're going to create a style object down below. So in our style object, the first thing that we're going to require is align items. We need to align everything that we're going to have in this view in the center. So here we're going to choose center, and we're going to add a little bit of margin to the top, and we're going to give it a margin of 10. After giving it a margin, we need to go ahead and give it a height, and we're going to give it a height of 150, not 160. Okay, so we are done. So inside this view, we're going to have our image. So we want to use our network image component. So first we need to go ahead and import it. So let's see whether we can import it from here. Nope, it's not coming. So we need to do it manually. So here we need to go ahead and import. So we need to add braces, add our title, and we're getting it from, we need to provide the path, okay? So our path is going to be our components. And from our components, we need to access the index like that. So in here now, we can be able to use the props of this image, network image. So if you hover over, then we have all the props here. So that means we've successfully imported our network image component. So the first thing that we're going to require in here, we're going to require the source. So the source of our image is going to come from this item that we are sending from our best hotels component. Okay, so if you access this item, we're going to take image URL. After taking the image URL, we need to provide a width. So our width is going to be 90% of the provided width. So the provided width is the width of this image container. So if we take a look down here, our image container has a width of, not like we can't tell the exact number, but almost half of the screen. Okay, so here we're going to give it a width of 90%, and we need to give it a height. So for height, we're going to do the same. We're going to give it a percentage. So we're going to give it a percentage of 100, and we need to provide a radius. So here we're going to give it a border radius of 16. So we are done importing our image and putting the props. So this is the view that encapsulates the image. So we need to go ahead and add a WidthSpacer, not a WidthSpacer, but a HeightSpacer below this view. So here we need to go ahead and have a HeightSpacer, supposed to be HeightSpacer. So we need to provide a height. So we're going to give a height of 5. After providing the height, we need to go ahead and create another view. So in our view, we need to have a column, right? We need to have a column, but this column, we're going to give it a padding. So what we can do, instead of writing the style down below, we're just going to write the style here. So we need double braces, and we're going to give it a padding, and we're going to give it a padding of 10. So let's go ahead and work inside our view. So in our view, we're required to have a text, a reusable text component. So here we can just go to our home page. In our home page, we can copy this reusable text, and then we can go back to our hotel card. In our hotel card, we're going to paste this reusable text. So we need to import this reusable text. So we're just going to go ahead and rewrite the name and import this component. So if we go to the top, we have our reusable text imported right at the top. So what we need to do now, we need to import our text sizes and our colors. So first we're going to handle our text sizes. So they have to be uppercase, and we need to do the same for our colors. So we have to check right at the top. So we have them imported right here. So now we need to go ahead and handle our text. So the first thing that we're going to display is the title, the hotel title. So we need to access the item, and from the item, we're going to render a title, right? And here we need to change the font family from regular to medium, and the text size, it has to be medium. But here we're not going to use text, but we're going to use sizes. And here we're going to choose medium, and the color is going to remain black. So right after this reusable text, we need to add another HeightSpacer. So we can just copy the HeightSpacer that we have, paste it down, and we need to have another reusable text component. So we can just copy this and then come down here, we can just paste. After pasting, we need to go ahead and change the key here. So we need to render location. So if we go back to our best hotels, open this hotels array, If we take a look here, we have our title. That's the title that we're going to be displaying, and we're going to also display the location. So here we're going to change the key from title to location. After changing the key, everything else is going to remain the same except for the color. We need to change the color from black to gray, like that. So we are done with that. We need to add another HeightSpacer. After adding another HeightSpacer, we need to add a rating. Okay, so here we're going to have our rating component, and it's a closed component, and we need to provide our rating. So if we have an over, our rating component is taking rating here, so we need to provide this rating. Okay, so we need to have our prop first, and we need to pass our rating here. So let's go back to our best hotels, and in our best hotels, here we have our rating, so we just need to pass item.rating. Okay, like that. So we are done with our hotel card. So let's see whether we left out something. So here we have attachable opacity. That means this card should be pressable. Okay, so we need to provide on press. This hotel card is going to be reusable. So what we need to do, we don't need to handle or on press inside here, but we need to handle it inside our base hotels. So here we're going to say on press, and this on press is going to be provided from our base hotels. So we need to pass it as a prop like that. So let's just format our code a little bit, and then we can move on. So let's save that. The next thing that we need to do is to go ahead and hook this card in our best hotels. So if we come to our best hotels, let's just go ahead and close this. In our FlatList, we need to render this hotel card. So we have our hotel card, and it's a closed component. We need to provide the data. So here we need to have our item prop, and we need to pass this item to our hotel card. So in here, we're just going to write item. So we are done with that part. And we also need to pass the margin. Okay. So here we're going to put a margin of 10. And we also need to have on press. So on press, we need to do something, but here we're going to put it as an empty function. So let's go ahead and create the page that we have to navigate to first. So we have to go to our screens. In our screens, we need to go to details. We need to create a new page. So this page, we have to give it a name. We are going to call it hotel details. It's supposed to be details, and it has to be a JSX file. And in here, we're going to create our component. So that's all that we need to do in here. So next, we're going to go ahead to our index.js. And in our index.js, we need to import this file, and we need to export it. We're importing hotel details, and not home, but hotel details, and we need to export them. So after exporting, we need to go ahead and open our app.js. We need to hook it up to our stack navigation. So we need to import it right at the top first before we hook it up. So here we're going to require hotel details. And here we just need to copy one of the screens. And then we're going to give it a name. So here we have a place details. So we're going to call it hotel details. And we need to hook it up to the right component, which is hotel details. So we are done with hooking our component to our stack navigation. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and use navigation in these hotels, best hotels. So right at the top, we already have our navigation. So we can use this navigation here so that we can navigate to the page that we want to go to. So here we're going to say navigation, and we want to navigate to a particular page. So we need to provide the name of that page, and we have to provide it as a string. So we can go back to our app.js, and we are going to copy this name. We are doing this because we are trying to avoid errors by any means possible, because if we have any errors, we have to come back, trace back the error and rectify it. So it's best for us to avoid the errors rather than rectifying them. So here we can just put the name and then we save. So the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to run our application. If we have any errors, we're going to come back, rectify those errors, and then we can move on. Errors, but we have warnings. We have 3 warnings. So we need to just go ahead and try to get rid of these warnings one by one. So the first one that we're going to go ahead and try to rectify is this reusable text. Okay, a reusable tile, not text. Okay, so we have our reusable tile here. So we're going to get rid of it, and then we need to go and visit where it's being used. So this one is being used in places, if I'm not mistaken. Not places, but recommendations. So in recommendations, we need to go ahead. Okay, it's imported directly. So if we save it, then it shouldn't be a problem. So if we come here, we should save this page first. It shouldn't be a problem. So let's go ahead and rectify the next one, which is best hotels. So in best hotels, we are trying to look for the best hotels. Let's go ahead, remove best hotels from here. We're going to get rid of them here. So we're going to have an error. So we need to go back to a home page. In a home page, we need to go ahead and remove best hotels from here. And then we need to just import them directly. So here, we're going to have our best hotels, and we're going to import them from directly from the source folder. Okay, so here, so far so good. So what we can do, we can press R to reload the application. So now we need to focus on this hotel card. So we need to go ahead and do the same. This hotel card, we can find it in this index. So we can just go ahead, remove it, remove the hotel card from here, save, and then we can go to best hotels, I suppose. And then we're going to go ahead and remove this best hotels. We need to re-import it. So we're going to import hotel card. So let's go ahead and save and reset again. Okay, so the only warning that we're getting is the one for this reusable tile. Let's check where we used the reusable tile. Okay, we used it in this recommendations. So first we just need to get rid of it, and then we need to re-import it. So let's go right at the top. We need to import it manually. So here is going to be a reusable tile, and we need to provide the path. Okay, so our path is going to be reusable, and from reusable, we need to go ahead and import the tile. So let's save. So far so good. So here we handled our navigation, right? So we need to navigate to somewhere. If we click on this, so here we're being sent to hotel details. So that's good. We also need to go ahead and handle nearby hotels, because if we click, we are being sent to recommended. So we need to go back to best hotels. So in best hotels, we need to go ahead and work in this view, the view that we closed here, we need to open. So we need to change this navigation. So to do that, we need to go ahead and create a new page. So we're going to create this page in screens. So in screens, we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call it hotel list. Okay, like that, and it has to be a JSX file. So we need to create the component in here. So now that we have our component, we can export the component. First, we need to import the component. So the component name is hotel list. After importing, we need to go ahead and export it. So here we just need to write the name hotel list. After that, we save, and then we can close the file. Next, we need to go to our app.js. In our app.js, we need to create another screen. So we need to copy, paste. So here we're going to call it hotel list. We're just going to keep the same names to avoid confusion. So here we need to map it to the right component, which is hotel list. And we need to make sure that this hotel list has been imported right at the top. So we have our hotel list here. So far so good. So here we just need to copy this name and go back to our best hotels, and we are going to change this to our hotel list. So if we click here, then we will have hotel list here. So that's what we need. So next we're going to be working on this details page. But before we even go to details page, let's go ahead and work on these pages, the list for the recommendation and the list for the nearby hotels. And then we can go ahead and work on the details page and rectify one thing. So if we take a look at our card here, our hotel card, it's not aligned with the other components. So we need to make it aligned with the other components here. So what we need to do, we need to go ahead and open best hotels. So this is our hotel card. So here we are providing a margin. So that means we are pushing everything, right? Not one side. So what we want to do, we need to just adjust one side. So we're going to leave the margin as it is, but when it comes to our style, we need to go ahead and change this margin to margin right, like this. And if, oh no, we need to change it to margin right, and then we can save. So now everything is aligned, and if we scroll, everything is working properly. If we click, we are directed to the right page, and if we click here, our navigation is working fine. So let's go ahead and work on these lists, and then we can move on to details as well as our search. Because if we click here, we're redirected to the search, but we have nothing. So we need to cover the search as well. So let's go ahead without wasting time and just cover some more ground and work on these recommendations. So if we click, we have recommended. So we need to go ahead and open this file. So it's in our screens, details, recommended. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to have a safe area. So after having our safe area here, we just need to make sure that it's imported right at the top. So if we import this safe area, then our text would be within the screen. That's what we need. So next we need to go ahead and remove this text that we have here. So next we're going to go ahead and have a view. Okay, so inside this view, we are going to have a height. We're just going to add a height. So here we're going to have a view, and we have to give this view a style. So let's go ahead and do that. So here, if we say style, inside, we want to just add the height directly. So we're going to have height, and our height is going to be 80, right? So in here, we're going to create a new component, and this new component is going to contain an icon for going back and another icon for search on the other end. So let's go ahead and do that. So to our reusable, the first thing that we need to do, we need to just go ahead, create a new file, and we are going to call it a bar, okay? And it has to be a JSX file. So we need to create the component alongside with the style. So in here, we're going to go ahead and remove this text. After removing the text, we need to go ahead and add style to our view. So we're going to have style. So in here, we need to access the styles below, okay? After accessing the styles below, then we are going to have an overlay, a style. We are going to call it overlay. So we need to create this overlay. So we need just to paste the name, and we create the object. So in the object, we're going to have the styles. So here we want it to be on top of everything. So we're going to use the position prop. So our position has to be absolute. So it has to be a string. It has to be absolute. And to the top, we're going to give it 60. To the left and to the right, we're going to give it 0. Okay. So here we're going to have right. We're going to give it 0. and we need to justify content to the center. So we need to have justify content, and we need to justify content to the center like this. So we are done with our overlay. The next thing that we need to do, we need to work inside this view. Okay, so let's go ahead, save our file. So inside the view, we are going to require another view. In this view, it has to be a row. Okay, so here we're going to have a view. So here we need to access our styles, our reusable styles. So here we're going to have reusable dot row with space. That was the name, if I'm not mistaken. So we need to go ahead and import these reusable styles. So we need to go to the top. So what we need to do, we need to go ahead and import. We need to import reusable, and this reusable is going to come from, it's going to come from our components. So we need to access our components. Inside our components, we need to go to the reusable folder. Inside the reusable folder, we need to access this reusable style. So if we hover over, we can see. So we have our row with space here. So we need to go ahead, because it's a function, we need to go ahead and add brackets. Inside our brackets, we need to add like how we want to have our content on our screen, how we want to justify our content. So here we're going to have space between like that. So inside our view, that's our row. The first thing that we're going to require is a touchable opacity. So we need to have our touchable opacity in here, and we need to close our touchable opacity. So inside our touchable opacity, we are going to have a style, not inside, but in here. So we need to add a style. So this style, we're going to create it below here. So it's going to be styles.box. Okay, but we have to create it as a function. We need to manipulate the colors somehow. So we're going to pass the colors here. So let's go down and create this box. So since it's a function, we need to pass arguments, and we need to just have our object here. So for arguments, we're going to pass color. So in our box, we're going to have a background color. So this background color is going to be provided from the parent component. So it's going to be mapped to the color, this color that we have here. The next thing that we're going to have is width. We need to give it width and height. So our width is going to be 30, same as our height. So our height is going to be 30 as well. So don't make typos as I'm doing. Our height is going to be 30 as well. So it's going to be a square. We need to give it a border radius, and the border radius that we have to give it is 9. Okay. So after that, let's align our items to the center. Here it's supposed to be center, and we need to justify our content to the center as well, like that. So let's go ahead, save. After saving, we need to provide the background color. So here we're going to have our colors. So we need to import these colors, and here is going to be colors.white. Okay, it's going to be colors.white. So if there's a need to change the color, we are going to revisit and then just change the color. So it's not necessary to write the color here, since we are going to manipulate this color from the parent component. So we're going to pass an argument color, and we are going to receive an argument here. So here is going to be color, like that. So inside our touchable opacity, we are going to require an icon. Okay, so we need to import our icons here. So we're going to use InDesign. So we need to import these icons from Expo, at Expo vector icons. So here we're going to have our InDesign, and it's going to come from at Expo/vector icons. So right now we can use our icons. So our icons are closed components. So here we're going to have InDesign, and it's going to be a closed component. The next thing that we need to provide is the name. Okay, so the name of the icon that we're going to use here is going to be left. Okay, left, and we need to give it a size. So by default, our icon come as black, so we are going to leave the default color. We're not going to manipulate the color. So right in the middle, we're going to have a title, okay? So our title is going to be recommendations, okay? So we need to use our reusable text. So we can just go ahead and open one of the pages, and then we can copy this reusable text, and then in our role, so this is our role. After this touchable opacity, we just need to paste this reusable text and we need to import it. So our reusable text has been imported right on top. Now we need to import colors. Our colors has been imported. We need to import sizes. So for our sizes, we're going to be using texts. Our text sizes, we're not going to be using sizes. So we have them imported here and we're going to use large. And our font family is going to remain medium. And here we have to pass the title. So that means we need to provide the title from the top. Okay? We need to provide the title from the top. So here we're just going to remove this item so that we can be left with this title. So right on our props, we're going to provide the color and we're going to provide the title. So we have these two. And the next thing that we need to do, we need to have another icon. So this icon is going to be for search. Okay. So we need to put it in here and we need to format our code a little bit. So here is going to be search one. It's going to be the same icon as the one that we used before. The size is going to remain the same. It's okay. So here we might need to provide two different colors, right? Two different colors. That means we need to have another color here, another function, or another style of function. So here is supposed to be, let's give this a number, box one, and this is supposed to be color one. Okay, so here we are going to map it to color one, and we have to provide this color one from here, and we need to make this box one. Okay, so this color has to come from somewhere, so we need to come right at the top, and then we're going to have color one like that. So our error is gone, so we can save this component. So we need to go ahead and hook it up to our recommendations. So in our recommendations, we haven't saved anything. So let's just go ahead and have our app bar. So our app bar has been imported. So it's a closed component. Let's go ahead and close it. So the first thing that we need in here, we need to go ahead and provide the props. So the first prop that we're going to provide is the title, right? And our title is going to be recommendations. So if we save, then we have our recommendations here, but we need to make a few changes to our safe area. So to our safe area, we need to add a style and we need to manipulate the horizontal sides. The left and the right, we need to add a margin and we have to give it a margin of 20. And we need to push this a little bit to the top. So here, if we get rid of this height, oh, nothing will happen. So we need to revisit this A bar and this top, let's put it to 0. So we don't need top, or we can give it a 10, something like that. So this would work. So now we need to have the boxes here. So we need to provide the colors, right? So since we have our title, now we can have our colors. So here we are going to provide the first color. It's going to be colors.white. So it's now visible. This white is a little bit lighter. So the reason why we provided two different styles is if we want to remove the other icon, okay? If we want to remove the other icon, for example, if we come back to our app bar, so let's say we just want this back button and we don't want this. If we don't want the text, we can just leave it as empty. That's okay. So the text will be gone. So here, this has to be provided also from our parent component. So we can just cut, and here we are going to provide an icon, right? So this icon has to be provided from here. So if we say icon here, it has to be icon. So that means we need to pass this prop from our parent page, which is the recommended. Okay, so let's go ahead and have icon. If we leave it like this, then we won't have anything. That's exactly what we need. So it will be reusable, because if we put the name in the air bar, then that icon is going to appear. So here we're just going to put this name, search. So if we put the name, the icon is going to reappear. So now we can use it. So we need to provide color 1. So our color 1 is going to be the same color as the color that we have here, colors.white, and we need to paste it here. Okay, so that's our air bar. So now that we're done with our air bar, we can proceed to work on our lists. So right at the bottom, we're going to have a flat list. So this flat list is going to be a list of hotels that are recommended to the person. So in the home page, we're going to show maybe at least 4 or 5. We don't want to like get too much data from our backend on the first load. We want to just minimize the data that we are loading. And if a person clicks on the list, then they'll get more recommendations. Okay, so here it's supposed to be recommendations, not recommendation. Okay, so this is what we have now. So let's go ahead and work on the flat list. We need to get rid of this style. Okay, once we get rid of this style, nothing changes, so that's okay. So inside of our safe area, we need to add another view. It's supposed to be view. Once we add this view, we need to have a flat list inside. So what we're going to do, we are going to give a style to this view. So here, let's go ahead and have our style. So we're going to just style it in here. We're going to add a padding to the top. Okay, so here we're going to have padding top, and our padding top has to be 20. So here, let's take, for example, we have a text component. If we have a text component, if you write something random here, we just want to see where our text is positioned. Our text is positioned here, right? So the height that we removed was actually effective. So if we bring it back, you will see what I'm talking about. So here, if we add that height back, so let's give it a height of 80 here, you see? So our text would be pushed down. So here it's a matter of just manipulating the height so that we can have the right space. So we need to make it 50. Let's make it 50 for now. Yes, 50 will do. So we need to keep this height, but we need to reduce it a little bit. So in here, we're going to have our flat list. So we said if we are working with our flat list, we need to import it first. After importing it, we need to close it. It's a closed component. So our flat lists help us to render data in a list. So let's say we have a list of items that we want to render horizontally or vertically. We are going to use a flat list. So it's either you can use a flat list or you can use a virtualized list. But the best option for us now is a flat list. So we are going to go ahead and have our data, right? So this is our data. We need to provide the data that we want to render on our list. So we're going to deal with the data a little bit later. So what we need here, we need to go ahead and disable the vertical scroll. We might keep the vertical scroll because the list is a little bit longer, a little bit larger. So if you're getting the data from the backend, we need the vertical scroll because we need a person to know where they are on the list, like which part of the list are they at the top or are they at the bottom. So we're going to keep it. So here we're just going to go ahead and render data. So if we render item, we're going to require our brackets, braces, and we're going to require an item here. So we don't have the item as yet. So we need to pass the data here. So we're going to get this data from one of these pages, one of these components that we created before. Let's see. Home, we have places, not places, but we're going to go to recommendations. In recommendations, we need to copy this list. This is the same list that we want to use to to render. Okay, so here the name is going to remain the same, so we can leave it like that. But before we go ahead, we are going to go ahead and have our key extractor, because we want to differentiate our item. So here we're going to have item, and we need to extract the key that we're going to use. So our key is going to be item._id. So after extracting the key, let's just pass the data here first. Recommendations. After extracting the key, we need to render the component that we are going to be displaying on the screen. So here we're going to have brackets, and inside our brackets we're going to go ahead and have a reusable tile. Okay, so we need to import the reusable tile and we need to close it. So we need to pass an item to this reusable tile. So we need to pass this the data that we want to render. So we have to pass this item. So if we save, we're going to have our data here, but we need to add space. Okay, so to add space, what we're going to do, we're going to use content container style, and here we're going to have our column gap. So our column gap, we have to, is it column gap? We're going to use sizes.medium. That won't work. Our content column doesn't work. So what we need to do here, we just need to go ahead and wrap this in a view. Okay, so let's say we have a view here. Okay, we need to close the view like that. So we need to paste our usable tile inside this view, and we need to add style to this view. So the style that we're going to add margin bottom. Okay, we're going to give it a margin bottom of 10 like that. So now we have our list. So our list has to be clickable. So our reusable tile comes with on press. Okay, so here we're going to have our on press, and in on press we need to handle our navigation. So if we press on this, we're supposed to be redirected to a place. Okay, so we are going to go to place details. So here, let's go ahead. We don't have navigation in this page, so we need to receive navigation from our parent page. After receiving navigation, we need to use this navigation to navigate to the next page. So here we're going to say navigate, and we need to provide the title of the page that we want to navigate to, which is place details, like that. So let's save. If we save and click, then we're sent to this page. So right here we have undefined logged on our console because we didn't send the ID of the item that we are sending. Okay, so we can add a comma, and in here we are sending an item.id, like this. It's supposed to be item._id. So if we click, then now we have our ID being printed here. So we can be able to get the data using that ID. So we are done with this list. But before we even go back, we need to go ahead and handle the onPress function of this air bar. So in our air bar, our first button, we have to go back, is it? So in this touchable opacity, we need to have onPress. If it is pressed, and then we need to go back. But what we can do, we don't want to complicate things. What we can do here, we can just have onPress here. After having this onPress, we need to get it from our parent page, and we're going to have another onPress. So we're going to have onPress and onPress 1. Okay, so onPress 1 is going to be mapped to this other touchable opacity. So here we're going to say onPress. So onPress, we have to go to onPress 1. So if we save and go back to our recommended, let's go ahead and just format this code so that we can work properly without any disruptions. So here we're going to have onPress. So this onPress, we have to navigate back. So we're going to use this navigation that we have here. we're not going to import any navigation in our air bar. So in here, we're going to have our navigation. So here we're going to say navigation.navigate, not navigate, but we want to go back like that. So let's go ahead and save. So if we click, then we can go back. That's exactly what we need. So for our other navigation, we need to have on press 1. Okay, it's going to be on press 1, and on press 1 we're going to navigate to a search page, search screen. So here we're going to say navigation.navigate, and we're navigating to search like that. So if we click here, we're supposed to be sent to the search page. So we're done with that part. So this code is going to be the same as the one that we're going to have in our hotel list. So what we can do here, we can just copy everything, go to a hotel list. Okay, go to a hotel list and then paste everything. So we need to change the names. So we have this recommended. We have to revert the name to hotel list like that. So here we have to change the data, and our hotel list is going to show a different, it's going to be a grid, not this list. Is going to be a grid. So we need to go ahead and make some adjustments. But if we just save this page like now, like this, go back and try to visit it, we're going to have the same list. So here what we can do, we can just change this title to nearby hotels. So we've changed the name of this hotel list to nearby. So when I clicked on it the first time, I clicked on this recommendations. That's why I didn't see the change. But if you come here and click on the right list, then you get this. So we are not going to change this list to a grid. We're going to keep it as a list, but we need to change the data. Okay. So if we go back to best hotels in components and then visit best hotels, we have a list here, a list of hotels. We need to copy these lists, go to hotels list, and we are going to replace this data with the data that we just copied from best hotels. So after pasting the data, we need to change the source, the data source from recommendations to hotels like this. So let's just paste and save. So after saving, we'll get a list of hotels. So what we said before, in order for us to maintain a high level of reusability when it comes to our components, when we are creating our backend, our data, like the keys to our data, should be the same. We have different collections, but we are going to use similar keys to store our entries because we need to reuse some of the components. And these components, when they are receiving the data and when we are deconstructing the data, we need to map them to the current setup that we have in that particular component. For example, if we click on reusable tile, in our reusable tile, we have this image. So if we change this image name from image URL to something else in our hotel list, then we are not going to be able to use this reusable tile here. So the titles have to be, the keys have to be consistent in order for us to just reduce the workload when it comes to our front end. So let's close this reusable tile. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and hook this search to a different page because we're going to have a different search page for our hotels. So here in our search, we need to create a new file and we're going to call it hotel search like that. And it has to be a JSX file. So we need to create the component alongside with the style. So this is our component. We need to save our component. After saving the component, we need to go ahead and hook it up to our index.js. So in our index, the index in screens, okay, we need to import. After importing, we need to export. So here we're importing hotel search and we need to export it. So here it has to be hotel search. Let's save, and then we want to visit app.js. In app.js, we are going to go ahead and import hotel search, and then we need to create a screen inside of our stack navigation. So here, the name is going to be hotel search. So we're going to just use consistent name. The name of the component has to be the same as the name of the route itself. So here it's supposed to be hotel search. Same as here, it has to be hotel search. So if we save, go back to our hotel list, and we need to visit this app bar where we are navigating to search. We should navigate to hotel search, right? So if we click here, then we are prompted to, no, that's details. The page is a little bit off. Let's see whether we are in the right page. Let's save again. If we click here, we shouldn't be in hotel details, but we should be in hotel search. So let me find out what the problem is, and then we can continue after we fix the problem. Visit our app.js. So in our app.js, we mapped this hotel search to the wrong component. So if we map to a wrong component, we are sent to the wrong page. So here, instead of having this hotel details, we're going to have a hotel list. Not hotel list, but hotel search. Let's save. So if we click here now, we're prompted to hotel search. That's exactly what we need. And we need to go ahead and fix the navigation for this hotel, for these hotels, okay? Because if we click now, we're going to be sent to place details. That's not what we need. So if we go to hotel list, we need to change this navigation from place details to hotel details, right? Like that. So if we save and click, then we are sent to hotel details. So let's go back. We finished working on these two. Even our home page, we finished. So the next thing that we want to do, we need to go ahead and work on our details page, as well as our search pages. So we're going to have two different search pages, the one for hotels and the one for places. So the last time we finished on both lists, the list of recommendations and the list of hotels. So right now we need to focus on details page. So the first one is going to be for the places. So if you press on USA, then you're supposed to be shown some little bit of details about USA and the popular places in that particular country. So let's go ahead and open screens in our directory, in our project directory, and then we can go to details, and in details we want to open country details. Okay, so this is the page that we want to open. So the first thing that we want to do in here, we need to go ahead and replace this view with the safe area, because we want to bring our components within the screen, because right now our component is right at the top. We don't want that. So we want to import safe area. So right after we import safe area, then our text will be brought within the screen. So let's go ahead and add a little bit of style. So the style for this one, we're going to edit on our style in our style sheet. So what we're going to do, we're going to have our style, and we need to access our styles. And from our styles, we want to create one for the container. Okay. So we need to give this container a different color and margin horizontal. So here we're going to create the container. After creating the container, we want to give it a background color. So our background color is going to be F3, F4, F8, like that. And let's go, we forgot hash. So don't forget hash whenever you write a color. So the hash has to be within this string. And down below, we want to give it a margin horizontal. And we have to give it a margin horizontal of 20. So if we go ahead and save this file, then our hello is going to be inside. So inside here, we're going to have
a scroll view. Place this text with a scroll view. It's supposed to be scroll view. So make sure that the component has been imported right on top. So our scroll view has been imported. Next, we want to have a view inside. So we're going to create a view and we're going to close that. We're not going to give it a style. So this view is going to contain an image and our air bar. So for image, we're going to use our network image. We still need the data. So we're going to take a look at that a little bit later. But first, let's import this image, but it's not imported. So what we need to do, we need to make sure that this image has been imported. So it's going to come from our components. From components, we need to access our index like that, right? So we need to hover over. So now we have our props. That means we've successfully imported our component. So we need source where we are getting the image. So we'll deal with that a little bit later. For width, we're going to give it a width of 100%. Okay, so we might need to make some changes as we go. So if this is 100, then we need to make changes to our container. We don't need to put margin horizontal. And we need to give it a height. We're giving it a height of 350. And we're giving it a border radius, not a border radius, but here it's supposed to be radius. We're giving it a radius of 30. So we need to go ahead and open our data. This data folder that we have here, we have one JSON with the name country. This JSON is the one that contains the details that we are going to use to develop our details page and import our data, and then we can continue. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to drag and drop these countries JSON into our VS Code. We can just select everything, copy, and then we come to our country details page, and we're going to just paste it right on top. So everything is okay. We can just close it, and we come to our image source. So for image source, we want to access the data which is inside this country. Okay, so we're going to say country dot image URL like that. Not, it's supposed to be image URL like that. So we have our image already. So that's all that we need to do to get the data. So all the data is going to be provided. You're going to get this zip file with the mock data of our backend. So next we need to have an air bar. So we've created an air bar before. So we want to reuse the same air bar. So what we're going to do here, we're going to have our air bar. So make sure that this air bar has been imported right on top. Okay, so it's been imported right here. But the easier way that we could do it is to just visit the page that we've used the air bar before. So we've used it in hotel list, if I'm not mistaken. If we visit hotel list, we've used the air bar here. So we need to go ahead and just copy this air bar, and then we come and paste it here. Okay, so after we paste this air bar, we need to make some few adjustments. So where we are displaying this nearby, we should display the title of the country. Okay, so here it's supposed to be country. So let's open our data and have a peek. So it's supposed to be country.country. Okay, so in here it's supposed to be .country like that. Let's get rid of the typo. Here it's supposed to be country. So we don't have an error, so we're done with that part. On the other hand, we're going to have search, and we're going to have our back button. This one we're going to deal with it later, the on press. So what we can do, we can just go ahead and pass it as an empty function. Okay, let's see, this is not an error though. The system is just a little bit slow, so it might like take a little bit of time to process some things. So we're done with that part. Now we have to come down outside of this view. We need to go ahead and create another view because we want to put our description, our heading, our description, and then we're going to put our popular lists. Okay, and we're going to have a button right at the bottom. So let's have our view first, and then we can have everything else. So we need to give our view a little bit of style. So here we need to add double brace, and we are going to use align content. So here we need AC. Okay, let's just write align content. We're going to align content to the center like that. To go ahead and wrap this view with another view. So we're just going to cut it, and we're going to have another view. So it's like a container inside of a container, and we're going to paste this other view. Let's format our code a little. So first we want to work inside this view. Okay, so we're going to give this view a style, and we're going to access our styles. So let's see whether we have styles right at the bottom. We do. And we want to create one style with the name description. Okay, so let's go ahead and have our description. So for description, it is the one that we're going to give a margin horizontal of 20. So here we need to get rid of this margin horizontal, and we need to go ahead and create our description here. So like we can just copy this and put it here. So first we're going to have margin horizontal, and we're going to give it a margin horizontal of 20, and we want to give it a little bit of padding right at the top, and we're going to give it a padding of 20. Okay, like that. So we're good to go. So now we can work inside this view. So inside the view, we're going to require the heading that we're going to have. So we want to use our reusable text. So if we come to our lists here, we didn't use a text, but if we visit our reusable tile, we have a reusable text here. So we can just go ahead, copy this reusable text, go back to our country details, and we need to go ahead and create another view before we paste. Now we don't need to create a view, but we just need to paste our reusable text, and we need to import it. So let's take care of the import first. So here we're going to have a reusable text. Okay, so let's make sure that it's imported right at the top along with the other components that we're using to map it to the correct text. So we want to access our country object that we have on top, and we want to have this value, this key region. That's the one that we're going to use, and our font family is going to remain the same. So for our sizes, we want to import text sizes, right? So here we're going to choose extra large. And for colors, we need to make sure that we import them, and we're going to go with a black color. So we are done with this part. Let's move on. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and create a new component. So this component is going to be for the description, okay? So if we come to reusable text, we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call it description text, like that. And it has to be a JSX file. So after creating this component, we need to create the component itself. So we've created the component. We can go ahead, save. The next thing, we need to go ahead and open the index.js inside our components and import the file and then export it. So here, description text, that's the one that we're importing, and we need to export it. So here it's supposed to be description text. So we are done with importing and exporting. So now we need to work inside this description text. So our description text is going to take a text. So we can get rid of this view, right? We want to return a text here. So in our text, we're going to have a property with the name number of lines, okay, like that. So we need to provide number of lines here. So here we're just going to say lines. So number of lines will help us to provide, like, okay, how many lines do we want? If our text is too large, let's say we've written a paragraph, but we want to show 3 lines. If we provide this value, then we'll only have 3 lines on our screen. So we should receive this as props. So we're going to have lines, right? The next thing, we need to add style to our text. So let's go ahead, have style. So in our style, we want to access our styles. And here we're going to just have the one with the name description. Okay, like that. So if it is description, we need to go ahead and create it right at the bottom. So we need to create the object. So the first thing that we're going to need is padding, like padding vertical, and we need to give it a padding of 10. After that, let's give it a font family. So for font family, we're going to go with regular. Okay, so here our regular has to be a string, and we have to align our text. So we're going to go with text align, and for text align, we're going to use justify, and we have to give the size. Okay, so we're going to have font size, and for font size, we're going to use our text sizes. Okay, so after import our text sizes, then we want to have a medium size for this description. So we're done with our style. So we need the text that we're going to display, isn't it? So here we're going to add braces, and here we're going to have a text. So this text has to come from our parent component. So we need to pass it here as a prop. So we're going to say text. It's supposed to be text. So we're going to receive these two, and then we're going to render whatever we receive, and we're going to consider these the number of lines. So if this number of lines are not provided, then by default it's going to show everything. So it's either we can use it or we cannot use it. So we're done with that part. So let's go back to our country details. We can be able to hook it up in here. So we're going to have description texts. So we need to provide the text. Okay, so we're going to take, for this one, we're going to overlook the number of lines. So we are going to just take the text. So our text is going to come from our country.description. So we just need to display everything. But if you want to manipulate how many lines a person can see, then we're going to go with this property lines, and then we can provide the number of lines. But now let's just leave it like this. So right at the bottom, now we need to do in this view that we created before. So the first thing that we need in this view, we need to create another view, and we need to have a row per se. Let's get rid of this so that we can just create a view directly. So here it's supposed to be capital letter V, and we need to close it. So inside this view, we need to have our styles, and in our styles, we need to access our reusable, because that's where we are getting our reuse. So we want to access our reusable styles. So here we're going to say reusable, and we have to import these styles, the first ones that come to this recommendations list, and we need to have our row with space. Since this is a function, so if we hover over it and click on it, it's a function here, so we have to provide the property of justify content here. So we need to go ahead and provide that. So let's go back to our country details. In our country details, we need to have space between in here. So it's going to be a string, and we're going to say space between like that. So right now we need to work inside our row. So inside our row, we're going to require a title, and we're going to also require a list, same as we were doing in our home page. So the first thing that we need to go ahead and copy this reusable text widget that we have on top, and we're going to paste it in here. After pasting, we can format our code. We need to change the title. So since this is a heading, we're going to provide a string. So we're going to give it a name, popular destinations. So since we're in a country, we need to recommend people the popular destinations in that country, right? So here our font family is going to be medium, and our text is going to be large. So we're going to access our text
text sizes, and we're going to pick large, and our color is going to be black. So right underneath, we're going to require a touchable opacity. So we want to go ahead. Once we click on this icon that we are going to put on inside our touchable opacity, we should be redirected to popular destinations. Not popular destinations, but destinations which are tied to that country that we are in. So if we click on a country, we're like taken to the page with that country's details, right? The food, the tourism sector, like it's just the basic introduction. And after that, we are going to have these popular destinations. It's just like recommendations. So if you click on a list to see more recommendations, we're going to get all the places that are tied to that country, and then we're going to show them in a list. So that's what we need to do. So here we are going to have an icon, and we're going to use feather. So we need to import this icon right at the top. So as we said, our icon is a class component, right? So we've done with that. We're done with importing our, not importing, but putting the name of our icon, but we haven't imported our icons. So right on top, we need to import these icons. So further, and we're going to get them from at Expo vector icons. So right now we are able to use our icons in our page. So the first thing that we need to provide is the name of the icon that we want to use. So we're going to use the prop with the name, and here we're going to use list, and we have to provide a size. And we said our icons by default, they come as black. So that's the color that we want to use. So we're not going to manipulate the color. So here we're going to give it a size of 20. So we are done with this part. So now we need to go ahead and have our on press. So on press, we need to do something, isn't it? So we're going to make it an empty function, and we're going to handle this a little bit later. So we are done with this part. So right underneath, we are going to have a flat list. So we're going to create another component in our components, which is going to contain this list. But before we even go there, we need to have a button. We need to have a button. So we're going to have a flat list, and we're going to have a button. So it's better if we finish with the button, and then we can go ahead and work with our flat list. So we've used the button before, onboarding, isn't it? So if we go to onboarding, visit slides, we have a button in here. So we have to copy the button, the reusable button here. We have to just copy this reusable button, and we are going to paste it in our country details. So right underneath our touchable opacity, we are going to paste our button, and we have to import this button, right? So we're going to rewrite the name. It's supposed to be reusable. So here it's reusable BTN. So we've imported our reusable BTN. So next we are going to check whether we do have sizes and colors in this file. So let's go ahead right to the top. So here we have colors and we have text. So we have to import sizes. So what we're going to do, we're just going to have sizes here. They should be uppercase, not lowercase. Okay, so let's go ahead and rewrite in uppercase like that. So next we're going to just change the properties of our button for them to fit our needs for this page. To do inside our button, we need to handle our navigation. So we're not going to navigate to bottom, but we're going to navigate to hotel search, and we have to change the color of our button. So our background color has to be green. Our border color is also going to be green, but we can just leave it since our border width is 0, but we're just going to change it to green. And then our text color is going to be white. So that's all that we need to do. But here, coming to the top, we need to change the width. We need it to occupy almost all of our horizontal width. So here we need to just remove the brackets, and here we're going to give it a -40, not a -50, like that. And we need to change the title. Okay, so Here, our title is going to be Find Best Hotels, like that. It's supposed to be hotels here. So whenever we're pushing this route, okay, we're pushing this page, we want to push with the country ID, okay, with the country ID. So we're going to handle that a little bit later. Let's see. If we visit our data, we have ID. This ID belongs to the country, right? But it's best if we do it with the data from the backend. What we're going to do now, we're just going to go ahead and have ID as our parameter here, like that. So right now, let's go ahead and create a new list for our popular destinations. So this one, we can just create it. We can create a new folder. After creating a new folder, we have to give it a name. So we're going to call it country. So this country folder is outside. It's in our components. So we need to create a new file and we need to give it a name. So the name is going to be popular list, like that, and it has to be a JSX file. So we need to create our component in here. So we are going to have RNFES because we want to create this with style. Okay, here it's supposed to be S and we need to create it with style. So we have our style right underneath. So the first thing that we need to do in here is to receive the data. Okay, we need to receive the data. So we're going to receive our data. We're going to give it a name data. Data, we need to go ahead and handle the component that we're going to return in here. So we need to get rid of everything. Inside here, we want to have a flat list. So as we said, we use a flat list to render a list, right? A list of components. So our flat list has been imported right on top. And to have a list, we need to provide the data right to that list. So here we're going to use the data prop to feed the data to this flat list. So this data is the data that we are receiving from the parent component. So it's going to be data here. So after we have this data, we need to go ahead and add another prop. We haven't added this prop in our development so far. So since our country details is wrapped around a scroll view, our flat list is also a scroll view. Is scrollable. So what we need to do, we need to disable one of the scrolls especially for the flat list. Two scrollable components, then we are bound to get into an error. So here we have a prop with the name scroll enable, right? So for flat list, we're going to disable the scroll. So we're going to set it to false. So if we set it to false, we're going to use the scroll belonging to the country details page, to the scroll view, not the flat list. So since we got that out of the way, we want to go ahead and also disable like show vertical scroll indicator. Since we're going to just have two items, then there's no need for us to show a vertical indicator. So here we're going to set it to false. After this, we need to now render our data, to render the component that we're going to be seeing on our screen. So to do that, we're going to have this render item prop. So we're going to do it a little bit different. So here we're going to create the render item right on top. So here we just need to pass render item like this. Okay. So if we go right on top, now we can create this render item. So this render item prop is going to get this render item from the render item that we're going to create on top. Okay, so we're going to have consts and we have to use the same name, render item. So our render item here is going to take an item, and this item is going to come from our process data. Okay, it's supposed to be item, and in here we need to display the data. We need to have a component that we're going to use to display the data. So we're going to use a reusable tile, but we need to add a little bit of space between the tiles in our list. So the first thing that we need a view, and we are going to add a style to this view. So let's just go ahead and do this. So we have our style, and we're going to put the styles in here. We're not going to put them in this style that we created below. So we need to add double brace. In our double brace, we're going to have margin bottom, and we need to give it a margin bottom of 10. So inside of this view, now we need to have our reusable tile. So our reusable tile is a closed component, so we need to close it, and we need to provide the data that we are going to consume in this reusable tile. So we have this item prop, and we need to pass this item that we have on top to our reusable tile, like that. So we also, if we hover over our reusable tile, it takes in on press. So if we press on this reusable tile, then we're supposed to be taken to a particular page. So here we're going to have our on press. So on press, we're supposed to navigate to place details, since this popular list is specifically for popular places. So let's put it as an empty function. First, we need to go ahead and have our navigation. So since we're in a child prop, we are not going to receive navigation here, but we need to use navigation hook to create a navigation object and import our use navigation. So we imported our use navigation, so we need to use this hook to create our navigation object. So here we need to give a name to our object, and we are going to call it navigation. So we're going to use this hook to create our navigation object. So now we have our navigation object, so we can use it in here. So we need to just get rid of the braces, and we have our navigation. Now we're able to navigate. So here we need to provide the name of the page that we need to navigate to. So here it's supposed to be place details, like that, and we need to pass the ID of this place to the next page. Okay, so in here we're in a reusable tile, right? So this item that we have, it has an ID. So we need to get the ID of that item, and it's the same that we're going to pass to the next page, which is places details, because we need to use the ID to get the data from our backend, and then we can render everything that's related to that place. So here we need to add a comma, and we need to access our item, and we need to get the ID, like that. So here, that's all that we need to do. We can go ahead, save, and we can get rid of this style since we didn't use it. And right on the top, we need to get rid of these components that we didn't use. You can just add a comma here. So everything is okay in here. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead to our index.js inside our components, right? Components, index.js. We need to go ahead and import this file, and then we export it. So here we're going to import popular list, and we're going to export it. After exporting, then we are going to go ahead to our country details. In our country details, right after our touchable opacity, here we're going to have our popular list. So let me get rid of it so that we can just put everything together. So we're going to have our popular list here. Our popular list is a closed component. So if we go right at the top, this popular list should be imported here along with the other components that we're using in this page. So we need to provide the data that we need to render in our FlatList. So here we gave our prop a name, data. So we need to provide that data. So the data is going to come from country. And in our countries, we need to access the list that we have with the name popular, like that, and then we just save. So if we go back right at the top, okay, and open this country, the country data that we are using, so we have this key with the name popular, so it's a list. So we are pushing these objects to to our flat list. So this is the list that we're going to be using in our flat list, and we are going to render these two objects. So let's go ahead and just close this. So next, we're going to go ahead and run a test. If we didn't make any mistake or any error, then our page should just run fine. But if we do have any errors that we need to revisit and change, then we are going to do that. What we need to do, we need to make some adjustments so that our page can be standard. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do is to go ahead and get rid of this safe area. We don't need the safe area here. We want this image to be right at the top, so we're going to remove the safe area. If we remove the safe area and save, we fix that issue. And next, we're going to go ahead and fix this. We've placed our popular list and our button inside of a row instead of outside. So if you take a look here, we're in a row. This row should contain reusable text and this icon only, right? So let's close this row, and right underneath that row, we need to paste these two. So we're going to go ahead and save. So now we have our popular list and we have our heading. So here we need to add a little bit of height right underneath our list. We need to have a HeightSpacer. So we're going to give it a height of, let's give it a height of 20, and let's go ahead and save. So we created a space here, and we need to add more space right on top of this in between our description and our view. So we need to go ahead and do that, but we can just do it inside. Before this row, we can add a little bit of space so that we can have space here. So if we scroll and we go underneath, everything is okay. Underneath our button here, let's add more space. So we're going to give it a HeightSpacer, and we're going to give it a space of, let's give it a space of 50. So if we scroll, then we have a little bit of space here. So everything is okay here. If we click, we should be directed to place details, and we should have our ID being printed here. So everything is working fine on that end. So what we need to focus on now is to make sure that we bring these buttons a little bit down, okay? So going back to our app bar, this is our app bar warning that we are receiving here. So this warning is originating from this network image that we have in our country details. So here we just put 100 instead of 100%. So if we put 100% here, this error won't show. That's the first. Next, we need to fix the problem with our app bar because it's right at the top. We don't want it. We want it to be a little bit down. So we need to go ahead and open it. So after we open, we need to go ahead. Here, our value is 10, right? Like this. So we need to be able to manipulate this top from our parent component. So we're going to say top here, and we have to convert this to a function, okay? So we're going to take everything from here, and we're going to place it inside this bracket. So here we're going to have top. We also need left and right because this page doesn't have margin. Like right at the top, we don't have margin horizontal. So we need to be able to manipulate it. So we need to have left here, and we need to have right. So these properties, just like the other properties that we were using before, if we don't provide them, then by default, React Native is going to give a default value, which is 0. So we don't have to worry about the other places that we've used this, but we just need to go and make some minor adjustments. So here we're going to have left, and here we're going to have right, like that. So if we come right to the top where we are using this style overlay, right? So in our overlay, we have to provide top, left, and right. And these ones, they have to be passed from the parent component too. So we need to copy them from here, and we need to paste them right on top like that. So we're going to go ahead, make adjustments in our country details in the other pages that we use this app bar. Is just put together. So we need to go ahead and make necessary adjustments. So let's start by our country details page. So here we're going to have top. So for top, we're going to give it a top of 40. And let's try to save. So it's a little bit below, just the way that we want. Okay, we don't need a comma. So let's get rid of the comma. So left, we're going to give it a left of 20. And we're going to give it a right of 20, like that. So if we save, now our air bar is fine, but it's going to be different for other pages. We want to make sure that we have a consistent design throughout our application. So we need to go back, and if we visit recommendations, then our air bar is screwed. We need to provide left and right. Okay, so this is recommendations. The recommendations are here. So here we have our air bar. So first we need to provide top, and we need to give it a top of 10. We need to give it a left, and we're going to give it a left of 0, and we need to give it right of 0. So if we save, then our air bar is back to normal. So we're going to do the same also for our hotel list. So we just need to copy this value and go to our hotel list. In our hotel list, we just need to paste these and save. So if you press back, go to hotel, then our air bar is completely fine. So we are done with our air bar, as well as this page. We're done with this page. So if you press on find best hotels, we haven't set, like, okay, here we don't have the ID. We don't have the ID. So let's go to popular lists. Let's get rid of this for now, and let's just save like that. It's not this, but find best hotels. Okay, find best hotels is the button. We have to focus on the button, so it's not in this, but it's in our country details. Okay, so here we are passing the ID, but we don't have the ID. The ID that we're supposed to pass is the ID of the country. So we are going to handle that a little bit later, while we have our backend. So if we save it like this for now, if we press here, we're supposed to be prompted to hotel search. So far so good. So next we're going to go ahead and work on our other details page, which is the hotel details page and the place details page. So now for the country, we are done. So just to give a little bit of clarification on description text, we said if you provide number of lines here, then the number that we provide is the number of lines that we'll see. So let's have our line prop. If we say 6 and save, then we're going to have 6 lines only. And if we don't provide anything here, then we're going to get all the text. So that's how number of line works. So if we come here and visit our description text, so inside of our description text, this property number of lines is the one that we're talking about. The next thing that we need to do is go ahead and work on our places details page. So we need to go ahead and open places details page. So we need to go to screens, details, and then we open place details page. So this details page is going to be similar to our country details page. So we just need to open them side by side. So let's close this. So we want to make some adjustments. We just want to copy some of the stuff that we have here. So we can copy everything from here, the imports, and we paste them here. So we're going to keep use route, because we want to use it a little bit later. We can get rid of this ID. So going inside, we need our data, right? We need our data. So this data is going to be place data, not country data. So if we need to go to the folder that contains our data. So it's on our desktop. Okay, we have to make this a list. So we need to open this and we need to go to place. Okay, So we need to just drag and drop this file and put it here. So what we're going to do, we're just going to copy the data. So mind, copy this array, okay, inside. Don't mind this place here. So we just need to close this. After that, we need to come right to the top. So what we need to do, we need to create our places. It's supposed to be place, not places. It's one place, and we need to paste the data that we just copied. So we can close it. Next, we are going to go ahead and copy everything that we have in here, and we're going to replace everything in here like that. So we're going to close this country details, and we're going to save it. So we want to bring back our simulator. So we have our simulator back. So the next thing that we need to go ahead and make some adjustments inside of this places details. So everything is going to remain the same on top, but we need to go ahead and change here our title. Our title is not going to come from country, but it's going to come from place. It's supposed to be place. So it's supposed to be place dot title. So we have a key with the name title. So we need to go ahead and check whether we do have region inside of our file that we inside of our data. Okay, we don't have region, but we have location. So we're going to go ahead and use location. So this is supposed to be location like that. Description is going to be the same. So we just need to change the origin from country to place. So in here, we're going to be showing our popular hotels, which are, okay, we can put it this way. So if we have a place, let's say Disney, right? So around Disney, there are some popular places and popular hotels. So here we want to display popular hotels which are closer to Disney. So we're going to have popular hotels, and then we're going to have this list, and we need to change the origin of the data to place.popular like that. So let's go ahead and save. After saving, we can go ahead and try to click on a place and see whether we can get a positive. Okay, here useRoute has already been declared. So that means we declared it twice. So we have it here and we have it here. So we can get rid of the one of the two. Okay, so our error is gone. So we can just try to click on a place. Country doesn't exist. So the origin of our image, we haven't changed. So we need to change this from country to place. So if we click on a place, then this is what we're supposed to get. So we need to go ahead and make adjustments. So everything on top is okay. We are getting the title of our place, the location, popular hotels, and we're displaying popular hotels here. So what we need to do, we need to go ahead and make some adjustments here. We need to add a little bit of margin, okay? So this margin is supposed to come to description. Yes, so we've placed the styles here, but we haven't created the styles here, okay? So they're going to be the same. So here we're going to have our description. So we're going to have margin horizontal, supposed to be horizontal, and we're going to give it a margin horizontal of 20. Okay, so we fixed that problem. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to add a little bit of height on top. You'd make this text a little bit smaller. We can either make it smaller or include number of lines. So let's see if we come to our usable text. We don't have number of lines. So what we can do, we can make it medium instead of large. It's the wrong one. So the one that we supposed to focus on is the location. Okay, we can as well make it large and see what it looks like. If it fits, then we can leave it like that. Okay, that's okay. So we need to add a little bit of space on top of this reusable text. So we're going to use our HeightSpacer. So our HeightSpacer is a closed component, and we need to provide the height. And we need to give it a height of, let's give it a height of 15, and let's save like that. So we have everything that we need, and we just need to change our navigation for this button, because we need to navigate to hotels, not to places. So we haven't set navigation here, so we're going to do that a little bit later, but so far so good. So we are done with this page. Next, we're going to focus on the hotel details page to receive navigation right here, because if we try to go back, we won't be able, because we don't have our navigation. So we need to have our navigation. So now if we press on back, now then we can be able to go back. So for now, that's all that we need to do. So now we need to focus on our hotel details page. So this one is going to be a little bit different and a little bit longer, so brace yourself. We're going to spend most probably like more than 30 minutes to an hour creating the hotel details page, because it contains some of the components that we haven't created before. So let's go ahead and do that. So go ahead and work on our hotel details page. So if we click on our hotel card, this is what our page looks like. So we need to make some adjustments and some changes so that we can have the page that we want. So the first thing that we need to go to our screens and go to details and open hotel details page. So I've already opened mine here. So what we're going to do, we're going to remove this view, and we want to have a scroll view. We want to make this page scrollable. So a scroll view will help us to achieve that. So now that we have a scroll view, we need to get rid of this text that we have here. So inside, we're going to require a view, and we're going to give this view a style, right? So we're going to style it in here. So we're going to give it a height, not a margin. It's going to be a height. We're going to give it a height of 80. So after this, we need to have our A bar right on top. So our A bar should be inside of this view. So let's go to our place details, and we're going to copy the A bar that we have here, and we're going to paste it in here. After pasting, we need to import it, right? So we've imported our A bar, we've imported it right here. So here we need to make some adjustments as well. We need to remove this title, okay? We don't have our data as yet. So here we're just going to have something random, and we need to import these colors. So we have our colors right on top. So if we save, we should see something. So this is what we have now. So here we have to make a little bit of adjustments too. So we have to come here to our top, and we need to make it 50 and save. We need to bring it down a little bit. So this is our A bar. So here we need to receive navigation. Of our navigation, so if we save, we have the ability to go back, but we're going to do that later. So let's go ahead and create another view right at the bottom. So here we're going to have a view, and we have to give this view a style. So this style is going to come from styles. So let's take a look and see whether we have our styles below. We don't. So we need to create our styles. Let's create our styles in a separate file. So we're going to create a separate file here, which is going to contain our styles. So we're going to call it hotel details. It's supposed to be details, and it has to be styles, style.js. It's supposed to be style here. So take notes. Just try to minimize the number of errors that you make when you're naming files. Okay. So now that we have our file, we need to go ahead and import the style sheet. So we're going to import the style sheet from React Native. We have our style sheet. Next, we need to create the style itself. So in here, we're going to have const styles is equals to style sheet.create. We need to create our styles, and underneath, we need to export the styles that we just create. So we're going to export default, and we're exporting styles like that. So we can save this file. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go back to our hotel details, and then we can hook this style to hotel details. So what we can do, we can place it side by side so that we can work simultaneously without scrolling up and down. So we're going to make it a little bit smaller. We need to access our styles in our hotel details. So what we need to do here, we need to go ahead and call our style. So we need to import this one, the one that is on top of our recommendation list. And we need to create one with the name container. Okay, so here we're going to have a container. So we haven't created the style, so we're going to go ahead and create it. So in our styles, we want to create an object with the name container. So in our object, we have to give it a padding. It's going to be padding top. We want to give it a padding top of 20. And we want to give it a margin horizontal. Okay, so our margin horizontal is going to be uniform across the board. So we have to give it a margin of 20, a margin horizontal of 20. So we are done with that part. Next, we're going to move on. Inside of this view, we're going to have our image. So we need to use our network image. So as we said before, our network image is going to be a closed component, but we need to import it first. So our network image has been imported right on top. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to close this component. After closing, we need to have our source. Okay, so right now we don't have our data, so we can leave our source like this, but we need to handle our width and our height. So here we've put a margin horizontal of 20. So that means our page is not going to be touching both ends of our screen. So here we just need to occupy the space that is provided. So for width, we're going to give it 100%. So to avoid the same error that we made before, just make sure that when you write 100%, you put the percentage sign. So right underneath, we're going to have our height, and our height is going to be 220. And we need to give this image a radius. So we're going to give it a radius of 25. So we need to go ahead and create another view underneath our image. Okay, so underneath this image, we're going to create another view, and we have to give it a style. So let's go ahead and create a style. So we want to access our styles, these styles that we have on the other side, and we want to create one style with the name title container. So this is going to contain our titles. It's a title container or title column. So first we're going to have a container, and then we're going to have a column inside. So what we can do, we can copy this view, paste it inside, and we want to change the style to title column. So we're going to have a container that's going to wrap our column, right? So here we're just going to change the name to column, like that. So when we go back to our styles, we need to create two styles, two objects, the one for the title container and the one for the title column. So we have one. So first we're going to deal with our container, and then we're going to go ahead and deal with our column. So our container, we have to give it a margin. So we're going to give it a margin of 15. Here we require a background color. So we're going to give it a background color, and our colors are going to come from the colors that we have in our constant. So we have to import our colors. So here is going to be colors.light white. After importing our colors, we need to have a height. So we need to give a height to this container. So we're going to give it a height of 120. So we need to place this container above our image a little bit. It has to overlap our image a little bit. So what we're going to do, we said if you want to put another component on top of another, we should use position, right? The position prop. So here we're going to have our position, and for position we're going to use absolute, because absolute allows us to place a component on top of another. So now that we have our absolute, now we need to include the props that we are going to use to manipulate where we want our stack component to be. Okay, so first we're going to have top, and we're going to give it a top of 170. And we have to include left and right. So for the left, we're going to put 0, same as for right, and we should have a border radius. So we want to give it a border radius of about 20. So we're done with this part. So we can go ahead and save. So this is our container. So our container is going to be on top of this image a little bit, like right at the bottom is going to overlay our image. And inside of this, we have this title column. So all the titles that are going to be contained inside the title container, they're going to be on top of our image. So we need to visit the folder which contains our data, and we need to go ahead and pick this file with the name hotel. Okay, so we're just going to drag and drop it in here, and we're just going to copy everything, and we need to come right to the top of this page before return, and we want to paste the data here. So we can close this file, and we can go ahead and close this. So now we have our data. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to provide the image source. So here we're going to access the hotel, and here we need to pass the image URL. So next we need to go ahead and create this title column. So right underneath our title container, we're going to create the title column. So in our title column, we're going to just have a padding. So our padding here, it has to be 15. That's all that we need to do. So let's go ahead and save. Coming back to our hotel details page, we just need to format the code a little. After formatting, now we need to work inside this title column. So inside the title column, we're going to require a reusable text component. So here, we need to go ahead. We haven't used it in here, so we need to visit place details. So in place details, we need to just copy this reusable text widget that we have here, and we're going to go back to hotel details. In hotel details, we need to paste our reusable text. So after pasting, we need to import the reusable text. So we're going to re-import it. So if we go right at the top, now we have our reusable text right at the top. So we need to take care of the other inputs that we have. So here for our text, we're going to use sizes. We're not going to use text sizes. We're going to just use sizes here. So we need to import these sizes from our sizes, the sizes that we have in our constants. So if we hover over, if this file has been imported, then we will be able to see the sizes that we have in these sizes. Okay, so we want to change the size of this text to medium. So the font family is going to remain the same. So we're going to leave it like that. And the text, this one, we have to change it to extra large and not to medium. Let's give it XL. And the text color is going to remain the same. It's going to remain as black. So we're done with that part. Next, we want to have a little bit of height between this reusable text and the next text that we're going to have. Okay, so here, what we can do, we can just duplicate this text, put it down, and then we can add space between these two components like that. So here we need to change our text first, right? So our text is going to come from the hotel object that we've created on top. So it's going to be hotel.title, and the next one is going to be location. So here we're just going to change the origin of the data to hotel from place. Okay, so here it's supposed to be hotel.location. So that's all that we need to do. So in between, we have to add a HeightSpacer like that. So once we have our HeightSpacer, we need to close it. After closing, we need to add the height itself. So we're going to have our height prop, and then we want to add a height of 10. But down here, we need to change the size of the text that we're going to render from extra large. So our title is going to be large, and our location is going to be a little bit smaller. So we need to change it to medium. After changing, then we can move on. Right underneath this, we need another HeightSpacer. So we're going to copy this and we're going to paste it below. After pasting, we need to change the height from 10 to 15. It's supposed to be 15. So right at the bottom, we're going to require another view. So we have to give this view a style. So let's go ahead and create the view first, and then we can deal with the style a little bit later. So here, our style is going to be a little bit different. We're not going to have our style in this hotel details styles. We want to use the reusable styles. So here we're going to call our styles, and in our braces we need to import reusable styles. Okay, so these are the ones that we have right on top in our preference list, and then we need to just import. After import, we need to go with row with space. So our row with space is a function, so we need to go ahead and add some brackets, and in these brackets we need to provide like justified content, like which prop of justified content are we going to use. So for this one, we want to use flex start. So it's going to be flex dash start, like that. So right now we need to do inside, we need to work inside of our view. So inside of our view, we need to display the rating. Okay, rating. So here we're going to require a rating component, but this one is going to be different in the sense that we are going to display all 5 stars, right? So the one that we created, it was a rating component with just the rating as a number, like the average rating. But for this one, we have to display the stars. If it is four star, then we have to display 4 stars in gold, and the other star, it will be a little bit lighter, let's say white or black, something like that. But here we're going to use a package to achieve these rating stars. We don't want to do it manually. So if we visit our package.json, we have a package that we are using to help us to create these stars. So let's go ahead and try to visit our package.json. So here, this is our package.json. We have our dependencies. So we are going to use React Native stock star rating to render our, to create our component for rating. Okay, so let's close our package.json. We want to change this flex start to space between. So we have to change this to space between. After changing this to space between, we're going to import our rating. Since we have one in components already, we don't want them to conflict, so we are going to import this one manually. So we're going to import rating, and this rating is going to come from React Native. It's React Native stock star rating, this one that we have here. So we can just close it here. So right underneath, we're able to use it in here. So it's going to be a closed component. So we're going to have our rating, and let's close this component first. So here we're going to have max stars, like how many stars do we require in one line. So we're going to do with max stars first, and then we can go ahead and do with other properties. So here we're going to have max stars. For max stars, we're going to have a maximum of 5 stars. And we also need a property with the name stars. Okay, so for this one, it's going to take in our rating. So this rating is going to be provided from here. So hotel.rating. That's going to be our origin of our rating. Okay, so we're going to have our hotel, and here we're going to map it to rating. So underneath, we're going to disable the border. So we're going to say bordered, and we're going to set it to false. So let's check the spelling. The spelling is correct, and we need to give it a color. So we need to give it a color. So let's go ahead, give it a color. Our color has to be a string. So for this one, we're going to use #fd. So it's the same color, 9942. okay, 9942, something like this. So we can just go ahead and save, and then we can work on our other component. So right next to this row, we're going to have a reusable text component. Place another component, which is going to be right at the end of this row. So we have our rating, and we want to have a text. So a text is going to show the number of reviews that this particular hotel has. So we're going to copy this reusable text that we have on top, and we're going to just go ahead and paste it down here. We have to format our code. So here we have to go and get our reviews like that. So we need to add a bracket. So what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and have our bracket. So inside we need to wrap our source with some braces, and we need to add a $sign like that. So here we need to go ahead and change the size from medium to large. The color is going to remain black. The color is not black, but we should have a gray color. Not everything is not going to be black. Here, let's revert it back to medium like that. So we have our description and our image. We have our rating and our image. Next, we're going to be focusing on our description. So right at the bottom of these containers, the containers that we created, we are going to have one for our description and everything that we're going to have below. So what we need to do, we need to go ahead. So this is the view that encapsulates this row, and with no errors after we just created whatever we created in here. So what we need to do, we need to go ahead and open this page. So this is what we've created so far. So one thing that we need to do, we need to place the right title on top. We need to place the right title. After placing the right title, we need to go ahead and make some few changes. We need to move this container into another view. So here we're going to access our hotel, and we need to get the title like that. So on top is going to be the title of the hotel, and it's the same that's going to be here. Okay, so we have our rating and we have our reviews. So what we need to do here, we need to go ahead and close this view. Okay, after closing this view, we just need to cut it. We need to create another view, and we're going to close it, and we need to paste the view that we just copied. We just cut. So in here, that's when we are going to have our other view. So this view is going to be the view that's going to have everything that's going to be underneath this image and this card containing our title. So we need to create a view. It has to be kept. So it has to be a view here, and we need to close it. So we need to add a little bit of style to our view. So the first thing that we require, we're going to require our style, and we're going to style it inside. We're going to have an addition. So what we need to do, we need to combine two styles together, right? We want to get the style of our container, and we want to add a little bit of padding to the top. Okay, so let's do this for us to work with a little bit of illustration. So we need to have a text. So if we write something in here, it's going to be rendered on the screen. So this is going to be our reference point on how we want our view to look. So here we need to have two styles. So in order for us to have two styles, we're going to have our lists or array. So first we need to use the styles that we already have. So we want to use the one for the container, and we want to add a little bit to the styles that we have. So we want to add a padding top. So we need to give this view a padding top of 90 like that. So next we want to go ahead and work inside this container. So the first thing that we need a text. So we're going to use our reusable text. So let's just copy it from above and paste it down here. So after pasting, we need to provide the text here. So our text is going to be description. Okay. So if it is description, we are going to provide it as a string like that. So for the size, it is going to be large. And for the color, it is going to be black. It is going to be black. So right underneath, we need to add a little bit of space. So we're going to use our HeightSpacer. So our HeightSpacer is a closed component. We've closed it and we require height, and we need to give it a height of 10. After that, we need to go ahead and have our description text. So here, we're going to have description text component, and it's a closed component as well. So our description text and lines. So we want to just use the text. So we have our text prop. Now we need to give it the text to render. So our text is going to come from hotels, and here we're going to have our description. So we are done with that part. Next, we need to add a little bit of space as well, so that we can put the next component. So here we're going to just copy the HeightSpacer that we have above, and we're going to paste it here. After pasting it, we're going to require another reusable text. So we're going to copy this reusable text and we're going to paste it down. After pasting it, now we need to change the text. So here is going to be location, and the size is going to be, the family is going to be medium, the size is going to be large, and the color is going to be black. So everything else remains the same. Location heading, we need the actual location. So what we're going to do, we want to create a space and we want to have our location right underneath. So we're just going to copy these to the HeightSpacer in the text, and we're going to paste them down here. After pasting, we just need to adjust the height. We're going to adjust it to 15. And here, since we want to display the actual location, we need to get rid of this location that we have here. And our location is going to come from hotel.location. So here, we need to go ahead and change this font family from medium to regular. So after changing, we also need to take care of our size. So our size, we have to use small, and we have to add an additional 2 to our size. Next, our colors, we're going to change from black to gray. So that's all that we need to do for our actual location. So after our actual location, we need to go ahead and display a map. Because if we visit our data, so our data is coming with our coordinates, right? We have our latitude and we have our longitude. So our latitude and our longitude, this might not be the same way, the way to handle this data. So we're going to change the way to handle the data. Let's just go ahead and change it. So here we want to have coordinates, okay, like this. So we have our longitude and our latitude in our coordinates. So we need to push these coordinates to a map view, and then we're going to use these two to render a marker on our map. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So the first thing that we require in order for us to use a map is React Maps. So here we're going to go ahead and have a new component that we're going to display right underneath this text. So if we come to our components, you have to create a new folder and you have to call it hotel. So in that folder, you need to create a new file and you have to call it hotel map, like that. And it has to be a JSX file. So you need to create a component with style. And in here, you just need to get rid of everything. So the first component that you're going to have is a touchable opacity, like that, and you need to close. So our touchable opacity has been imported right on top. So in here, we want to put our map, okay? We need to put our map. So let's go ahead and import our map, okay? So our map, we're going to use a map view. So this map view hasn't been imported yet. So we need to go ahead and import map view manually. So if we visit our package.json, we have the dependencies that we're using to handle our maps. We're going to use this dependence to help us with our maps. So let's go ahead and close this. After closing, we need to go ahead and import our maps manually. So here we want to import map view. So our map view is going to come from React Native Maps. Okay. So we want to import markers as well. So here we're going to have marker. So we are done importing. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and receive our coordinates. So here we're going to receive our coordinates, and these are the coordinates that we're going to use in here. But first, let's go ahead and add a style. So here we're going to access our styles, and we need to create a style for this map view. So we're going to call it maps. So we just copy the name, go to our styles, and then we create a new object. So in our new object, we're going to have we're going to have margin vertical, because we want to add a little bit of space right at the top and right at the bottom. So here we're going to have margin vertical, and we're going to give it a margin vertical of 10. We need to specify the height of this component. Since it's going to be inside our hotel details, we need to give it a height, otherwise it's going to occupy the whole screen. So we're going to give it a height of 120. As for width, we're going to take available width. So we're going to give it 100%. So make sure when you're using percentage that you put the percentage sign. Otherwise, we are going to run into some kind of a warning or an error. So here we want to have our border radius, not BR, but border radius. So for border radius, we're going to give this component, this map view, a border radius of 12, like that. So we are done with that part. So the next thing that we want to have a region. So a region will help us to like have a first view of our map. Whenever we open our map, it's going to point to this region. Okay, so if we use the region prop, we have to provide coordinates. So here we're going to use our coordinates in here. So we're done with that part. Inside our map view, we're going to have a marker. So our marker is a closed component. So let's go ahead and close it. So the first thing that we need coordinate. So our coordinate is going to come from coordinate. So in here, we're just going to say coordinates, and we need to place a title to our marker. Okay. So our title is going to come from coordinates.title. So we're going to change the way that we are, not change. We're going to just create a new object that's going to be for our coordinates. Once this object has been passed to this view, then everything will start to make sense. I'll explain a little bit once we are making the coordinates object. So let's go back to our hotel details. In our hotel details, here our coordinates, we have to leave them the way they were. Okay. After leaving them the way they were, we need to create a new object right here. So we need to use let coordinates. So this is the object that we are going to pass to our map view, is equals to, we create an object. So first we're going to have an ID. So this ID is going to be the ID of this object that we have right on top. So we need to access the hotel object, and we need to get the ID. So here is going to be underscore ID. Afterwards, we require a title. So we're going to do the same. The title is going to be hotel.title, like that. We also need latitude. So for our latitude, we do the same, hotel.latitude. Let's have our longitude. So for longitude, it's the same, hotel.longitude. So in here, not location, but longitude. So in here, we need to go ahead and add a few more props. Okay, we need to add latitude delta and longitude delta. So these ones, they help us to define the zoom of our map. Okay, so we're going to have latitude delta with a capital letter D. So our delta is going to be a double, so it's going to be 0.01. We're going to have a longitude delta as well. So our longitude delta is going to be the same, 0.01, like that. So whenever we are using this hotel map, we're going to require the data, right? This data. So we're going to pass this object that we just created to a hotel map. And then whenever we want to get the title, we're going to access the coordinates and get the title. Okay, so we need to go ahead and open index.js for our components, import and export this, and then we can use it in our hotel details inside our components. So after opening index.js, we need to import our hotel map. After importing, we need to export it. So here it's going to be hotel map, and we need to bring it down like that. So if we save and go back to our hotel details, the next thing, let's go ahead, let's see. Okay, we have to try to handle this on press. Okay, so on press, we should do something in our touchable opacity, but we're not going to handle it now. We just leave it as an empty function. So let's go ahead, close it. So right underneath our last text, this text, we're going to go ahead and have our hotel map. Okay, so our hotel map has been imported right on top here. So it's a closed component. We need to close it, and we need to provide coordinates. So these coordinates needs data, so we're going to pass coordinates. Okay, so if we hover over the data that we're sending to our hotel map, this is the object that we just created a few minutes ago. So we're done with that part. Right after our map, we need to go ahead and have a heading because we need to display reviews. Okay, at least two reviews. So in order for us to handle reviews, we should have reviews here also. So most probably we're going to change this data. Or we are just going to add two reviews. Okay, but first let's go ahead and handle our, we need our heading. So we're going to have a view, and let's see whether we didn't import something that we don't want. No. Let's close this hotels first, and then we go down. We need to have a proper view, and here it's supposed to be view. So this view has to be a row. So we're going to use reusable styles. So here we're going to have our styles, and from our styles we're going to use reusable. Here we need a row with space, and here we are going to use space between. All right, so inside of our row we're going to require a title, and we're going to require an icon for the list. So for a title, we can just copy this reusable text, paste it down here, and we need to make some few changes. So we need to change the font family to medium. After changing the font family, we need to provide a text here. So our text is going to be reviews, and the size is going to be large, like that. And our color is going to be black. So we need to have an icon, and this icon has to be wrapped around a touchable opacity. So first, we're going to require touchable opacity here, and we need to close it. So right inside, we're going to have feather, not InDesign. We're going to use feather, and it's a closed component. So first, we said when we're handling our icons, we need to provide the name. So our name here is going to be list. We've done this before. So it's going to be list, and our size is going to be 20. So we haven't imported our icons, so we need to go right back at the top. So at the top, we need to go ahead and import. So we're importing feather from at Expo vector icons. It's supposed to be Expo, like that. So right underneath, now we need to go ahead and have a flat list. A flat list displaying our reviews. So we're in a scroll view. So we're going to create the flat list separately, and we're going to disable scroll. Okay. But first, before we create our flat list, we're going to go ahead and run a test and take a look at what we've created so far. If there are some adjustments that needs to be made, then we can go ahead and make those adjustments. But for you, when you're getting this data, the data is going to be right. But for me, I have to just do it. I have to do it here. Okay. I need to change this data because this data It's not okay. So I'm supposed to have the data with reviews because we need to handle our reviews. So that's the only change that I need to make. But when you're getting the data, when you download the data folder, the data zip, the data is going to be intact. So you can just go straight ahead and run the project with no with 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 no holdbacks, something like that. So let's just go ahead and start working. So here I'm going to make the changes. If you get the data, then you need to make these changes also. The ID is going to remain the same, the title is going to remain the same, but this latitude and longitude, we have to change the origin, okay? So here, it's supposed to be hotel dots. Now we have coordinates, and from coordinates, we need to get the latitude. That's the only change that you need to make for now. Not for now, but forever. So like that's the only change. Those are the only changes that you need to make so that you can get the right coordinates here. So once you get the right coordinates, our main focus here, the main reason why I changed the data is because I want to have these reviews. Because without these reviews, we cannot create a successful review flat list on our screen, okay, on our page. So now we have our reviews. We can continue create our reviews, and then we can finish off. So we said right underneath the heading that we just created, we need to have a flat list. So we're going to create this flat list in another component. So we can go to this hotel folder that we created, and then we want to create a new file, and we have to call it reviews. It's supposed to be reviews lists, right? And it has to be a JSX file. And if we go to tiles, we have the one for reviews. So we need to go ahead and create a new tile for reviews. So this one is going to be for the tile, and this one is going to be for the list. So we're going to have a flat list in there, and we're going to have our review tile in here. So let's go ahead and have our review tile. It has to be a JSX file. Oh, we have to capitalize this one. So let's just go ahead, delete this one, and then we can create a new one. So here it has to be a tile, and it has to be a JSX file. So since we've made a mistake, most probably like it's going to cause some errors. So here I'm going to delete I so that it can be TLE, something like that. So it won't conflict with the file that we just deleted. So far so good. So in here we have to create our component, and in this list we need to create the component as well. So we need to just do it simultaneously, and we need to go to our app.js, not app, index.js, the one inside our components, and we need to import these two and export them. So first we need to import review tile. It's supposed to be review tile, and we need a review list. Okay, so we have these two, we need to export them. So we need to come right at the bottom, review tile, review lists, like that. So we can close this one. So we're going to focus on our list first, and then we can go ahead and focus on our tile. So we're in our list. So we need to get rid of everything from here, and we need to just go ahead and have a flat list. So we need to import the flat list. So our flat list has been imported. Next, we need to go ahead and close it like that. So we require the data, okay? We require data here, a data prop, and we have to feed the data. So this data is going to come from our parent component. So we're going to get this data as reviews, and we're going to push reviews here. So we said our hotel details page is already scrollable. So what we don't want is to make a flat list scrollable and to make our page scrollable, because we are bound to get into an error. So the first prop that we should take care of is going to be scroll enable, and we have to set it to false. Okay, so initially it is true, but we just need to set it to false. So it's going to be vertical, so we don't need to manipulate that end, because by default our flat list comes as a vertical list. Next, we are going to go ahead and have this show vertical scroll indicator. We don't need to show it, so we need to set it to false. And right at the bottom, we are going to require our render item. So for our render item, we're going to take an item and we are going to render the component that we need to render, which is going to be this review tile. Okay, so we can try to go ahead and have our review tile here like that, and it's going to be a closed component. So we can leave it like that for now, but we might need to push the data that we need to display here. So here we should receive a comment, okay? Not a comment, but a review. So if we say review here, then if we come to our review tile, we require a review, right? So we're going to have review. So this review is going to be this item. So we just need to send item down here like that. So we're almost done with our flat lists. So we need a key extractor, but the first thing that we need to do, we need to just go ahead and check our data, okay? Once we check our data and have a better understanding, then, okay, so we can use the key extractor, but here we're going to be using this ID. So it's going to be item, which is this item, right? And we're going to get the ID. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to have our key extractor. So here we're going to pass the item, and in here we're going to access our item, and then we need underscore ID like that. So let's see a review list. We need to make sure that we're doing the right thing. So if we want to check here, we want to hook our review list right after our title. So we're going to call our review list. So our review list is a closed component and it requires reviews. Okay, so we need to have our reviews here. We need to push the data. So the data is coming from hotel, and from hotel we need to access this list. Reviews, not review, but reviews. So this is the data that we are pushing. If we go back to our review list, I guess we are set for this one. Next, we're going to focus on our review tile, because we need to make our tile in a way that we can view the user who sent that review and the review they made and the time they made that review. Designed so far, so we don't have any errors. You can just run the application and you don't have any errors. But if you do, those must be the errors that you introduced along the line. So you need to revisit the code and just take a look at the steps that we've made and rectify those errors. Our map is showing fine, and we have our marker here. So if we click on our marker, we're supposed to be shown the name of the hotel. Okay, so this name is the same as the name that we have on top. Okay, so far so good. So now we need to go ahead and focus on this tile. Our flat list is working fine because we've created our flat list, hooked it to our details page, our hotel details, and we have these two. Okay, so these two signifies the number of items that we have in our list. So we have 2 items in our list. So if we go back to visit our data right at the top, if we go to reviews, our list has two items. This is the first and this is the second, right? So if we just go here and make a change here, okay, we want to go ahead and access our review, and then from our review we need to get something. So we need to cross check what we can get. So we want to get the username, so we have to go to this item is the review. So if you say review dot, we have to go to user, and from user we need to get a username. Okay, so it's supposed to be review dot user dot username like that. So our names are the same. So if we save, now we have 2 names here. So that means our data is being successfully passed from hotel details going to the review list, and from the review list, we are passing the data to our review tile. So if we come to our details, and here, if we change one of the names, okay, we're going to change it to Zoido, like that. If we change and save, that change is going to be rendered here. Okay, so that means we've successfully rendered our data. We've successfully hooked our data from our hotel details to our list and then to our tile. So we need to work on our tile now. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to add style to this view. But before we add style, okay, so we have a style here. So most probably we are going to do it in here, or we can make it a separate style. So let's just create a separate style here, create a new file, and we're going to call it reviewstyle.js, review.style.js. So we have our file here. So what we need to do, we need to import style sheet, and we need to create our style. Okay, so we're going to cut this style from here. Let's go back to our review style. So in our review style, the first thing that we need to do, we need to import style sheet. So we've imported our style sheet. Next, we're going to go ahead and paste the code that we just cut from our tile, and we need to export. So to export, we write export default, and then this name is the name that we want to export, like that, and then we close. So we're going to put them side by side, and then we're going to design our tile, because our tile now is our main focus, because our list is working fine. We're rendering everything. So what we can do, we can just close this, and we're going to put it side by side with our tile. So we need to save this first. After saving, we need to go ahead and try to import these styles into this component that we're working on. So we're going to have styles, and in here it's supposed to be styles. These styles are coming from review.style. So we need to import. They've been successfully imported. Our styles, we need to create one style with the name review border. Okay. So we need to create the object. Inside the object, the first prop that we need to take care of is the padding bottom. We need to add a little bit of padding right at the bottom, and we need to give it 10. After that, we're going to require a border bottom width. So it's going to be border bottom width. We are going to give it a border bottom width of 0.5. And after that, we're going to have the border color. So this color, it has to be gray. So we need to access the colors that we have, and we are going to give it, let's go with gray, like that. Okay. And we need to hook this to our view, but we need to save it first. So after saving, we want to hook it up to our view. Okay, let's just use the keyboard. So if we save, now we have a border, right? Underneath each and every review that we have a border. So right now we can try to adjust the color. So we're going to go with light gray. We need to be faint, so light gray will do. So let's get rid of this name. After getting rid of the name, we need to create a row that we are going to place our image and our text. Okay. So first, let's go ahead and create the row. So for this row, we need a view first. So we have our view. So to create a row, this time we're going to use our reusable styles. Okay, so we need to make sure that we import them in here. So we're going to call reusable, and then we're going to call a row with space, and we need to provide the prop for justified content. So we're going to have space between. Okay, let's try to move this a little bit to the side. Here is supposed to be space between, like that. So we need to work inside this row. So inside the row, we're going to have another row. Okay, so to have another row, we're going to do the same. We might as well just copy the one that we have here, and then we can paste it inside. We paste it inside. So this one has to be a little bit different, the way that we justify our content. So here we have to justify our content to the start. So we want to use flex start. It's supposed to be flex start like that. So first we're going to start working in this row. So in this row, the last row that we just created, we need an image. So we're going to access our network image component, and then we need to close it. So make sure that it has been imported right on the top. So we need to provide the source of the image, and our source is going to be our review. So in this review, we need to access user, and from the user, we need to get the profile. Okay, like that. We need to provide a width, a height, and a radius. So our width is going to be 54, not 45. Our height is going to be the same, 54, and we're going to give it a radius of 10, like that. So if we go ahead and save, we should have an image like that. So we have two images. But right now we need to add a little bit of space from this line, from this, like we need to just add a little bit of space between these two. So what we can do to add the space, we can come to our review list, and in our review list, we need to just cut the review tile, and we're going to have a view. And inside the view, then we're going to paste our review tile. So we need to give a style to this container that we just created. So here we're going to have style, and we need to style it in here. So we're going to give it a padding bottom. Margin bottom. Let's go with margin bottom, and let's give it a margin bottom of 10. Okay, that works. So here we have the space that we just created here. So we might as well want to add another space here between the review and our list. So if we come to hotel details, before our list, our review list, we need to add a HeightSpacer. We close it and we provide a height, and we're going to give it a height of 10. Let's go ahead and save. Okay, we have created space here. So right now we need to go ahead and work on our column. So we're going to have a text column here. So going back to our review tile, we need to add a little bit of space between the image and the other container that we're going to have. So we're going to be utilizing a WidthSpacer since we're in a row. So here we need to go ahead and have our WidthSpacer, and we need to close it. So our WidthSpacer has been imported right on top, and here we need to provide the width. So we're going to give it a width of 20. After giving it a width, now we need to go ahead and work on our column, because we're going to have a column here. WidthSpacer, we're going to add another view. We just need to close it, and inside this view we are going to create another view, and it's going to be a row. Okay, so let's go ahead and create the view. This row has space between. So we're going to copy the line that we have here, and then we're going to go ahead and paste it here. So we are set. So we need to work inside this review, this row. So inside the row, we need to pass a text component. So we can go back to our hotel details. In our hotel details, we need to copy one of these reusable texts, and we need to go ahead and paste it. So after we paste it, we need to import it, right? So it's supposed to be reusable text. We've imported it successfully, and we need to import our sizes. We need to import our colors like that. So we need to adjust the color to black, but for the size, it's going to remain the same. Here, it's not going to be hotel location, but it's going to be a review. We want to display the username. Display a username. It's not supposed to be reusable. We need review. So we need to access the data. So here we want to access the user. So from the user, we want to get the profile. Not the profile, but the username. We've accessed the profile when we got the image. So here we want to have the username. Okay, like that. So if we save, now we have our username. So we have to change the font family to medium from regular, like that. So it's a little bit bold. So right underneath, we need to have another row. We need to have another row because we want to, inside this row, we want to have this text, and here we want to display the date as well as the rating that this person gave to this place. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and create another row. So we need to format our code a little bit. We need to format our code a little bit. I don't know why that is happening. So after formatting our code, we need to go ahead and create another view like that. So this view has to be a row. Okay, so we need to paste the line that we just copy here, and we can format it. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and have our rating. So we need to get our rating from components, okay, like that. So our rating requires a rating. So we need to go ahead and have our prop in here. So we need to figure out how we can get the data inside. So like, let's go back to our hotel details, and in our hotel details, we have to go ahead and take a look at the data. So this is the rating the person gave to this hotel. So we need to get this. So we're going to say review.rating. Okay, it's supposed to be review. So here it's supposed to be .rating, like that. So if we save, now we have our rating. So we need to create a little bit of space between this name, the username, and our next row. So since we're in a row, we're going to use a WidthSpacer. Before we deal with that, let's go ahead and finish everything that we need in this row that we just created. First, let's go ahead and have a WidthSpacer here. We need to space this with the date. So we need to give ourselves the width, and we're going to give it a width of, let's give it a width of 10. So here we need another reusable text widget. Component, not widget. So we're going to paste it here, and here we need to display the date. Okay, so if we visit our hotel details, we want to take a look at our data. So right outside of our item, inside our item, at the bottom, we have our date, right? So here we're going to just go ahead and take the date like this. Okay, so we can save. So we're going to say review.updated. Updated it. It's supposed to be updated it like this. Oh, we're supposed to have something here, but nothing is showing. Let's go ahead and take a look. Oh, it's supposed to be updated it, not update it. So make sure that you don't make a typo. Here I wrote update it instead of updated it. Okay, so now we have our date, but we have to push this row right to the end. Okay, so here the row that we are in is flex start. So we need to add a little bit of space between the username and the other row. So we're going to use our WidthSpacer, and we're going to give it a width, and we're going to give it a width of, let's give it a width of 30 for now. If there are any adjustments that we need to make, then we're going to go ahead and make them. So here we have to adjust to 50. Okay, we can leave it like that. So this one is a little bit tricky. It's better if we put it as a percentage rather than to put it as a fixed number. Okay, so let's say we want to put it as 30%. It's better if we put it as a percentage, because if the username is a little bit longer, then we are going to have a problem. But if you put it like this, most probably we are going to have it in the correct position. So we are done with this row. Now we need to focus on whatever we are going to have down here. So underneath, we want to display the text, like the review itself, the review the user has made. So we need to figure out where should we put this review. We have a lot of views in here, so let's format the code a little bit, and we can close this for a minute so that we can have the whole screen. So we have our image. After image, WidthSpacer. Okay, so we have this view. So let's go ahead and try to put something here so that we can see. Okay, that's where we're supposed to put our text. So we're going to close this row that we have so that we can work inside this view that we have here. Okay, so here we're going to go ahead and use description text. Our description text is a closed component. We need to provide the text. So this text is going to come from review. So we need to go ahead and check where our review.review. So this is our review.review, like that. And we need to save. So our text is way too much. And here it's exceeding our width. So we need to go ahead and make an adjustment. So this view, we need to add a width, a style, I mean, not a width. And we're going to put our width inside our style. So here, let's give it a width, and we're going to give this a width of 80%. Okay, so we have our dates and our rating right where we need them. So this problem is solved. Next, we need to manipulate how many lines do we want to show on the screen. So here we want to show a few lines. We don't want to show everything. So here we're going to start with 4 lines. 4 lines are still too much, so we are going to show only 3 lines, like that. So if you want to review more, then you can just click and go to reviews. You'll see all the reviews. Even 3, we need to maintain a consistent design, and a design which is like well appealing. So 2 will do, only 2 lines per each and every review, right? This way it's way better. So we are done with that part. We are done with reviews, and we are done with this one. So next we're going to focus on whatever we are going to have underneath these reviews. So underneath these reviews, we want to have a button with the price of that particular hotel, the price, and you can go ahead and select rooms, something like that. So we're almost done with this page, but we need to go ahead and create another view. In this view, it has to be a row. So what we need to do, just create a view here. After creating a view, let's just put something inside that view so that we can see what we are doing. Okay, so we're going to just put this, and if we save and we go down, this is the view that we just created. So we need to make it a row, we need to give it a style. So here we're going to have our reusable styles, and then we want to access the row with space. We need to have our content justify prop. We need to provide a value to it. So the value that we're going to provide is going to be space between, like that. It's supposed to be space between, right? So we need to make this an array. We need to have 2 styles. So here we need to go ahead and pull this hotel detail style and put it right next to our page. It has to be side by side, like that. So let's go ahead, close this tab, and we can make it a little bit smaller. Okay, so we need to create another object down here, and we're going to call it bottom. Okay, for this bottom, we're going to have padding horizontal. So it's supposed to be padding horizontal, and we have to give it a padding horizontal of 30. We need to give it a background color. So we need to differentiate the color of the container that we're creating from the color of the background, the page background. Okay, so here our color is going to be light white. So we're going to access our colors, and we're going to use light white, like that. Okay, let me just press escape. Since we are dealing with our style, let's make them visible, and let's give it a height. We want to give it a height of about 90. After giving it a height, we want to give it a padding vertical, and we're going to give it a padding vertical of 20. So we are done with that. So what we need to do now, we just need to save the style. After saving the style, we need to hook it up here. Okay, so we need to just place a comma, and we need to access our styles, and we need to choose the bottom. So we need to save. So if we go down, then this is what we get. So most probably let's go ahead and take a look at our page. The container, we need to push it outside of the container. So this is our container, right? This container, we have other container here. So let's close it. So we need, whatever we're creating, we need to be outside of this container. So what we're going to do, we're just going to go here, right? And we need to cut everything from here and we need to place it outside and we save. So we need it to be like this, okay? We need it to be like this. So let's get rid of this unwanted space. So inside, we're going to create a view. So we just need a column in here. So we need to paste the text. So for the text, we need to display the price of the hotel. So here it's supposed to be hotel.price. Okay, so we have our price, but our price should have a $sign. So here we're going to have interpolation. We need to add braces, a $sign, and we need to add another $sign like that. So we have our $sign. We can add a little bit of space between the $sign and our actual number. So we need to change the size. We need to change the font family first. It's going to be medium. After we change, this one is going to be medium. The size is going to be medium, not small. So here it's supposed to be .medium. And we need to change the color to black. We need to make it visible. So here it has to be black, like that. So that's going to be our price. So what we can do, we can even make the price a little bit bigger, because that's like the main goal of having this application. We want people to see the price and whatever we are offering it. So instead of having medium here, let's go with large. Okay, so large will do. After that, we want to create a little bit of space between this reusable component and the next component that we're going to have. So we want to use the WidthSpacer, and we need to give it a width. Is it width? No, this is not supposed to be a WidthSpacer since we're in a column. So we need a HeightSpacer here. We need a HeightSpacer. It's supposed to be HeightSpacer. And we need to utilize our height prop. We need to give it a height of 5. And we need to add another text. Okay. So this text, I'm just going to write it manually. It's something that you can do a little bit later. You can figure out how to do it, but for me, I'm just going to write it in a way that, okay, it's a design. So here, this is what we got, right? We have availability, right? So we need to write the starting date and the ending date. So I'm going to write it manually. But since you have the data and all the designs, you have to put it in a row and figure out the right way to put it across. So here we're going to just have a date. So I'm just going to say January 01 to December. So this room to December 25th is available all year round, and we need to just change the size to medium and change the color to gray, like that. So on the other end, we're going to have a button. So we need to use a button. If we go to places, I think we've used a button before. So we're going to go ahead and get this reusable button. After getting this reusable button, then we just need to go ahead and paste it inside. Let's see, here we're in a row and here we're in a column. So we need to close this column and we need to paste it right outside of the column. So that's inside of this row, and we need to save, but we need to go ahead and import it because we haven't. So it's supposed to be reusable btn. I guess we have our sizes and our colors already, so that won't be a problem. So here, let's just press let's go. Go ahead and press the hotel. So if we go right at the bottom, we have it, but it's a little bit way too bigger. So we're going to do what we did last time. We're going to add braces here. This has to be 50, and we need to divide whatever answer that we're going to get here, whatever number that we're going to get here, with 2.2, and then we're going to save. So this is our button, and our button, we have to give it a name. So here it has to be select room. It has to be select room. From here, you'll be redirected to a page whereby you're going to select your room. Okay, and we need to go ahead and create navigation for this page, because if we click on it, we are directed to hotel search. That's not what we need. We need to go to select room page. So let's do that. So first we need to go to our screens. So inside our screens, we're going to go to details. In details, we're going to create a new page and we're going to call it select room, and it has to be a JSX file. And here, let's go ahead and create our component alongside with the style. So we need to go ahead, import it and export it. So we need to go to index, the index inside our screens. Then we need to import it first. This is select room, and we need to go ahead and export it. So here we're going to export select room, and we need to add a comma. So we need to go ahead and open our app.js. So in our app.js, we want to create a screen inside of our state navigator because we want to navigate to this page. Okay. So we're going to copy paste, and here we're going to say, we're going to give it a name. The name of the route is going to be select room. So as we said before, we have to just keep the names of these pages, the screens, as close as to the name of the routes as possible so that we can avoid any errors. So here we're going to map it to select room like that. So we can close our app.js and we can close our select room as well. So if we come to hotel details here, we can just say select room like that and save. So if we press on this button, we're prompted to the page whereby we should be able to select our room. Okay, so I guess we are done with this page. It was quite a journey. We're done with this page. So the next time that we'll be revisiting this page is when we are fetching data from the backend and just displaying the data here. Okay. So the next page that we want to focus on is going to be the search page. We want to focus on both our search page and our page for our hotel search. So we have two types of search, which is the hotel search and our normal search. Okay. So we're going to do our normal search first. So our normal search is going to cover our places, and the hotel search is going to cover our hotels. So on our normal search for places. Okay. So to do that, let's go ahead and visit our screens. And in our screens, we want to go to our search. So in our search, we're going to open this page, search, right? So the first thing that we need to do in here, we need to go ahead and import. We are going to import useState and useEffect. useState and useEffect, these two. So right underneath, okay, on top of our return, we need to create two variables, the one for the search results and the one for the search key, because each and every time that we are searching for something, we want to, when we write something on our text input, we want to capture the data, and that's the data that we are going to send to, that's the input that we're going to send to our backend. Okay, so here we're going to have our search key, and here we're going to set search key like that, and here we have to use state. So initially it is going to be an empty string. So let's go ahead, copy paste, and we need to change the values here. So right underneath, we need results. So search results and set search results. Okay, so here we're going to have search, and we need our search results. So let's get rid of this other S that we have here. So initially, it is going to be an empty array. So we are done with that part. So in our return, before we even get to our return, we need the data. We need the mock data that we're going to use. Okay. So we're going to have const search results. Okay, let's just call them search because they might conflict with the value that we have on top. So this data, we can get any data. So let's go to our, not country, but let's go places, not place details. This is country. We don't want country. We need places. We need a list of places. Let's visit recommendations. So these are places, right? So we need to copy this list, and it is the same list that we are going to use here, but we need to change the name to search. Okay, we need to just change the name here from recommendations to search like that. So let's close it. So inside our return, we need to make some changes. The first thing that we're going to require a safe area. So we're going to get rid of everything. And in here, we're going to have a safe area, and we need to import safe area, and we need to close it. So here we're going to we need to give it a style, and this style is going to come from our usable styles, and we need to access this container. And inside, we need to create a view, and we need to give this view a style. So this style is going to be a style that's coming from this page. Okay, so we need to go ahead and create a style here. But before that, let's go ahead and just write styles and give it a name. So the name is going to be search container, like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and create the file here. So the file has to be search.style.js. So in here, we need to import style sheet. After importing style sheet, we need to go ahead and create our style. So we need to say styles, const styles is equals to style sheet.create, and we need to export these styles that we just created. So here we need to export default, and we need to export the style that we just created. So the name that we gave it to is styles. So right now we have our styles. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to just put it side by side, and we need to design our search container. Okay, so first we're going to have search container. It's supposed to be container right here, and we need to create the object. After creating the object, we need to go inside, and we need to handle. So our search container is going to be a row. Our search container is going to be a row. So first we need to have flex direction if you want to create a row, because we said initially, if we are working on a view, if we just create a view, that view is going to be a column. So we need to change in here. We need to justify content, and we need to justify our content to the center. We need to align content, and we need to align content to the center as well. After aligning content, we need to add margin horizontal, and we need to give it a margin horizontal from the sizes. So we need to access the sizes that we have in our constants, and we have to make it small. Let's give it a border color. We're giving it a border color of colors.blue. After the border color, we need to give it a border width. So each and every time that we include a border color, we should include a border width. Otherwise, our border color won't be visible since we don't have the width. By default, the width is going to be 0. So we need to provide a border width. So we need to give it a border width of 1, and we need to give it a radius. It's supposed to be border radius, and we need to give it a border radius of sizes.medium, like that. And we also need margin vertical. Okay, so we are going to give it a margin vertical of sizes.medium as well. And let's give it a height. We are going to give it a height of 50, like that. So if we come here and just save, probably nothing is going to show, because let's see, we didn't import these styles. So we need to go ahead and import, and then save again. So we have our panel right at the top. So we need an input inside, as well as our search button. So we need to create a search wrapper. Inside our search container, we want to have another view. So here we're just going to create another view, and then we want to put our search input in there. So here we have our search view, and we need to close it. So right inside, we're going to go ahead and have a text input. Okay, it's supposed to be a text input, and we need to close that text input. So for text input, we're going to require a style, and we need to create this style in our styles. We're going to call it input. Okay, so let's go ahead and create this input right here. So we're going to write everything in this object, and then we're going to take care of this style, because it has to have a style as well. But first, let's take care of the input, and make sure that the input has been imported, not from React Paper. We don't need React Paper here. So this input, it has to come from React Native, like that. And we need to get rid of this React paper. Okay, so in our input, we're going to require font family, and we're going to use regular. We're also going to require width, and we're going to use 100%. So here we said if you're using percentile, then it has to be a string, and we're going to give it a height, and the height is going to be 100% as well. So if it is 100%, it's not going to take up the whole screen, but it's going to take the percentage of this wrapper, right? So if our height is 50, then that means this input is going to cover 50 pixels. So let's add a comma, and then we move on. We need to have a padding horizontal, and we need to give it a padding horizontal of 50. Let's close that, and we can go ahead and save. After saving, we need to go back to our text input. So in our text input, we're going to require a value. So our value is going to be this search key that we created before. So we just need to write it in here. Right inside our braces, we're going to have our search key. We need to add on change. So on change text, we need to set state to our key. So we need to change the state of our key. That's the basic thing. And to change the state of our key, we need to go ahead and use this set search key. Okay, so here we're going to have on change text, and we're going to call our search key. Okay, and right at the bottom, we're going to require a placeholder. So as for a placeholder, we're just going to write a text. Where do you want to go to visit? Okay, something like that. It's supposed to be visit here, so mind you, like some typos and stuff, but this one is not that important. So it's right at the center. We don't want it to be in the center. Okay, you want it to be right at the beginning. So that's why we're required to have style here. So let's go ahead and add style. So for our style, we're going to access our styles, and we're going to have a search wrapper. It's supposed to be wrapper with W, not wrapper for a singer. Okay, we need to create the object. So after we create the object, we need to add flex, and we need to give it a flex of 1. Let's give it a background color. Let's leave the background color for now. But what we can do, we can have margin right, and we have to give it a margin right of sizes.small. And right underneath, we're going to require border radius, and we're going to give it a border radius of sizes.small. So that's why we copied and pasted this, because this is going to remain consistent. So we want to have border radius here. So since we're in a row, so we need to add another component right outside. So let's create another view, and let's close it. After we close it, we need to have a touchable opacity. Or what we can do is just use a touchable opacity straight up, because it's pointless to wrap a container inside of a touchable opacity. The properties of a touchable opacity are way more than of a view. So, but the functionality are kind of similar. So here we can get rid of this, and we're going to have a touchable opacity. So we need to import touchable opacity, and we need to go ahead and replace the view that we have underneath, which is this view. Okay. So we need to add a little bit of style to our touchable opacity. We need to create BTN style. Okay, so it's going to be search BTN. So here we're going to have our style, and here we're going to call for our styles, and from our styles we want to get search BTN, like that. So we need to go ahead and create the search BTN object. So coming to our styles, we need to just paste, and we need to create the object. So inside our object, we need to go ahead and have some properties. So we need to have width, and we need to give it a width of 50, like that. We need to have height, and we need to give it a height of 100%. So our height is going to be a string, and we have to add a percentile. So let's bring it down, and then we need to add a comma right after our string. We're going to give it a border radius, and we're going to give it a border radius of sizes.medium, like that. After giving it a border radius, we need to justify everything that we're going to have inside of this container to the center. So we're going to use justify content, and we need to justify everything to the center. After justifying everything to the center, we need to align everything to the center as well. Align item. So we need to put everything to the center, and we need to give it a color. So here we're going to have background color. So let's see which color can we use. So we want to access our colors. We're just going to pick randomly, but let's go with a blue color, the light blue, not black, like that. And let's go ahead and save. And coming here, we need to save. So we have our search here. So our border radius here is a little bit larger. So let's try it small. Okay, small will do. So inside of this button, we're going to have an icon. Okay, we're going to have an icon. Okay, we want to have an icon. So for our icon, we're going to use feather. So here we're just going to write our icon first, our component first, and then we need to import these icons right at the top. Okay, so here we're going to import. We're importing feather, and this feather is coming from its Expo vector icons. So before we save, let's go ahead and have the name of our icon. So here we're going to have name. For name, we're going to go with search. And for the size of this icon, we're going to go with 24. Let's give it a size of 24 here. And we can go ahead and save. So we have our icon, but it's a little bit off. So we need to give it color. So here for color, we're going to go with a white color. So we want to access our colors, and then here we're going to have a white color, and let's say, so it's better if it's that way. Okay. So we are done with that part. Next, we're going to focus on the content that we're going to render. We have this search container, right? And we have our safe area. So we need to go outside of this search container, and we want to display our data. Okay. So we already have our search data right on top. So in here, we just need to display a flat list, but we want to make it closer as possible to the way that we are going to be implementing it when we have our data from our backend. So we're going to go ahead and have a brace. Inside this brace, we want to check if this list that we have is equals to 0, right? So here it's supposed to be search.length is equals to 0. Then we're going to show something. This is not the right way, but this is the right way, but we need to show in a background, let's say an image. If you open this page, you'll see an image because you don't have search result. So we are going to explore both options whilst we are designing. Then once this search is working, then we're just going to stick to one. But for our design, we're going to be switching through two different alternatives. The one with data and the one without data, okay? So if our search data is equals to 0, then we're going to go ahead and display an image. And this image is going to be an asset image, okay? So we're going to use an image component directly. But first, let's go ahead and have this. So in our first bracket, we're going to require an image. So we need to import the image, and our image is a closed component. So our error is gone. So right here, we can just write something random. So we're just going to have a text, and we need to close it. After closing, we can write something random here, and we're going to change it a little bit later once we're rendering our data. So in here, we're supposed to have a flat list, but let's deal with the image first. So in our image component, we are going to use the source prop. Let's make sure that it's been imported right at the top. we don't have the image right at the top, so we need to go ahead and import it. So now that we have our image prop, we should be able to see our image component. We should be able to access the props of this image component. Okay, so if you write source, then we should see our source prop. Okay, so for this prop, we should provide the path to our image. So if we come to our assets, we have an image specifically for search. So if we go to images, we have search.png. That's the image that we want to use. So in order for us to access our asset images, we are going to have require first, and then we need to add braces inside we need to add brackets. Inside the brackets, we need to have a string. So we need to access our assets. So here we have our assets. So inside our assets, we want to access images, and inside of our images, we want to go ahead and access search. Okay, so we can just go through the list until we get to our image, and then we can just press enter. So that's the image that we are looking for. We can press enter. Damn, it didn't come up. So we can just write, okay, like that. So we need to give style to this image. Let's go ahead and press and just remove the tab. We need to add style to this image component for our image to show. So for our image, we're going to create a style here, and we're going to call it search image. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and create a search image object like that, and we need to add a comma just to get rid of the error. So inside, that's where we are going to put our styles. So in here, the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to use resize mode. Okay, so for resize mode, we need to contain our image. We don't want cover, we want to contain it inside our page. Next, we're going to go ahead and have a width. So our width is going to be 100%. So we said if we're using percentiles, then it has to be a string. And we also need to have a height. So the height is going to be our height from our sizes. That's the height of the device. So here we're going to access our sizes, and then here we're going to take up the height, and we need to provide a little bit of padding horizontally. So here we're going to have padding horizontal, and we need to give it a padding of 20. So let's go ahead and save our style. After saving our style, we need to hook our style to our image component. So in here, let's go ahead and have our style, not styles, but style. So we need to provide our style. Okay. I was wondering where the error is coming from. So let's just cut this. So it should be outside of these braces. Okay, because this brace is for our source, but we need to have our style outside. So here we need to access our styles, and from our styles, we're going to have search image. And if we do that, then we should have an image showing up on our screen. Right, so this search is not equals to 0. This search got data, so we won't be able to see anything. But if we use search results, it's an empty list, then we should be able to see our image. So here we're going to use search results, and this is the image that we'll see. So what we want to do, we want to push it up a little bit. So to push it up a little bit, we need to divide our height with 2.2, okay, by 2.2. So that will do. So in here, we need to push it down a little bit, okay? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut the image component, and I'm going to have a view. So inside this view, I'm going to paste the image. So it's going to remain the same. So here, I'm going to have a HeightSpacer, and I'm going to close it. So make sure that the HeightSpacer has been imported right on top. If it's imported, then that's okay. And here, I'm going to give it a height of 50. So it's pushing it a little bit. So what we can do here, we can try to push it as a percentage. So here we can go with 30%. 30 is just too much, so 20 will do. Okay, so It's right at the center. So that's what we need. So now we need to go ahead and focus on our search results. So if we have our search results here, right? So if search is equals to 0, then we're going to show something. So we just need to design here whilst we are showing this. Okay. So we need to have a flat list. So let's go ahead and have a flat list here. We can just go ahead and close this. So here we're going to have our flat lists like that. So we're going to have a flat list and we're going to close it. So we said if we want to render data, then we use a flat list or we use a visualized list. So we're using a flat list for this. And for a flat list, in order for us to render the data, we should consider some certain props. So the first prop that we are going to consider is our data prop. Our data prop is responsible for getting the data, be it from the stationary data that we have, the local data, or the data from our backend. So here our data is coming from search. So here we just write search. After we get the data, we need to go ahead and have our key extractor. So we need to extract the key of each and every item that we have in our list. So here it's supposed to be item dots underscore ID. After that, we need to have a scroll. We're going to have a scroll, so we're not going to put that property here. So here we need to go ahead and render our data. So we need to use render item. So we need to pass the item here of the item that we get from our process data, and then we need to display something. So we're going to display our reusable tile. So we just know here we're going to require brackets. Inside the brackets, then we're going to have our reusable tile. So we need to import reusable tile, and it's a component, so we need to close it. Okay, so we should do it in one line, not underneath. So let's go ahead, close it, and we need to pass the data. So here we're going to have item. So item is the prop for our reusable tile, and we need to push this data to a reusable tile. So we need to push this item that we have in here. Okay, so we're going to have our item. Once we push this item, then our data should be rendered here. To go ahead and make some adjustments. So the first thing that we need to do, we just need to cut whatever we have, our reusable tile, and we need to have a view. So we need to paste our reusable tile inside of our view, and we need to give this view style. Okay, so here we're going to have our style. So we need to go ahead and have this style inside of our search. So we need to open it side by side. Okay, so we can close this tab. So we need to create the component, not the component, but we need to create the style object. So we're going to give it a name. Okay, let's give it a name, tile. So we need to add margin horizontal, and we're going to give it a margin horizontal of 12, and we need to give it a margin bottom, and we're going to give it a margin bottom of 10, because we need to create space between these tiles. Okay, so we can go ahead, save this style. After saving this style, we need to go back to our search. In our search, we need to hook our style. So we need to call for our styles, and then we need to go ahead and map it to this tile. So if we save, then this is what our flat list looks like. So we've added this margin horizontal, and we've added it 12 because we want it to be the same size as this search container that we have on top. Okay, so this is all that we need to do for search, and it's scrollable since it's a flat list. So right now we need to go ahead and handle our onPress. So we have onPress function in our reusable tile. So if we hover over, then if you take a look here, we have onPress. So we're not handling onPress inside of our reusable tile because we're using it in multiple pages. So we should be able to provide the functionality of that onPress event, of the onPress event from the parent page So here we're going to add on press. We can close this tile. We don't require it anymore. So on press, we need to navigate. So here, let's go back to the top. So when we go to our search page, we should receive navigation object here. So here we're going to have navigation. Once we have this navigation, we're able to use it in this page. So we want to use it here, and we want to navigate to the page, the details page. So this details page is going to be place details page. So we need to write the name of the page that we want to navigate to. So let's save. If we click, we're supposed to be sent to this page. So one other thing, we need to send the ID of this component of this tile along with we need to send data along with this route. So isn't every time that we got this route, we are going to have an ID. Okay, so we need to add a comma, and here we need to access our item, and we need to get the ID. Here it's supposed to be item ID, right? So once we save, then we should be sending our item ID. Okay, so if we click, then we're sent to the next page. So what we can do, we can go to our place details. In our place details, we want to go ahead and log this ID. So we have our place detail open here. So we just need to click, and we need to go right at the top. So here we're receiving the ID. So what we can do here, we can just log that ID once we receive it, and we need to save this page. Let's say here we want to click on Statue of Liberty. We have a different ID. So that's exactly what we need, because we are going to use this ID to get all the data related to this place from our REST API. So we are done with our search. The next time that we're going to visit our search is when we are integrating our search. When we're integrating our REST API and deal with our hotel search. So if we go back here and visit any place, let's say Disney for example, if we come here, we should be able to be redirected to a hotel search page. Let's see, that one is not working, but if we come here, we should be able to be redirected to a hotel search page. So our hotel search is going to be similar, but we're going to display a grid instead of a vertical list. So what we need to do, we need to come to hotel. This is what we have. We need to put it side by side with our search. So we're going to copy almost everything that we have in here and place it inside our hotel search and make some minor adjustments. So this data is supposed to be hotel data, not place data. So we need to get rid of this data, and we need to come to hotel lists, and we need to get this list that we have here on top, and it is the list that we're going to use here. So we just need to paste it down here. After pasting, we can close it. So we need to just get everything from here, our imports, and then we can just replace all the imports that we have. Now we need to just close everything here and copy everything, and we come in our return, and we're going to replace everything. So we're going to save. So here we have our styles, our problem with our styles, okay, because they've been already declared. So if we come here, we have styles for this page. So we don't want to use these styles, okay? So we're going to remove them, and we're going to save. So we don't have search, because our data is not coming from search, but it's coming from hotels, okay? So here we're going to have hotels, and then we're going to save. If we go back, visit a place, find best hotels. Now the data that we're feeding to the FlatList should come from the newly created list, this hotels list, not the search list. So we need to come to our FlatList, and we need to replace this with hotels. Okay, so let's go back and visit a place, find best hotels. So this is what we can get. So this is a list of hotels. So you see how our reusable tile works if our data is consistent enough. we can plug any kind of data, and then we can display anything. So now we need to get rid of this list, not the list per se, but we need to get rid of what we are displaying here, right? What we are rendering. We want to render a grid. So we're going to use a hotel card instead of using a reusable tile. So if we just come here and just replace this with a hotel card, let's see whether we can get it now. So we need to go right at the top and we need to import a hotel card. So we can just replace this reusable tile with hotel card, and then we can map it to the right path. So here it's supposed to be hotel card. So the path has to change, but these ones are coming from components. So inside our components, we need to visit hotel, and in hotel, we need to, not hotel, we need to go ahead and have our tiles, I guess. So inside our tiles, we have hotels. Inside of our hotels, we got a hotel card. Okay, so if we save, then we have our tiles, but it's not a grid. So we need to change, we need to alter our lists, our vertical lists to a grid view. Okay, so in here, to have a grid view, we should include a property number of columns, and we are going to put 2 because we want 2 items in the same row. It seems like we do have an error, so let's see. Let's fix the error and then we can proceed. So what we can do here, we can just try to refresh our application. So if we refresh our application and go back to find best hotels, if we have the same error, then nah, we don't have the same error. So that was like, we cannot change how the data looks while we are in the same page. Okay, so now we need to go ahead and adjust our data. Okay, so we need to go ahead and remove this view that we have around and just save. So if we save, we have our grid. So here we need to get rid of this on press. We want to include margin, and we want to give it a margin of 10. Because if you hover over our hotel card, we are taking props, item, margin, and on press. So what we can do here, we can leave on press, but this on press is going to send us to hotel details, not to place details. So we can just say hotel here, and we need to give a margin, and we're going to give it a margin of 10. So if we save, now we have a margin, but we want to make some adjustments here. If we take a look, our grid is being cut right at the end. So we need to go ahead and make that adjustment, as well as adding a little bit of space. Here we need to have a separator. So the first thing that we need to do when we come to our save area, we need to get rid of this tile. We don't require it. So if we save, now we have our item, we have our grid. It's not cut, but we need to add a little bit of margin to the right. Okay, so if we come to our flat lists, we can go ahead, cut our flat lists. We're going to wrap it in a view. So inside this view, we're going to paste. Okay, there's something missing. So this is our flat list. So we need to cut the flat list, create a view, and then inside this view, we're going to paste our flat list. So here we need to add a style, and we need to add margin right, and we need to give it a margin right of 10. It should be padding. So here it should be padding right or left. Let's go with left. Okay, it should be padding left, not padding right. So here, let's increase the size a little bit to 12. So right now it's in the center, and now we need to add a little bit of space in between our rows. Okay, so to do that, we're going to have an item separator. So item separator component, it's a function. So here we need to go ahead and have our view in here. We're supposed to have a view, and this view is a closed component. and we need to add a little bit of style. So here we need to have a separator. Okay, so instead of having a separator, we're just going to put the style in here. So we just require height, and we need to give it a height of 16. So if we give it a height of 16 and save, now we've created space. Okay, so there's some minor adjustments that we might need to make. Okay, like the text here, where do you want to visit? It should be like, where do you want to stay? Something like that. Those are minors, something that you can just change. So in this page, we're going to require an a bar. We should be able to go back, and we should be able to have a filter right on the corner. So in our safe area, we're going to go ahead. Let's open place details, put it right here. So this page we've used an a bar. So we're going to just take that a bar, make some changes to it, and then we're good to go. Okay, so here, let's go ahead and try to add a view. Inside this view, we're going to paste our a bar, and here we need to add a style. So this style, we need to provide a height. Let's give it a height of 90 to begin with, and we need to import this a bar. If we don't have it, we have it, so everything is okay. Let's try to save. If we don't have an error, then, but we do, so we just need to remove the title, add an empty list, empty string, and we need to go back, visit a place, and then we can just go ahead and click find best hotels. So that's our a bar right at the top. So we need to adjust the space. So first, what we need to do, let's try to change this to a 50, and then we save. Okay, so it's supposed to be more than 50, so we can leave it as 90, but we can change this to 20 and see how it looks. Okay, that's okay. So that means we are able to change this to 50. Okay, so we're going to put it like that, and here we need to change this icon from search. We need to make it to filter. Okay, so we have our filter right on top, and here we're going to say find best hotels, or we can just say look for hotels. Something simple but direct. Navigation doesn't exist, so we're in a hotels page, but we are not receiving navigation here. So we need to receive our navigation object, and then we can navigate back. So that's the change that we need to make. After we make that change, we're able to go back to the previous page. And this location, we're not going to do much, but we're just going to show a map with an initial location. But what you can do to take it a step further is to get all the locations of particular places or hotels and show them on the map. We're not going to do that in this tutorial. So I'm just going to show you how to put a map and then to put an initial location. So what we need to do, we need to go to our screens page, screens folder. In our screens folder, we need to go to location, and we need to open location. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to get rid of everything here. After getting rid of everything, we need to have a map view. So make sure that the map view has been imported right on top, and you need to close it. Once you have a map view, you need to go right on top. Okay, so right on top, you should have a variable with the name coordinates. You can pick a name, whatever name you want to put, it's okay. And it has to be an object. So inside this object, we're going to have a latitude. So this is the key. For our latitude, we're going to use 35 point, just a random place. If you have a random place that you want to put, then you can put. So I'm just going to put a random place. And here we're going to require a longitude. For longitude, you can just go on Google Map and pick a location that you want to put. Either way, it's okay. So here, that's going to be my place. And here, I'm going to have a latitude delta. So for delta, we're going to put 0.01. And we also need longitude delta. It's supposed to be longitude delta here. So we need to have a style, not a style per se. We need to have a style and an initial location. So first, let's deal with our initial region. So initial region, we're going to put these coordinates that we've written on top, right? So if we save, we should have a map displayed on our screen. So here, let's add a style. So inside of our style, we need to access our styles, and from our, okay, so these styles are coming from map, from search. We don't want that. So right at the bottom, we should go ahead and create a style. So on the top, let's go ahead and import a style sheet. Okay, supposed to have a style sheet here. So we need to create our styles. So we need to use our style sheet. So we need to create. So inside, we're going to have a map style like that. So that's our object. So for map style, we're going to use a spread operator, and we need to use this style sheet, and we need to have absolute fill. Okay, absolute fill object like this. So we need to go ahead and save. So we need to go ahead and map it here, map style. So now our map is showing. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to put a marker. So inside our map view, we need to import a marker. Our marker is a closed component. So we're going to require the data, okay, the coordinates. So here our coordinates are going to be coordinates, and then we can just save. So we have our marker here. So here we have another prop with the name title. So we can put the title of the place. So what we can do, we can just put the title here inside this object. We can say my location. So we need to access this coordinates object, and then we can extract the title. So we need to just pass the key. So if we click on it, it should show the title that we gave it. So that's all that we need to do here. So the map takes a little bit of time to render, but on your screen, it might be a little bit faster than mine. So we need to go ahead and move on to our profile. So we have a lot to do in our profile. So we're going to start with our profile and just develop everything. In our profile, we're also going to use a top navigator, because this is the bottom, but we need a top, the one that we're going to put inside our screen. Profile page, what do we need to do? We need to go ahead and visit our screens. Not our screens per se, but we want to go to navigation. In navigation, we want to create a new file, and we are going to call it top tab. Okay, so here it's supposed to be top tab, and it has to be a JSX file. So in this top tab, we need to go ahead and create a component. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to use RNFE. We're going to create it without style. So just like this. So this is going to be our profile page. So we need to get rid of this profile page that we hook to this bottom bar. Okay. So we're going to do that a little bit later. But for now, here we need to go ahead and import, create material top tab navigator. Okay, so it's already in our package.json. So in here we just need to write the name. So the name is create. Here it's supposed to be material top tab navigator, right? So after, we need to create an object, a tab object, using this create material top tab navigator. Okay, so we're going to call it tab. Here is equals to create top tab navigator, and we need to close it. So now that we have this, we can use it to create our tabs down here. But first, before we even go to our tabs, we need the screens that we are going to be navigating to. Okay, we'll navigate from. So in our top, this folder in our screens. So we need to go to screens, top, and we need to create some new new files. Okay, we're going to create new files, about 3 of them. So let's go ahead and do that. The first file that we're going to create is going to be top bookings. It's supposed to be bookings here, and it has to be a JSX file like that. Next, we're going to go ahead and have top info, and it's also a JSX file. Right after that, we need to create top trips. Okay, and it's a JSX file. So we need to create components for these folders, for these files, and we need to go ahead and hook them to our navigation. So let's create the components first, and we're going to create them with style, though we're going to decide whether to keep the style in the page or we are going to migrate it outside. The most important thing is to just create these first so that we can get started with our top tab. Okay, so we have these 3 folders and we want to go ahead and hook them to our app.js. Not really, not necessarily. These ones are not going to be hooked to our to our app.js, but they're going to be hooked to a stack, to a tab.screen, to a tab stack. Okay, so we have these pages. What we can do, we can just go ahead, import them and export them in our index.js here. Okay, so first we're just going to do it random, no particular order. Okay, our pages are not showing up. Let's check one thing. They're all created, so we shouldn't have any problem trying to import them. Top bookings. So we're going to get top bookings from top, and this one should be top booking. So let's go ahead, close this one, and then copy paste. After pasting, we need to change the name to top info, and we need to map it to the right component, which is top info. After that, let's have the last one, which is top trips. It's supposed to be trips here, and we need to map it to top trips like that. So we need to export them. So first one, top booking, the next one, top info, and the last one, top trips. Okay, so we can save. After saving, we can go ahead in our top tabs. In our top tab, we want to remove this text that we have here, and we want to have a tab navigator, tab.navigator. Okay, so let's close it. So tab.navigator works the same as our stack.navigator. It encapsulates all the tabs that we're going to have, all the screens that we're going to have in that particular navigation. So here we're going to have our tab.screens. We're going to have our screens. So we have screens, 3 screens, right? So here we're going to use tab.screen, and this should be a close component. And the first thing that we need to provide is the name. Okay, so first we're going to handle our bookings. So we're going to give it a name, bookings, and we need to map the right component. So our component is going to be top bookings. So these bookings are not showing up, so we need to import them manually. So here it's supposed to be top bookings with an S. Oh, the spelling is wrong, like that, and it's going to come from screens. Let's see, not components, but screens, like that. So that's going to be our first, and we're going to have 2 more. So the next one is going to be for trips. Here it has to be mapped to top trips. So we are able to import our pages with ease. So let's go ahead and handle the last one. The last one is going to be top info, and it's imported right at the top. And here we need to give it a name, and it's going to be info. So we're done with this part. Next, we're going to try to go ahead and replace our profile page with our tab. Okay, so we're going to hook this tab to our bottom navigation. So coming in here, we need to go and find our profile. So this is our profile. So we can leave the name like that, but here we're going to change the component that we are rendering. We are going to render top tab, and then we save. Hook our tab to to our profile, but we cannot see anything as yet. So what we need to do, we need to come to this view. So in this view, we need to add a style, and we need to add a little bit of flex. So here we have to give it a flex of 1, like that. So if we add flex, then our top tab is going to appear here. So what we need to do now, we need to add another view. Okay, so we need to give this view a background color. So the background color has to be white. So we're going to do it in here. So let's just add style. We do what we did with the one on top, add double brace, and we're going to have a BK background color. So for the background color, we're going to access our colors, and we're going to use light white, like that. After that, we need to create another view inside the view that we just created. So we have our view. Inside our view, we're going to have an image. Okay, so this one, it can be a network image. Either way, it's okay. It's supposed to be a network image. So we need to import the component right on top, and it's been successfully imported. So here we're going to require the source of the image. We're going to put the image a little bit later, and we also need the width. So we're going to assign the width as a percentage. So we're going to put it as 100%, and we need height. So for height, we're going to give it a height of 300, and we don't need to give it a border radius. Okay, so here our border radius is provided as radius, so we're going to give it a radius of 0. So if we go ahead and comment this out and just put a HeightSpacer, like here, we can put a HeightSpacer, right? Close it. So a HeightSpacer takes in height. So if you put a height of 300 here and save, then it will push our top navigator right to the bottom. That's what we need. So that's why we're going to have an image here. Okay, so I'm going to get the URL for the image first and then paste it in. Then we can reactivate this network image, because we cannot continue without the source of the image. We can just copy the path from the top and then paste it in. So this path is not going to be provided. The image is not going to be provided. So you can just go ahead on the internet and search for the image that you want to use. So here we can get rid of this HeightSpacer. After getting rid of the HeightSpacer, we need to uncomment this section. So now our image would show. Right after this, we need to add an app bar. So we've added an app bar in some of the pages. We might as well just go ahead and copy, but let's go ahead and write the code. So in here, we require an app bar, and make sure that this app bar is imported right on top. So we've imported our app bar right on top. So our app bar is a class component. So the first thing that we need to have top. We need to give it a top of 40. After giving it a top, we need to go ahead and manipulate the left side and the right side. So first, we're going to have left, and we're going to give it a 20. And on the right, we're going to give it the same size, which is 20. We want to give it a color. So this color is the color for the box. So we're going to use colors.white, and we need to not import, but we need to have the icon for the other end. So our icon is going to be a logout icon. So here we're using nDesign. If you visit our app bar, if you have over, click, this is our app bar. So here we're using nDesign. So nDesign have a logout icon. So we want to use that. So we have to just write the name here, and we need to provide the color for the other box, which is box 2. So if we go back to our app bar, we have box 1 and color 1. So we need to provide this color for box 1. Okay, so here we're going to have color 1. So for color 1, we're using the same color, which is colors.white. So we might as well just copy from the top and paste it down below. And one other thing to take note, for this app bar, we're not going to provide a title. So if we don't provide a title, then our title won't show. And the press that we're going to handle is going to be press 1. So if we go back to our app bar, we have 2 icons. Let's say 2 buttons or 2 icons. Either way, the difference is the same. So we have the first one is being handled by onPress, and we have the second one which is being handled by onPress1. So we want to handle this one, which is being handled by onPress1. So if we go back to our top tab, here we want to have onPress1, and then we just need to have an empty function because we haven't integrated our REST API as yet, or our login function. So we can just leave it like this. Whenever we handle our sign in, have the information or the data, then we can go ahead and handle this function view. So this view has to be on top of our image. So we need to give it a style and position it using absolute. So here we're going to have our style, and we need to access our styles. So here we need to create one style with the name profile. So make sure that these styles has been imported right on top. If they're not imported, you need to import them. So going to our styles, I'm going to create a style object with the name profile. So first thing that we need to give it a position, because we need to position it right on top of the image, the background image that we do have over there. So we need to make it absolute. After making it absolute, we need to manipulate the right side and the left side. We're going to give it 0 for both sides. So 0 on the right, we're also going to give it a 0. And on the top, we're going to give it a height of 110, not 100, but it's supposed to be 110 here. And we need to align items to the center like that. So we're not going to save as yet. So inside this view, we're going to have another image, but we're not going to use a network image. We're going to use an image component. So first, we have our image, and make sure that this image has been imported right on top. Okay. So if it is not imported, make sure that it's imported, and then we can continue. So our image is a closed component, so we need to close it. After closing, we need to provide the source of the data. So for our source, we need to have double brace, and we need to provide the URI. It's supposed to be URI colon, and then here we're going to put the string, right? So I've already have my string here. So I'm just going to copy this string. That's the path of the image that I'm going to use. You can go on Google, get an image that you want to use, or you can use an image of your own. Either way, it's okay. So right after this, we need to add style to our image. So here we're going to have style, and we need to create a new object inside our styles. So we need to access our styles, and from our styles, we need to get image. That's the name of the style that we're going to use. So we need to create this image style object. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So for image, we're going to require resize mode. So for our resize mode, we're going to use cover, and we need to give it a width and a height. So for the width, we're going to give it a width of 100, and we're going to do the same height. We're going to give it a height of 100 as well. So after giving it a height, we need to go ahead and include a border color. We didn't use our network image for this reason because we want to include the border color and the border width. And for our network image, we don't have those properties. So here we're going to have border color, and we're going to give it a white color. So we're going to use the colors from our constants. And here we have to give it a light white color, light white, not light blue. And then we need to give it a border width. So we said if we don't provide border width, then our border color won't be visible, because by default our border width is equals to 0. So we're going to give it a border width of 2, and then we need to give it a border radius. So our border radius, we want to give it a radius as high as possible because we want to make our image circular. So we're going to give it a radius of 90. So we need to save our styles, and we need to go ahead and save our component. So we have our image displayed over there. So next we need to focus on displaying our email and our username. Provide a little bit of height. So we're going to utilize our HeightSpacer. So we need to give it a height of at least 5. Let's give it a height of 5. After giving it a height of 5, we need to go ahead and create a new view. So this view is going to contain our name, and we have to give it a style. So here we're going to access our styles, and from our styles we want to get the one with the name. Okay, so here we have to create the name object. So we have our name object. So what we need to have a border color. So we're going to have BC border color, and we're going to give it a color of light white. After giving it a color, we need to give it a padding. So we're going to give it a padding of 15, and then we need to give it a border radius. So we're going to go with BR, and we're going to give it a border radius of 12. Okay, so let's go ahead and save. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and put a reusable text component in here. So the usable text component is the one that's going to contain our username, isn't it? So we need to, let's visit our hotel list. I doubt that we've used that one in here. We haven't, but if we visit our reusable tile, we've used reusable text. So we need to get the reusable text, go back to our top tab. In our top tab, we need to paste our reusable text, and we need to import our reusable text. So here we're just going to get our reusable text, make sure that's imported on top. So here we have our reusable text. So far so good. So let's go ahead and make some adjustments here. So instead of having item.location, we're going to have the username. So here I'm going to just write my name as the king. So it's going to be King Dre, and the size has to be medium. The font family has to be medium, and the size has to be sizes.medium. So we need to have sizes. We need to import those, and here we have to use medium, and we need to change the color of the text from gray to white. So if we save, we should have something here, King Dre. Okay, so let's do one thing. We're going to cut this, and we're going to create a new view in here. So inside this view, we're going to paste our usable text, and we need to give this a style. So we're going to manipulate the style from here. We need to just align items to the center. So we're going to have AI. So it's not showing. So we need to just write align items, and we need to align everything to the center. Okay. So here, let's go ahead and have a background color, not a border color. Okay. A background color. Okay. And that's okay. But if we have a background color, we need to change this to gray. Let's change it to gray. After changing it to gray, we need to change the padding. So we need to make the padding as small as possible. So here we can use light gray, but I'm afraid that light gray is going to conflict with the color that we have, with the white color for our text. So we have to make the text black. Let's see whether it's going to be appealing or not. If we use black here, okay, that will do. That will do. Okay, so that's it for that. So next we're going to use another HeightSpacer. This HeightSpacer has to be right after this view. Okay, so here we need a HeightSpacer, and we're going to use the same components that we created. We paste them, copy them, just paste them down. And here, instead of having an email, having a name, we're going to have an email. So we can just write anything random at gmail.com. Okay, so we have our text and our email, but this is not okay. this is not okay. So here we can get rid of this view and just save and change here to white. That is okay. Now it depends with the background color, background image that you're using. So if you're using a lighter background, then you have to use dark colors. If you're using a darker background, you have to use light colors. But either way, you can choose the way that you want to do things. So even the background color that we have encapsulating our username, we can just remove it and put it on the email and see how it looks. Okay, so instead of having it here, we can have it here. So here we need to get rid of one of the views and just save and see how it looks. It's a little bit better. It's a little bit better, way better with the blue color. Okay, so that's the one that we're going to settle with. So everyone knows their username. So this username, whether it's visible or not, either way, it's okay. So right now we need to go ahead and focus on our bookings, trips, and our information. So these ones are actually functional. We just need to go ahead and add data to it. Okay, so we can just save this top tab, close it, close the hotel list, and close navigator. We need to go ahead and open the 3 pages that we created, the last 3 pages that we created. They're in screens. So inside screens, we need to go to top bookings, right? So for top bookings, we are going to require data, and this data is going to be place. It's going to be place. It's either we can use place or hotel, but bookings mostly are going to be for hotels. Okay, so what we can do, we can go to hotel lists. In our hotel list, we need to copy this data that we have here, the data related to hotels, and then we're going to go ahead and open bookings. So inside bookings, right on top of our return, we need to paste the data. After pasting the data, we need to go ahead and work on this view. So we need to add a little bit of margin. So we're going to include our styles in here. So we're going to style it in here. So we add a double brace and we're going to have our margin, and we're going to give it a margin of 20. So if we give it a margin of 20, this text is right at the corner, right? So it's going to push it right inside, and it's going to give a little bit of space here. So inside of this page, we're going to require a flat list. So first we import the flat list, and then our flat list is a closed component. So we need to close it, and we need to visit to the top. We have our flat list over here. So far so good. Let's continue. So we said we use a flat list when we want to render a list of data. In this instance, we want to render a list of hotel data, but we also want to use a reusable tile to be displayed for each and every object, each and every data object that we have in our list, right? So in order for us to achieve something like that, we are going to require the data. We want to feed our list the data, so we're going to use the data prop. Inside of our data prop, we have to put the source of our data. So the source of our data is hotels. Right after that, we need to go ahead and disable. So since this one is a vertical list. Okay, so here we need to go ahead and save this first. After saving, let's see whether we can get suggestions. No, we are not getting suggestions, so we have to do it manually. So here it's going to be vertical indicator, vertical scroll indicator. We need to disable the vertical scroll indicator. We need to make it false because initially it's going to be true. Afterwards, we just need to go ahead and render our data. So before we render our data, let's include the key extractor. So now that we have our key extractor, we need to go ahead and extract the unique ID for each and every object that we're going to render on our list. So inside we need item, not this item. No. So we need item, and we need to go ahead and extract the ID. So we're going to use item dot underscore ID, and right underneath that we need to render our components. So we need render item. So we need to pass the item of our process data, and we need to go ahead and render the component that we need to render. So we're going to use a reusable tile, but we need to add a little bit to it. So what we are going to do here, we're going to use a view first, right? We need a view first. So inside of this view, we're going to put a reusable tile. So our reusable tile is a closed component. We can go ahead and close it, but we need to import it right at the top because it's not imported. So here we're going to import. So in here we need reusable tile, and we're going to get it from our components. Okay. So if we have over, okay, let's just hook it up to the index, or hook it up to the component itself. So we need to go to reusable, and we need to get the reusable tile here. So our reusable tile is going to requires an item, not image URL, but item. So we need to feed the data. This data is going to come from this item that we have on top. So we're going to have item here. Error most probably is the way that we imported our reusable tile. So you need to remove braces if you have braces, and then everything would be okay. So this list is a little bit longer than we expected. So we need to get rid of some of the items that we have here. Let's have at least 3 for a start. Let's see. It's supposed to be a list. Where is it ending? Over there. So let's have 3 items in our list. 2, not 2, but 3. So we need to remove 2. So you can design it in a way that you can see, like you can have 3 items here displaying and have a see all button, whereby if a person clicks, they'll be sent to another page and they'll view all the items in that particular list. So it's a matter of just putting another component on top of the flat list. Okay, so let's close this, and we need to go ahead and handle our view here. So the first thing that we need here, we're going to go ahead and have a container, because we need to place buttons inside of this view. Okay, so we have a view, reusable text, and underneath this reusable text we need to go ahead and have a row where we're going to place 2 buttons. So the first thing that we need to do here, let's add a style. So for a style, we're going to style it in here. So we're going to add the background color. So we're going to just go ahead, have our background color. So for color, it has to be the same color as our tile. So it has to be colors.lightwhite, like that. Okay, so that's the first, and we need to go ahead and add a little bit of space between our tiles. Okay, so that means we need to go ahead and wrap this, not wrap, we can add this tile here. So we're going to have margin bottom, and we're going to give it a margin bottom of 10. So here we need to add a semicolon. Let's go ahead and save. So if we save, we have our margin bottom. But right now, this tile is now, it doesn't have border radius. It doesn't have border radius because now it's taking the color of this view. Okay, so we can add a little bit of border radius in here, and we're going to give it a border radius of 16. So if we save, now we have our border radius. So that's good. So right underneath, we're going to create another view. So here it has to be a view. So this view has to be a row. Okay, so we need to have style, and we are going to use our reusable styles. So let's go ahead and do that. And we need to go with row with space. And here we need to have space between. This is the way we are going to justify the content that we're going to put in this row. So we're going to put them apart. So we need two buttons. We need two buttons. We need two buttons.